Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
And that is how the night went, a little bit later than anticipated. This is how this morning goes. We are live as always here, leading you into the weekend. Here on your home of America's team, it's Sean Sharif, it's RJ Choppy, soon to be joined by our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Peyton Russell, who ran the draft last night for the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, and we have the video superstar, Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Dallas Cowboys, we knew it was going to be a lineman. They have their newest one from Oklahoma.
Yeah, and they kind of zeroed in. They honed in on a position, and I mean that could be great. It could be dangerous. There's no rhyme or reason to whether or not the guy's going to work out. It either works out or it doesn't. You're looking at a plan. You're looking at a process. Was the process good? And I think that's all you can ask for on draft night. And I thought, the success of the player aside, they did fine for themselves. I thought this was a good day for the Cowboys.
Yeah, this is absolute theft from the one and only Mike Fisher, who talked about grading the process, because you and I, not going to sit here. We'll leave that up to Broadus and Bobby and Wolchuk and our draft viewers, those who study the tape. And let's talk about how they got there. And I'm totally fine with everything. They wanted more picks. They needed more picks. And they have to be given, in my opinion, the benefit on the offensive line, especially while drafting it in round one. So they said they liked four guys. If you're sitting in the room and there are four guys that you like, go ahead and trade back. If you like them on an equal plane, Guyton, Graham Barton, who our people here at the station got everybody hyped up over. I had Tolos last night at the Dallas Pluckers. Barton. I've never seen so much craziness over centers in my entire life. But
I know, that's right.
Everyone loved this guy out of Duke. Jordan Morgan and Darius Robinson. Four players that they liked at 24. So go ahead and move back. Make sure you get one of them and pick up an extra third-round pick. And then I got to give Will McClay and the scouting department benefit of the doubt when it comes to picking linemen in the first. Win.
Yeah, and teams, some teams still do the or not even team. Like some people will still use the individual player rankings, and then some will just tier them, right? You'll group them. If you're not going down a grouping, like you said, if they're on the same tier of player, I don't really care if you have them ranked 27th or 29th. They're on the same tier. We're splitting hairs here. If you're not going down a tier, and you know that you can get somebody, like you said, they're only moving 5 picks down. If they had four guys on the same level and there was only 5 picks they were moving, not everybody was going to take an offensive lineman. You knew you were going to get somebody, at least one of the guys that you liked, and now they have 4 picks in the top 100 instead of 3.
And I guess the scary thing would be, all right, if you're at 24 and there are 4 guys you like, you can lose all 4 by the time you get to 29.
You could, but that means everybody that is behind you has to take an offensive line.
And they also knew. They also knew probably who one of or some of the teams behind them were going to take. They knew they weren't going to lose one of their 4.
Right, and even if they lost one of their 4, hey, at the end of the world, you just picked up another top 100 pick. So you can find somebody else that's going to be a good player elsewhere. So this was, to me, a smart move to trade down. Again, I have no idea about the player. I don't care. The player will hit. The player will hit. The process was smart. I was a fan of the process last night.
How do y'all feel about it? This is why we have the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Let us know the process and the player. How do you feel about both? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Pepe, will throw it over to you because you get to hear everything. The radio broadcasts, the DallasCowboys.com broadcasts, the guys talking behind the scenes. Give us the build-up to the selection, the trade-out, the pick, the player, the reaction, all of it from the crew covering the draft.
Well, first off, Zach Wolchuk did an amazing job filling in for you, Sean. It wasn't the same.
That's not really what I want to hear. I don't want to hear that first. I want to hear that he was inferior.
He had said Graham Barton about 100 times before the Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
And right when they traded, the Cowboys had traded down. He was like, I swear. And I think this was just on the stream side, but he was like, I swear, if the Cowboys miss out on Graham Barton because they traded down and tried to, get an extra pick just to get Graham again, he was going to lose his mind. And then he saw Tampa Bay drafted him, and so he was upset. But I mean, they were fine with Guyton. Bobby talked a lot about him. Brian did as well. The guys did a great job, but they were fine. They wanted the offensive lineman, and that's what they got.
And the reaction to Guyton as a player from everyone in the room was what?
Good. I don't think it was as ecstatic as it would have been if it was Graham Barton, because I think a lot of guys wanted him over Guyton, but they were fine with it. I think Brian was fine with it. He had him high on his draft board, but overall they were fine with the pick.
Here is Jerry and Steven on the process and decision to move back.
You need something special to happen to be within hitting distance of where we're picking for the phone to light up, and that happened. The defensive pass rusher was there. And so, boy, that phone started lighting up, and clubs started looking at how to get up there and get that. And it wasn't the biggest fire sale I've ever seen, but it was nice enough to effectively get what we hoped would happen, and that is have some serious opportunity left on the board, yet be able to come down and get us those extra pick. We don't have the 4, so boy, we wanted to pick the pickup. Well, sure enough, that pass rusher dropped down there, and most thought that was too low, and the phone started lighting up. And it's when they start lighting and coming to you is when you have time, when you can do some business. And that happened.
Sounds obvious. The only thing better than the 4 is getting a 3.
And apparently the Detroit Lions may have had some talks in this discussion. I don't know, but this is Jerry and Steven sifting through. They do get very specific. Maybe they're cracked out like we are at the end of the night, and they're just like, okay, here are all the details. Here are Mike McCarthy's details on Guyton, his size, and his comp.
Well, I think just like anything, I mean, the first thing you look at is the length, and being 6'7" and has great feet, and I just go back to the first 6'7" tackle that was around was John Alt, and ironically his son Joe was drafted by the Chargers. So. And I think there's a lot to it, but gosh, I mean, you got to be so excited about his athletic ability. I mean, you can see it in his footwork, and that was evident really from day one with Will and the scouts, and when you have the preliminary reads, before you go out there. And I know Mike Solari going up to Oklahoma, was very impressed with his work out, and obviously the feedback from the Oklahoma coaches was extremely high. So, but yeah, I haven't had too many tackles over 6'5", 6'6", so different body type than John Alt back in the 90s.
Todd Archer posts this all but guarantees Tyler Smith remains at left guard, which has felt like the Cowboys' preference this offseason. Would not be surprised to see the Cowboys look for a center today, although they have running back and linebacker needs as well. And Bobby Belt and others talking about maybe Guyton isn't exactly ready. A plug and play. May not be an instant plug-and-play guy ready to go right now. Dane Brugler had him ranked number 24 on his big board. So I like that. You get a player at 29 that some have ranked as the 24th best. Here's what he had to write. Overall, Guyton is a work in progress in several areas, and a steep learning curve should be expected for his rookie season, but he has the athletic tools and fundamental skills to develop into a high-level offensive tackle. Has the talent to play left or right, although his comfort level is clearly on the right side. As long as he stays motivated and healthy, he will continue on an upward trajectory. So that was Dane Brugler on the Cowboys' newest player.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Cowboys have a good history of drafting that position group. There is no doubt about it. I can't think of the last miss at that position group they've had early in the draft. Jacob Rogers was second round. That was 20 years ago. Like they don't miss generally when they pick on the offensive line. So I give them the benefit of the doubt on it. And then you added the plan, the process. I'm fine with it. I don't know. I don't know the argument here. Now, if you want to say they didn't go best player available, that's fine. I have no problem with the argument there because, there were corners available on the board, and that's a need. It's a position of need that they have. So I have no problem if you want to argue that one, but I think you're just looking for reasons to be upset if you do.
What did everyone else do last night, including the NFC East? the Michael Penix controversy. We have Rangers. We have Plucker stories. And we have LeBron with another broom, plus the Joel Embiid diagnosis. A crazy Thursday in the sports world. We got you covered with the entire recap, the entire show with Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us to start off the Friday edition right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have reaction to round one and look forward to night.
Drive deep left field. Langford is going back. He's on the track. He turns and looks. It's out of here. Luis Urias with his second home run of the year. Only his sixth career home run. And Seattle back out in front, 4-2.
Rangers lose the series. Andrew Heaney gets the loss. That happened yesterday afternoon with the build-up to the NFL draft right here on DFW Sports Station. We're now a half game back of the Mariners before taking on the Cincinnati Reds, and maybe the most exciting player in all of Major League Baseball, in Elly De La Cruz.
Yes, sir. I mean, he might be. I mean, he is a guy that I would absolutely pay to go see. I try not to pay for tickets if I don't have to. Oh, baby. But Elly is he's a treat. He's a treat to watch. The speed, they say just jumps at the stadium more than it does even on the TV.
He's hitting 306. He's got the fourth most home runs in baseball, and he's got the fourth best OPS in the sport as well. And then you talk about the speed at the age of 22. So that'll be taking place, Rangers, Reds tonight. But let's get back to the NFL draft, and let's go inside all the different pluckers with all the Tolos who rolled out. And it sounded like you had a madhouse early on.
Oh, we had a madhouse the entire time. The pluckers at Alliance 35W and Heritage Trace is I mean, it is always a scene. They were there lining up out the door at 3:30. Every table was taken by 4:30. My board was filled up by 6:40 with people, and I didn't have to go search for people at the end. I mean, they stayed. It was tremendous, and a special screw you to Randy. Okay,
Randy Marsh?
No, Randy just kept sending over shots.
Yeah.
And by the fourth one, I said, dude, what are you doing? He goes, I'm trying to make your morning hell tomorrow. I said, well, it's going to be. I said, I don't get hangovers, man. So, like, that's, you're just burning money. I said, but I will be still drunk in the morning then if you do this. That's going to be the problem, and I'll be inebriated on the air. So, I don't know that I am. I think I had a pound and a half of chicken, so that may have stopped it. But
so did you partake in it? Did you reject the shot?
Oh, you can't reject a shot once it's given to you.
Right.
Thankfully, he gave me just the clear. All right, he didn't give me some screwball or fireball because with the sugar and soda, can't be doing that. I can do the clear stuff. So, but
I drowned it in Tito's today.
Thank you, but screw you at the same time, Randy.
Very happy and thrilled to report the shocking news that Mike Bassick showed. He stayed, and he dominated. I would hire this guy to host a banquet. He was that damn entertaining. I would hire this guy to run an auction. I don't know whether he heard the guilt trip yesterday during the expressway. Well, he did hear it because he called in. And I don't know how much that landed with him, but everyone told me Mike would sell me out and leave. I didn't pick up the microphone till about pick 18.
Wow.
I just sat there, ate, drank, had the wifey, and Mike was... I mean, he was mind-blowing. He drank. So the only time where I've been able to get Bassick to drink is before he came to the Fan. We had like this meeting. Me and him met up, and I think he was trying to like get in with the station. So he's like, all right, let me go ahead and just do whatever this guy's going to do. He was trying to maybe butter up a little bit. So shots and drinks, and we were right here off of, dang it, I can't remember the Cedar Springs maybe. And we partied it up. But I've never seen Mike have 2 or more drinks since then. Well, last night he came in, he goes, Blue Moon. I want a Blue Moon. Gets the tall Blue Moon.
Okay, look at that.
Tolos come by with tequila shots. Mike also put that rule into effect. I can't turn down a free shot. He took 2 shots. He took a Mexican candy. He took a tequila shot. He got another beer. I could not believe it. And I almost was like getting ready to give Mike my paycheck for the night. I didn't, and I'm not, but I was thinking about it. And he was incredible. He carried me. He was magnetic on the microphone. So Mikey B coming up big, along with the rest of the Tolos at the Greenville Pluckers location. It had everybody asking about you guys. Had someone bring Bobby a Texas Longhorn giant mug that's sitting there in my car, amongst other things. Artemio coming up big. Everyone's showing off the draft knowledge. So fantastic outing with everyone rolling out.
And then at my Pluckers, I was, no, I wasn't at a Pluckers.
Did you sleep here?
I did. I was right by the elevator. So I got done right at 11. The presser hadn't taken place yet. I said, all right, no more audio, nothing. I went straight to bed.
What a miserable week. I know we don't do anything with any stress for our job, but this is
the wake up is tough.
The week from hell.
What time did you get to bed?
You know, I got home, and I always do this, whether I work the draft or not. I have to put on like 20 minutes of recap. I got home. The in-laws were watching Ollie, so like 20 minutes with them. And then I turn on TV. I wanted to see everyone's reactions. 11 o'clock, probably 11:30.
Yeah, home at 11:30?
Yeah. But again, I didn't stay to the very end.
We said as soon as pick 32 got there and Carolina had traded up, and they didn't have a first pick. There was no Panthers GM because every team's got to have a GM. There was no GM. That was it. So I left at the 32nd minutes of the end. So I got in the car at 11:08 and home around 11:30, and I was in bed probably at 11:33.
How did the bar react to Cowboys trading out and the selection of Guyton?
It was kind of when they traded down. The selection of Guyton, it was lukewarm. But I think a lot of people wanted them to go with a corner the guy who picked for the Cowboys initially at 24 before the trade selected Xavier Worthy. Wanted them to go with Worthy.
Went to Kansas City.
He went to Kansas City, which I can't believe Buffalo traded with them, so to let them go get Xavier Worthy. But yeah, so it was lukewarm. It wasn't a bad reaction. It wasn't like, I think the reaction for, ironically, I think the reaction for Micah was worse. Not the reaction from Micah last night. The reaction for Micah's pick a couple years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. The reaction from Micah last night is something I'm sure we'll talk about. And I'm sure that people who have podcasts are going to send an apology your way. I'm sure Aisha's going to go on a Twitter space and apologize. I'm sure that's going to happen. I'm sure it already has happened.
Keep your voice down.
I'm sure it already has happened that all these people who criticized the fan and you particularly for doing Jerry's dirty work, I'm sure that they already have penned man, maybe y'all were right kind of thing. I'm sure that that's happened this morning, and I just haven't seen it.
Can I buy you a shot?
I don't need one.
That was incredible.
I want to get you some shots.
Thank you.
I got to. Well, I'm looking forward to 640 now. I'm really, really looking forward to that. Thank you, Raph James. Last night in the association, real quick, the Lakers were up double digits again. They were up 12 on Denver. The Nuggets come back and win on the road. They're about to get swept for the second straight year. 11 straight losses to the champions. Joel Embiid drops 50 while revealing a diagnosis.
Yeah. Bell's palsy, which...
Where did this come from?
I don't know, but I fell for the old wives' tale. So growing up in far upstate New York, I was born upstate New York, near Canada. And they would tell you don't sleep with the window open near your bed.
What?
Because in the wintertime. Because your face will freeze and you'll get Bell's palsy.
Oh, gosh.
And I fell for that as a kid. This was one of those stupid grandparent old wives' tales. Because, listen, grandparents are morons. Never listen to a grandparent. And I fell for that. And I thought this was a thing until, I don't know, I was 40. But, yeah, I don't think Joel Embiid fell asleep with the window open. That's probably not how he got it.
Embiid revealed that he was playing through Bell's palsy, a condition that affected the left side of his face. He said he thinks it started a day or two before the Miami game, and he had bad migraines and thought it was nothing. I thought that the Embiid storyline last night was going to be the dirty play that he was guilty of, grabbing the leg of one of the New York Knicks while on the ground, but Philadelphia stays in the series. They win by 11, and then Orlando gets a game on the Cleveland Cavaliers, 121-83. In the National Hockey League, Florida beats Tampa. They're about to sweep the Lightning, Choppy. Florida wins 5-3, and Carolina is on the verge of a sweep over the Islanders. They win 3-2, so we got 2-3-0 series there in the East.
Yeah, and Florida, obviously the defending Eastern champs. I mean, they seem to be rolling right now, and Carolina's just a solid team. They're a team that has been one of the handful of best teams in the league the last couple of years. A lot of people thought they probably should have won the Cup last year. They got knocked out by Florida, so we'll see what they wind up doing as the playoffs move on. But bad sign that the teams that are up 2-0 are now up 3-0.
Yeah.
Bad sign for us.
Not a great sign, with the Stars heading to Vegas to continue their series down 0-2. All right, let's go behind the scenes with our Cowboys insider. Everything that you need to know with the Cowboys' newest selection of Tyler Guyton. How did we end up here? Bobby Bell joins the 6 a.m. club next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
That's it? I thought he was on the phone and he goes, "It's Dallas," and the whole room explodes.
Yeah, he did say it's Dallas.
Let me hear it again.
Go, go. Thank you so much.
Did you hear "It's Dallas" in your headphones?
Yeah, is that not what was said in the background? It's Dallas, and they all
No,
cheer?
he's saying it. He's on the phone.
Yeah, no, I have the clip right here.
Okay. This is on Instagram, Dallas Cowboys, all that?
Yeah, Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe I got the wrong one.
It's the Cowboys draft pick, right?
Yeah, this is Guyton.
Okay. You know what? This is a Wheels Off Friday anyway. No, everyone's on no sleep. There's not going to be any call-outs, but because it's going to be Wheels Off, I'm just going to go ahead and play it off my phone. I'm going to play it on my phone.
Oh, my God, this is great.
And see if this comes across better, and maybe pay will end up being correct. Okay, here we go. This is
Why did he say that?
Tyler Guyton. People were doing that last night as well, Pluckers. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this plays over the mic. I doubt it. Now, how did you not get that?
So I must have grabbed the wrong one then.
What wrong one? The wrong player?
No, it's
Wrong
Guyton.
clip?
It's Guyton on there. It's just someone in the background said it's Dallas, and they all cheer. That's what I took it.
He got AJ Guyton.
You got AJ Guyton.
All right. Good morning, Metroplex. 6 a.m. Club with you as the Cowboys have their new player. Bobby, you loved what they did.
I did. This is, to me, you've got to, I was completely comfortable losing Guyton and Barton. if you traded down. I was completely losing every player that you had in mind. You wanted 4 different guys. You lost all 4. I'm fine with it, to be honest.
Really?
Because you need to move down. You need capital.
Yeah.
This team's not spending, and you have to replenish this roster somehow. If you want to be even remotely competitive, you need 4 or 5 picks in the first 100. And
yeah,
so,
but you want to move down for someone that you've honed in on. You don't want to do all this work and then say, we like these 4, and then get your 5th.
Sure, but they clearly at this point, they said we don't have any first-round grades left. I don't believe Tyler Guyton was a first-round grade for them. I believe he was a second.
Stevens said they had 15 first-round grades, and they all got drafted.
So they were talking about a high second-round pick.
Yeah.
So if you tell me I can
you're tiered at that
Yeah,
point, and they're like, okay.
If you told me I can have a high second-round pick and 2 third-round graded players, for instance, or you tell me I can move back, miss that person, get 4 different draft picks, and then all of a sudden I'm looking at having 3 second-round picks and a third in terms of the players I've graded. That, to me, even if it's not a high second-round pick, the discrepancy between high second-round pick and 3 mid-second-round picks to me is not enough of one to pitch a fit over. That's what I couldn't understand last night about. I sat here and told you guys I wanted Barton. But like, to me, it was like, I want capital more. Like, I want to be able, and if they were comfortable enough, the way that they evaluate offensive line historically, if they were comfortable enough to say, we'll walk away from Graham Barton because we want the picks more, then you don't love him enough to tell me that, well, we just can't trade out of this.
Right.
I don't think they would have traded out of this if Troy Fatanu didn't get drafted by Pittsburgh at 20. If he would have been there, I don't think they trade. That's a guy they have. I think that was somebody they had a first-round grade on. And so that was one that I think was tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, the process, their plan of like trading down, and I think what happened, I think we're all kind of looking at it the same way. They had hit a tier where they're like, all right, there's a bunch of guys in this tier of player. It may not be individually ranked the way we were wanting it to, but if we drop down a player or two, they're on the same tier. We're just like, we're circumcising mosquitoes, as Jerry would say. So let's pick up the extra top 100 pick, and let's just take another player. And it's just another dart, and it's the same size dart, and the weight of the dart's the same. And if he hits, he hits. If he doesn't, look, we still could go to sleep tomorrow knowing that we did the right thing.
Yeah, even if they lost him, I would have been fine with it. But they didn't.
There was corners on the board. They could have taken one of them.
Yeah, they didn't lose him, and they would have taken him at 24. Like they would have been comfortable taking if they wouldn't have been able to bail out, and I think they would have probably leaned Barton over Guyton if they were sitting there and both picks were there. But it's close enough that if Barton hadn't been there, they would have taken. I think they absolutely would have taken. And I'll tell you what, I think Mike Solari, even if Barton is on the board, is probably pounding the table and saying, give me the tackle, not the center. Because I think he believes Brock Hoffman can start right now. And so he views it as redundant. And so
you had texted us early on in the night that the sense you're getting is trade down. I know
we had heard walking in there last night, 80% chance they were trading down.
Oh, wow.
So they were looking for it. They were looking for it, and that's honestly what you need to do. If you're telling me you can't sign anybody, you're literally telling me that, believe it or not, you're literally telling me you are so handcuffed that you can't sign players to $3 million contracts. Okay, well then I need all the cheap, like, good talent I can find. If you want the scouting staff to pull a rabbit out of their head, Jason Witten style, if you want them to do that, then you need to give them enough capital to where they can do it for you.
This could be deliriousness from the entire week. Something about Detroit got involved, had a better offer, but they got involved too late. Am I misremembering that?
Detroit did make the trade with them.
Detroit made the trade. Okay.
Yeah, Detroit overpaid.
They should have gotten the fourth, right?
If you look at the trade value chart, or like a high fourth, but I mean, obviously Detroit doesn't have that. But I mean,
they give him a high third.
Jumping up, it was like a mid third. Yeah, so if you jump up 5 spots for a mid third back into the first round, I was completely fine if they wanted to trade again. They were on the phone working the phones for a trade at 29 too. But they ultimately said, no, we'll stand in here and pick because they didn't get the right value for it. But no, it's great value for it. You're now picking 4 times in the top 100. Losing that 4th round pick doesn't sting nearly as bad. Still would probably rather have a 4th round pick than Trey Lance at this point. But they are in a position to at least replenish the talent pool a little bit now. And there was a concern that they didn't have enough darts, like you said, to be able to do that.
Tell us about the player.
So he is, I mean, if you want to talk about like built in a lab, like the way somebody looks like, build me the most freakish looking tackle you can, it would look like Tyler Guyton. He is incredibly raw. Like there's still a lot of times where you watch him and you're just like, he's still figuring out how to use his length. He's still figuring out how to use his hands. But man, he is great instincts, mauler mentality. It is honestly, it's very similar to where Tyler Smith was at when they picked him. And I'll even go further and say Tyler Smith, I don't think was as far along in the process as Guyton is right now. So Guyton is more advanced than Tyler Smith was when they picked him. I still would be interested.
Is this an instant starter?
No, and see, I loved last night. People were blowing up my Twitter mentions late last night as I was going to bed. People saying, "Ooh, hot mic! Heard you on the hot mic there at the end of the draft." It's like that was going to be the first line in my prep email. Was I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see if Guyton starts year one. To me, Tyler Smith does not start in 2022 unless Tyron Smith gets hurt. I mean, do you remember we were all talking about why in the world is Connor McGovern getting all the snaps at guard? I thought they wanted Tyler Smith to get these snaps.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not immediately plug and play? And he was only plug and play once they lost Tyron,
right?
Because they didn't want to put all that trust in a rookie right away. And so
I get it.
And so I wonder with a guy who's raw, even if he's more advanced than I think Tyler Smith was coming out of school, with a guy who's raw, do you want to put your jobs on the line in the hands of a rookie right away? I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl player at tackle. It's just he might take a little bit of time. So I don't know that he's going to be plug and play necessarily, but he doesn't have to be, in my opinion.
All right, let me go 0 for 2 this morning with my memory. Was this the one Wolchuk was saying yesterday in the preview that he was not high on?
He is not as high on Guyton.
Least want.
Out of the trio we were talking about of like Fatanu, Barton, Guyton, he was not as high on Guyton. But Brian really likes Guyton. I really like Guyton. Guyton, I mean, I had him when I was driving in and I heard you say where Dane had, I had him the exact same spot Dane did. He was player 24 for me. So, I mean, that was right where you were picking. He made sense. There's a lot of people who rave about him. He comes on, he immediately drops an F-bomb on Zach Wolchuk when we're interviewing him after the pick. But that's a guy who is all the tools, all the traits. They have shown consistently. You look over the last couple of years and you think, who are the traits guys that they've picked? Like, who are the guys who it's like, well, the upside's there. How much of a true football player are they? And you think back and you go, okay, Tyler Smith, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons, like they've hit on the guys who they know. They've got a pretty good track record of figuring out which guys have the capacity to put it together and which guys don't. And so Guyton, to me, I felt good about his ability to put it together. Now I feel great about his ability to put it together, knowing that the scouting staff that works on him and evaluates him and sees what the work ethic is and how he takes coaching, that they evaluated and said, yes, we will spend a first-round pick on this.
One of the benefits of being the Dallas Cowboys radio network and the home of America's team is we get the secret audio first, and we get the first interview. In the 13, 14 years we've been doing this, we always get those draft picks on the line first. So here is your brand new offensive lineman, his first radio interview in DFW with our team, Zach Wolchuk, Bobby, and the others, Bobby and everybody, last night.
Tyler, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, man. How you feeling after getting that call from Jerry?
I'm ecstatic, bro. I couldn't be more happy. This is my hometown team. This is the best team for me my whole entire life. I couldn't have wrote it any better way, man.
Well, how much interaction did you have there with the Cowboys? Did you have a feeling maybe you would end up playing with the star on your helmet?
I was dreaming about it, man. I saw it, and it kind of was happening, and I was meeting with them at the Senior Bowl and the Combine, and I didn't go on a 30 visit because they already knew me. I was talking to the O-line coach a bunch at my pro day. I kind of had a feeling that I might go to Dallas. I just didn't know who would take me before, but I'm so glad it was Dallas, bro.
Man, we're excited to have you. Of course, the Cowboys have a great history of taking first-round linemen. We're hoping you fall right in line with that. For Cowboy fans that maybe aren't familiar with your game, how would you describe what they're getting with Tyler Guyton now?
You're getting a player that really loves football and loves to compete and loves the Dallas Cowboys, and I'll do anything for this star on my helmet now. I can't even put into words how appreciative I am of the Dallas Cowboys drafting me and the fans welcoming me with open arms. I'm going to do everything in my power to make this team better.
Tyler, walk me through the scene at your home there in Austin. Were y'all kind of sitting on pins and needles, hoping it would be Dallas? And then whenever you got the call, what was that moment like?
Man, we were sitting on pins and needles for sure. Dallas was the dream. But we didn't know who else was going to pick. But we were ecstatic when we heard that phone call.
Yeah,
it was like a dream come true.
Yeah, what's the story with your dad? Everybody was talking about your dad. Your dad a huge Cowboys fan too? What was the story?
My dad is a diehard Cowboys fan. He made me a Cowboys fan as soon as I was born.
Man, that is awesome. Tyler,
we're so excited.
Man, we really, really are excited to have you here as a Dallas Cowboy. What do you think the first order of business will be for you once you get here when you talk to Coach Mike Solari?
Getting down to the playbook, man. I want to get down and dirty. I want to put some work in. This is what it's for. You know, getting drafted is amazing, but it's time to get to it.
What type of kid is he supposed to be, Bobby?
Oh, he's supposed to be like the same sort of stuff we heard about Tyler Smith, where it's like, oh, this is a hard worker, very charismatic kid, takes to coaching well, takes to instruction well. Those are the kind of things you can't know without being, hands-on and working those areas and being on top of those players. That was what the Vikings got wrong on Laquan Treadwell years ago. Laquan Treadwell was one of the highest graded players. He got there, and he literally couldn't learn their playbook. And it was not something more complex than just the NFL. Minnesota got there and was like, we missed on the evaluation of how he was going to be able to take to teaching and coaching and things like that. That's why it's important to have like really good scouts who are on top of knowing who these players are and how teachable they are. And that's everything you hear about Guyton, is that he's willing, quick learner, and is completely committed to getting better.
Let's talk about everything else that happened last night during round 1 of the NFL draft. What happened in the NFC East, and what the hell are the Atlanta Falcons doing? That's next on Sean and RJ. But
to forget something else, to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
All right, that is how things, of course, started off. Chalk early on. Let's talk about the rest of the draft, the NFC East, and the Atlanta Falcons here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Boy, Chop, did you take the parlay? Gray nails for Caleb Williams and crying?
I did not.
The crying was like, wasn't the crying, it was like, does he cry no minus 2,000? Like, I think that was, and Gray was not the favorite for the nails. You could have.
Did he cry?
He did.
Yeah.
They cut, you didn't see it initially, but they cut to a replay and he's like wiping his eyes, which I think should count. I don't know how the sports book rules that, but
the early things I was following was what was Eminem going to do? They had him out there to start off.
Sad, man.
What?
It's just sad watching old Eminem.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
What was sad about it?
Just the like.
Bassick brought up the best point.
Just the corny like energy of like, yeah, come on, Detroit. It's like, dude, you're like age into being like a like an upstanding like former rapper. Like you don't have to hold on to I'm angry 32 years old and like, oh, I still want to beat Kim up. And like,
no, that was Bassick's question. He goes, how tough is it? How much energy do you think it takes for Eminem to act angry all the time?
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, do you think he's acting? And he's like, yeah. He's like, so I was just trying to like picture like smiling, jolly Eminem behind the scenes.
It's it's like Marvelous Marvin Hagler. You know, he said it's really easy to get up at 4 a.m. to train when you ain't sleeping in silk sheets. You know, like at Eminem, when he started, there was and this happens to, I'm sure, a lot of guys that are in certain industries that, you start one way where you don't have a whole lot, and then all of a sudden you have a whole lot, and it's kind of hard to keep the same energy that you used to have.
And then the world was wondering whether Roger Goodell was going to hug everyone because he had back surgery 3 weeks ago, and he did. He did execute the hugs.
The button decision from Roger Goodell. That was a very open chest for Roger Goodell. It was an interesting choice. He had that lidocaine patch walk all night, though.
All right, let's go to the chalk. Yes, he did. Jaden Daniels. Was he trying to scare off the Commanders? The Commanders were not scared away. They take the LSU quarterback at number 2, and Bobby is applauding.
Yep, bust. I just do not believe in Jaden Daniels.
He looks like his whole body looks like Bryce Young. He's like a taller Bryce Young when I'm watching him. He runs more than Bryce, but I'm just talking about like body type. I'm like, okay.
I mean, he's thin.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the things that we were talking about it last night. The Commanders are like, got to get offensive line. It's like, yeah, you do, because you got to make sure that people don't hit that guy. Like there is a sincere chance of breaking down. What's funny is he started at Arizona State. We were talking about this last night. Ricky Pearsall from Florida gets drafted by the 49ers at the back end. And now everybody's like, oh, is that because they're trading Ayuk?
Yeah. Debo and Ayuk have been trending since last night.
Yeah.
That Debo is going to be gone.
2019, how did Herm Edwards screw up Arizona State football team with freshman quarterback Jaden Daniels throwing to Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall?
Yeah, it was. They had a squad. I mean, they had a squad. I haven't studied tape on Jaden Daniels. I watched a lot of him in college.
Well,
but this scares the hell out of me. It's because they have an upside. We don't know. We could say what we know. We don't know. So either they have a quarterback, and this is my philosophy.
Well, Drake may have scared you too. Everyone has an upside except for JJ McCarthy.
Any quarterback that was drafted would have scared me because it's an upside from what they have currently. So either Jaden Daniels hits, and that's scary, or he misses big time, and that's scary because they'll just get a high pick.
Drake May to the New England Patriots at 3. Marvin Harrison, who did not sign his licensing deal, so he's not in the new Madden video game. A lot of smoke around Harrison. A lot of Caleb Williams.
That's gun residue, right?
He got big car wash money. Big car wash
Dude,
money.
Bassick on the mic last night. Oh, my God. That should have been a live stream. He was talking about Jerry Jones, and then he said, Marvin Harrison Jr., whose dad was a killer. And I gasped and I grabbed Mike, and he goes, on the field. And I'm like, man, Bassick, he was magnificent. Nice. He was incredible.
Nice.
And then, Bobby, you said he would be gone quick. Joe Alt off the board to the Chargers at number 5.
Yeah, but that was still surprising to all of us because Joe Alt had been a name you had heard tied to the Chargers the whole time. But it was the late push, including from somebody like Daniel Jeremiah, who is the Chargers radio broadcaster and everything else, was J.C. Latham. That's the tackle that they want. So when Alt went and they didn't trade out of the pick, that was when the draft started for us. Draft starts at 5. What do the Chargers do? Do they bail out?
Yeah.
If they take a player, who are they taking? How does it, push dominoes down and change everything up? And so that was a little surprising to me. But he is, if you want to talk about like a handful of guys in there who it's like, safe. You can feel good that that's going to be a good player, not a lot of bust potential.
Right, just like Chase Young,
Joe
safe.
No, I mean Chase Young was there were issues with Chase Young that you could look at and say it's possible. Alt is going, I don't know that Alt is ever going to be a top 5 tackle in the NFL, but he's not going to be a black hole. Like his margin for error is just, it's not very big.
Speaking of the Chargers,
Justin Herbert trade talks last night, apparently.
Yes, sir.
That surfaced. I don't know if it wasn't technically last night. It was at the Combine and over the last couple of weeks.
Adam Schefter saying that the Patriots and Vikings inquired.
Good for them.
Quickly denied.
Good for them for asking. I mean, you don't know. She ain't going to say yes if you don't ask. But, I mean, look, even if the Chargers wanted to get rid of him, they would have owed so much money in cap charges, $63 million this year alone.
That's cap.
Just to move on from him, and then you're going to move on to a player that, I mean.
What if you tell Harbaugh, all right, we can trade him, we can get a boatload, and draft you McCarthy?
Oh, yeah, he said McCarthy to him is best quarterback in the draft, better than Caleb Williams. He got asked about him last night in his press conference about J.J. McCarthy, which is a little weird. Like, talk to us about what the Vikings did. I get the connection, but he said last night, he was like, that's where J.J. wanted to go, was Minnesota. He's like, I knew that's where he wanted to go, so I'm happy for him. My favorite quote last night from Harbaugh, boy, it's so good to have Harbaugh back in the NFL.
Yes.
It's better. He had said, he sat down and they picked an offense.
Yesterday we played Peyton Manning. He didn't let McCarthy go to Peyton's camp because he couldn't miss one day of practice.
Couldn't miss one day of practice, yep.
They
Psycho.
They traded Keenan Allen, like Austin Eckler's gone, like they don't have a ton of weapons for Justin Herbert. So he sat down at his presser last night. He said, I know the question is going to come up about weapons. The offensive line is a weapon. When we talk about attacking an offense, offensive line is the tip of the spear. I love that he just sits down and goes like, I know they want to ask about weapons, so I'll just get ahead of this. Offensive line's a weapon, baby.
To the New York Giants, a lot of people were wondering about quarterback. A lot of people thought that Malik Neighbors was going to go going to go ahead of Marvin Harrison. Neighbors goes to the Giants from LSU.
That dude is really, really good. He also has one of the things you started hearing a little bit about during the draft process as it went along was just there are questions about maturity and some off the field stuff with Neighbors. And so really good player. But I mean, I think there is some question about like, okay, is this Odell Beckham? Is this another LSU receiver that you're going to pick and comes in here and is a little bit difficult to manage? So, I mean, he's really good though. It's just, it'd be nice if they had somebody to throw him the ball.
And that's the thing. To me, this was a great, this could have been scary. They could have taken a quarterback, but this is a great pick for me because I don't believe in Daniel Jones. And I don't think they got any better now because he can't throw. He can't play.
Well, now
he's
KP.
Let's move on down to the story of the night. At number 8, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr. And my pluckers, and I'm sure every other pluckers that we covered, along with the entire sports world, exploded.
A what? A whoa? Are you kidding me?
We covered this. We brought this up. Adam Schefter, credit. Adam Schefter brought that up in his notes a couple of days ago because Michael Lombardi is like, oh, the Atlanta Falcons, because he's destroying them because they killed his boy Belichick and ignored him. And he's like, why would you ever question the great Atlanta Falcons and everything they do? Well, they're being questioned right now. Is there any way to spin it and justify this?
Yeah, that they took a look at Kirk's ankle and they're like, this ain't it.
Oh.
How does he pass the physical to sign him?
Great question. I don't know.
Do you really trust physicals like that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's it. That's the only thing I can think of.
I thought it did.
The only thing I can think of is this the Green Bay Packer approach?
Yeah, but like the whole point
that we always applauded the Packers for.
But you've had that guy in your building for 15 years. You just paid a guy. It was a month ago. You paid this dude.
It was a month ago you paid him, and Michael Penix then won't start until he's 28 years old.
Bam.
That's a problem. Like that's a big issue. That means you're going to get the whole point of a rookie quarterback is the contract. It's not the play, it's the contract, and they just lost it. This is an organization that first of all, they're 5 games over 500 over the last 20 years. That's with, whether you like Matt Ryan or not, borderline Hall of Fame quarterback play for half that time.
Yes.
All right, and in the last 4 drafts,
Tony Gonzalez.
In the last 4 drafts, they've spent top 10 picks on a running back, tight end, and a quarterback they don't need. That is a poverty franchise.
Did you?
And they deserve it.
I don't know because I know you're at Pluckers and everything else. Did you see the statement from Kirk's agent?
Yeah.
Which was, it's Mike McCartney, not Mike McCarthy. It's Mike McCartney, the agent.
Paul's brother.
Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation. He added, there are 250,000 fans in Detroit tonight. I got 250,000 texts tonight. So they're unhappy. I don't understand what you're doing. Why did you pay him? This just doesn't make sense to me.
No.
I'm not saying you shouldn't pay Kirk Cousins, and I'm not saying you shouldn't draft Michael Penix 8th overall, but I am saying I don't know why you would pay Kirk Cousins and draft Michael Penix 8th overall. A guy with massive injury concerns who needs to kind of play right now.
Yeah, he's old. He's too old.
He's 33 years old. He needs to play right now.
And that's the thing. Like, Atlanta was in a position when they went into the offseason. They knew that Michael Penix was going to be there at 8. They right?
Yeah.
They absolutely knew.
Yeah.
Or they knew that one of the quarterbacks was going to be there. They didn't need to sign Kirk Cousins if they really wanted to hone in on Michael Penix.
Yeah.
They could have just avoided this all the entire time.
And I could maybe justify this for them if they got Penix at the end of last night or early today and was like, we'll keep him, we'll hold him
at 8,
and we'll give him up for a mid-round first. Yeah. But they did it at 8.
At 8, he's got to play.
Like, you're never going to trade him. You're never going to deal him for something better than 8.
No, he's got to play.
Like, by all accounts, this is an all-time stupid move. By all accounts. This makes zero sense.
It's not like Cousins is going to have trade value in a year. We're going to be like, oh, we'll just move Kirk. And,
the only way they can salvage this is if Cousins gets hurt. That's it. Kirk is gone for the year like last year, and Penix goes in there. That's the only way. It's like they almost have to root for Cousins to get hurt in order to salvage this and not look stupid.
I have no idea what I don't understand the thought process. And I know a couple people in Atlanta.
Well,
like I had texted last night, a few of them just like,
lemon pepper wings, lemon pepper Lou?
No. I was like, how how's everything over there tonight? And somebody texted me back and they're like, need a stiff drink. And it was not like off, but I'll tell you what, I said it last night right after the pick. I said, this is the most shocked I've been by a pick since Jalen Smith got taken at 34.
You were shocked by that?
Jalen Smith with a blown out knee when everybody's talking about he would go completely undrafted. Yeah, that was stunning to me.
All right, what did the Eagles do? And if you heard 5:30, you may want to hear 6:40 on what Micah Parsons thought about the Cowboys' newest player. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you hooked up.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, especially if you stuck with us throughout this entire week with the late night Mavs and Stars drops, beginnings, whatever you want to call it. And, of course, last night, round 1 of the NFL draft on this radio station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with the recaps.
Do you regret at all going home instead of sleeping here?
No.
Because you would have probably gotten, what, an extra hour of sleep?
Yeah, but Peyton slept here.
Would have been buddies. And you know who else slept here?
Who?
The great 8-time Hall of Famer, CA.
He did?
Yeah, apparently he's doing radio interviews this morning for the Mavs or something. He was like, why would I, go home when I can just stay here and do them?
Chris Arnold slept here?
Yeah, he was right there.
That guilt, that shames me a little bit.
He was until 1, though. He was until 1.
That man is a Hall of Famer.
But
and he said 3-time now. He's the 3-time Hall of Famer. Yeah.
No, because I had my wife there the entire time. I was able to not just get dropped off, but I was like, all right, because thank you, Armando. He was my saving grace. He came to chill with Amanda, so they were old high school buddies. So that kept her there longer, because otherwise she does not care. She does not want to understand. She has no interest in the draft. And thank you to the in-laws as well. And I walked into my living room, and there was Bobby Belt and company on my television screen as they were watching the YouTube.
They could hear me?
They could hear you?
They could hear me on the broadcast?
Yeah, I mean, I barely could.
Oh.
Driving home, I'm sitting there listening to him like, what's wrong with Bobby's microphone? Y'all are in this little Get ready. I'll get myself banned off the draft show for all time after saying this.
There we go.
Y'all in this little tight room. I was like, was it all that squenched up when I was doing that forever? But I was like, oh, y'all are piled on top of each other. Your audio sounds off. I don't know what was going on. The microphones, the where's TMP?
I'll tell you what was off. I'll tell you what was off.
R.I.P. TMP.
R.I.P. TMP.
I've never heard this man with more stress in his voice than giving cues last night.
Pepe?
Yeah. 10 seconds. Guys, we're coming back.
Well, the first hour, apparently,
ID.
Zach couldn't hear me. I was telling him to go to break, and just everyone's talking.
Yeah,
everyone's talking over
You
each
got
other.
to text Zach if you want to get a hold of him.
No, it's Instagram DMs. Come on.
That's right, DM.
No.
Yeah, DM Zach.
So you're saying it was much more chaotic without me there, Peyton?
Yeah, I wanted Sean back.
You know, we go to the stream side. Like when we go to commercial on the station, we go to the stream side and we keep talking, right? So we go to the stream side for the very first break, and it's like, right off the car, not the kid. Like still blaring in my headphones. It's like I'm texting Peyton, like, Peyton, I still hear like all the commercials.
Yeah.
And then Peyton's just like talking down. I go like, can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? It's like I can't answer you.
and I really do like the audio peeps behind the scenes. DallasCowboys.com. I don't know who's
Chris Beam
responsible.
is a badass. I love Chris
But
Beam.
I don't know. I didn't love it last night. In what I heard, and some of the replays this morning.
Was it some of the takes or?
No, I didn't listen long enough. I walked in the living room. I saw Bobby. I said, I see enough of him. In-laws, shut that S down. Get it off. It's time to go to bed.
Keep your voice down.
Keep your voice down. All right, let's get to the secret audio that took place. This is how the Cowboys informed Tyler Guyton that he was their guy.
Hey, Tyler.
10.
Hey, what's up?
Tyler, this is Jerry Jones.
Nice to meet you, Jerry. What's up?
Hey, man. Listen, I just wanted to be maybe the first to tell you you are no longer a Sooner. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, my God.
Still a Sooner.
And we're proud to have you.
Thank you, Coach. Oh, my God.
Well, we sure are proud. And my coach is sitting right here. Our coach is sitting right here. But we really are consensusly. And your position coach is sitting there. He's a great guy. You met him. We're glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tom, here you go.
Hey, Tyler, Mike McCarthy. Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Hey, where are you right now? You home with the?
In Austin, Texas.
Oh, you're back in Austin. Well, I know you and your dad are fired up. You just bring that big smile, that personality here, man. All right.
Oh my God, let's go.
All right, hey, I'm going to pass along. You got a bunch of people who want to give you some love. Congrats. So excited to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, my man. Here, hold on again. Tyler. Mike Solari. Hey, congratulations, man. Excited to work with you. We are excited to have you being a Cowboy, and I know your dad's fired up. So I'm going to call you a little bit later, and it's a bit more quieter. But again, congratulations.
Yes, sir. What's up?
You celebrate, and you have a great celebration, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Who made a bigger impression on the Cowboys coaching staff, do you think? Tyler Guyton or his dad? Since every one of them was like, we know your dad, that giant Cowboys fan. I know he's pumped. Everything else, the every single one of them clearly got the impression of dad is going to be the one who's really excited about you landing here.
Let's get to the reaction of Micah Parsons, who was doing some things for Bleacher Report. Him and C.J. Stroud were going viral early yesterday with like the perfect offense versus the perfect defense.
Yeah, you're looking at one. You've never seen a killer. You're looking at one.
Micah said you ain't never seen a killer, and CJ's like, you're looking at one. I really like C.J.
C.J. Stroud is so... I'm so glad people are missing on him.
Man.
Because that dude... Nobody took more pre-draft slander in the history of this thing than C.J. Stroud. I'm thrilled that he's doing
an Ohio
this.
State quarterback.
It wasn't even that. It was like, oh, he's dumb. He can't process. Look, we've got all this. This is a bulletproof test, and he failed it, so you can't take him.
Was that the Wonderlic? Is that
no? It's the
other one.
It's this one about like processing, like mental processing, and how quickly you see shapes or something.
I've seen some data that like that quarterbacks who do well in the Wonderlic generally succeed, or I'm sorry, ones that don't do well generally don't succeed. But I've not seen a study on the other test, but boy, how about Adam Lefkoe's everywhere now.
I know.
He parlayed one WWE news call in Louisville into this. Meanwhile, I got fired from the Legends for doing the same thing.
What, Bobby?
Just speaking of WWE, did you see the stupid Tony Khan thing last night?
No.
Oh yeah,
he got dropped through a table on WWE. He is in the war room last night wearing a neck brace.
Wearing a neck brace, like he's the attorney, Bill Murray's attorney character in Wild Things, ripping that thing off at the courtroom.
Bassick is on the mic last night going, I know Jacksonville. I talked to Tony Khan. I talked to Tony Khan the other day. So who wants to make the Jaguars pick? Here's Micah Parsons reacting to the Cowboys picking Tyler Guyton.
I'm not mad at the pick. I think Guyton was like my fourth guy, as I said earlier in the show. I think this is a productive pick. Obviously, losing on Tyron Smith. We need more depth out there on that left tackle. So I think it's very interesting. We still got a lot of room. I think he has some great guys to look after. He got Tyler Smith, who could teach Zach Martin. We still got some veteran leadership. Terrence Steele bouncing back. So I like the pick. It's not a bad pick. We picked up depth. We needed O-line help, and we went and got him in the first round. And I'm never going to question Will McClay and what he's done. I mean, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Tyler Smith. I mean, he really hasn't missed in this department. So I agree with the pick, and I like it.
None of that sounds bad, guys.
No, that sounds great. It sounds great. Sounds like it was like, I don't know, 5 minutes after the initial reaction.
I think you should see when he hears the news. I think it's just important to see his face. Look,
I just retweeted it.
He's a defensive guy. He wants defensive players. But again, if he
was excited about Mozzie
I was about to say, if he doesn't love the pick, he was, no more quarterback sneaks, AJ, and like was freaking out, and then it didn't work out. So, I mean, ultimately, it's whatever. But I mean, here's what I'll say. He clearly just probably wanted somebody on his side of the ball. He wanted a defensive player. That's the type of guy that these guys are competitors. They want guys on their side of the ball.
Chop, you sounded like you wanted to talk about this when we started the show.
I mean, maybe Mike is just a jerk. Maybe Mike is just a bad teammate.
You didn't like his initial...
How much you paid for that?
You didn't like his initial body language.
The initial body language looked like he hated it.
It did.
Like, that's your teammate, man.
That was a really bad look.
That's your teammate. And that's why Mike is a bad teammate. And that's why, I mean, everybody who's got an opinion, came at you, it came at the fan, it came at all of us a couple of weeks ago when you said that stuff about Micah, that maybe, they're tired of Micah over there. Because that video is what they're tired of.
Ryan, see if you can there's two different clips. There's Micah and what we played, because there's nothing wrong with what he played, but you got to see the initial reaction.
Body language does matter. Now, look, I don't think it's, I hate Tyler Guyton. I hate that. It's not like that. It's like, when you don't
give him props. Let me try to defend Micah for a second, play devil's advocate. Should we give him props for like giving us this real reaction, or he just shouldn't be doing this,
or maybe don't do it
I mean, I don't care if
in
his
does.
position.
I don't care if he goes on those things. I mean, he's got to, because his podcast is on Bleacher Report, right?
He's got to deal with it.
So he's got to deal with it. I have no problem with that, man. Make your money. Do what you got to do. But you got to know that you're...
Like, his eyes are rolling out of his head when they did it, and he's side-eyeing like, I can't believe we just did this.
It's a terrible look. It's a terrible look. That's your teammate. I mean, whether you want him to be your teammate or not, nobody asked, and nobody with the Cowboys asked your opinion on whether or not you want them to take Tyler Guyton or Kool-Aid McKinstry. Nobody asked your opinion on that.
Here it is on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
And so here comes the pick, and then his arms go up in the air, and he just looks. Look at that. He looks distraught. He looks as distraught the Cowboys took Tyler Guyton as he did.
As the Falcons took Penix.
He looked as disgusted as when the Eagles took Mitchell, because he's like, oh, man, that's a good player. Like, he looks disgusted here. And that's a terrible, terrible look. And for everybody who went at Sean, like, maybe this is your cue to stay in your lane, to quote the world philosopher LeVar Ball. Just stay in your lane and let us do what we do.
Here's the thing. There's times you don't get the you don't get the present you want on your birthday. But when your kid doesn't get the present they want, you're like, be thankful.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, act like you like the gift. Don't be ungrateful. This is a bad look. Like,
Look at him.
That is one of the reasons.
He's laying back over the chair like, why?
So
I get it. He's like a lot of fans, right? Fans don't like offensive linemen to get picked because you can't draft them in your fantasy league. I understand that. It's boring. Any team that takes an offensive lineman generally, A, doesn't live to regret it, and B, has fans that are like, this is boring. I get it. I'm the same way.
Look, if they would have taken who Micah wanted to take last night, there's probably people on the offensive side of the ball at home, Cowboys players going, we needed offensive line.
Who did he like? Do we know?
I know he had talked about who he wanted. I didn't see who he had said leading up to it, but it's one of those where they're going to want that. It's just don't show it. Just keep that inside. Don't cry out loud, as a famous philosopher once said.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Do we have a problem with a Dallas Stars fan banging on the glass? And do we have a big man problem for the Dallas Mavericks tonight? All that plus our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week for you. Turning it on, leaving it on next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And the inbound goes to Austin Reeves across the timeline, and there's the horn in Los Angeles. Denver wins game number 3, a decisive 3-0 lead. The final tonight, 112 to 105.
Another double-digit blown lead for the LA Lakers, and they have now lost 11 straight to Denver, and they're about to get swept for the second straight year. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a football Friday, but we got to touch on everything else that happened in the world of sports last night and hook you up with our final Texas Ranger 4-pack during the commercial-free expressway that starts at 7:20. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell.
How much time has to be left on the clock for you to feel comfortable being up 10 against the Nuggets?
How much time has to be left on the clock? Oh, I think a minute. I know. I think a minute.
That's it?
Yeah.
You can't go to 2?
You
can't go to 3?
Honestly, I want to say, I'll say like 90 seconds. If there's 90 seconds, if there's 2 minutes left, that's too much time for, somebody to come down the court, knock down a 3, get a stop, and then knock down another 3, and all of a sudden it's 4 with a minute left. So, and they have the capacity to do it. But, man, this is just a double-digit lead. I know we read that article earlier in the year where NBA players were talking about 12 or 20 is the new 12 in terms of how big a lead is in the NBA. But, man, it's like 20 is the new 5 with Denver. That team is just, there is no break in them. There is no, they do not blink when they get down big. They're just steady. It's like, yeah, it's going to come around. This will all work itself out. We're going to get back in this game and ultimately win it. And they do time after time after time.
Philadelphia stayed around the series, and Embiid dropped 50 while talking about the left side of his face freezing up from
Bell's palsy.
Bell's palsy.
Yeah, which is, the other night when he had his head down. Did you see that clip of him with his head down?
Yes, in the locker room?
That must, at the time I was like, he's just that devastated. It makes me wonder if it's just, that's why he had his head down.
Because Charles was like, pick your head up, man. You're the leader. Be like, we're fine. They did what they're supposed to do. And there's been
great, Charles. Great job. You hold your head up and you find out this. What a jerk. You are not a role model. I agree.
There's on the Franklin injury attorney's fan text, people were saying about that what they had a buddy had Bell's palsy. He had to glue his eyes shut at night.
What?
To sleep.
Oh, my God.
Now, that was what the fan text said. Could be complete BS, but...
But, of course, we are aiming at tonight, 7 o'clock, Game 3 at the AAC. Clips at Mavericks. The Mavs are favored by 4.5. Bob, what's going on with Gafford?
Ooh, it's looking a little bit iffy if Daniel Gafford is going to be able to play in this game. He missed practice on Thursday. Status is up in the air. Here's the thing is that, to me, so far in this series, he's gotten hurt in both games. But when you've watched it, and he owned up to this a little bit, it has felt like, okay, maybe the moment has been a little big for him. Like you're talking about a guy who doesn't have a bunch of playoff experience, is still a relatively young player, and is maybe kind of getting his first taste of it. So he's not been the same player these first couple games of the series. The silver lining, ultimately, I think clearly they're a better team with Gafford in the lineup. You wouldn't want to have him off the court, but to me, the silver lining here is the fact that Derek Lively has really stepped up. The moment has not seemed too big for Derek Lively, and that's, coming off of an injury and coming off of the news of his mother dying. And he has just been, Jason Kidd, it feels like, is always very hesitant to give rookies heavy rotational minutes, and that's been the case at times with Derek Lively this year. I think that if there's a silver line, it's that you've seen Lively step up, and Kidd is going to have to lean on him. And I trust that he's going to step up and be a factor at this point. Because right now, at least in this series, from what we've seen through 2 games, I have more trust in Derek Lively playing a good game right now than I do Daniel Gafford, even if they're both healthy.
I do too. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Last night, nothing that interesting in the NHL. Florida and Carolina are about to sweep. But, Choppy, you were following something interesting with the Dallas Stars fan as we get set for Game 3 tomorrow night in Vegas.
Yeah, I saw this was sent to me by my boy Cody, and he said, he goes, I missed
Cody
this.
sent you this and the boxers?
And the different Cody.
Oh.
And actually, I was also sent initially, and I hadn't seen it yet, our guy Nick, who's a Vegas fan, who we went out. He got us the seats that Bobby sat in for 11 minutes.
Yeah. Boy, I didn't feel worthy.
So he's a Vegas fan. He lives out in Vegas, and he said I hadn't seen this one, but this was Paul Bissonnette on the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. Now, a little backstory here. The Stars have a fan. It's called Glass Bang Guy. All right.
Who nicknamed him? Same people that did Evan Carter? Glass Bang Guy.
Yeah.
We can't come up with anything else?
That's the era we live in. We look at the action and we go, that's your nickname. We're just going to call you that.
So his real name is Nick Maroc, and he follows all of us on social media. Everything I've heard is he's a great dude. He knows everybody that sits around him, but he sits right there on the glass, and he's got a sign. So they basically don't want him to bang on the glass anymore. So now he just brings this sign, and he holds the sign up and says bang. And initially he had a sign that said LTIR, long-term IR, which is kind of a shot at Vegas for what they're kind of skirting the salary cap with. But from what I've heard, they made him take that down. Whatever. So the Spittin' Chicklets pod, Paul Bissonnette, Biz Nasty is his nickname.
That's a nickname.
That's a nickname. And, that's kind of what he was when he was in the league. He went after Glass Bang Guy on the podcast.
A lot of pressure on our boy, the Glass Banger, going into game 2 at home. This is bringing so much bad juju to the lower bowl there. Yeah. That could be part of the reason why Ottinger's off. He is making a fuss about the fact that he can't hold up his LTIR sign. So that's the bang sign he holds. And then he bangs the glass and he's annoying all game long. So he thinks he's helping the team by making it all about himself. And everyone who has season tickets hates this guy's guts. He's threatening them online, saying that he'll beat him up on the concourse because they don't like the fact that he's taking away from the play. This is 10 times worse, in my opinion, than the grown-up guy who brings a ball glove to the park. Glassbanger is 10 times worse than this guy. If they go down 0-2, I think that Jim Nill and coaching staff and the organization needs to release a statement and ban this guy from banging on the glass.
Dallas could be in the Cup Finals, Game 7 in Dallas, and all 6 games could have been 4-3 in overtime, the greatest series of all time. And someone is like, hey, I got tickets to Game 7. Want to go? Yeah, I'm in. Well, my seats are right next to Glassbanger. I'd say, sorry, bud.
I'm going to Buffalo Wild Wings for this one.
These poor people in this section spending big time money on tickets have to deal with this clown. It's just nightmare fuel.
They would add him. They would add him on this podcast.
So who? It's the Stars who have stepped in and tried to stop him, or who is it? Is it?
It's fuzzy.
Is it the arena?
There's not a lot of info
Mark
out
Pope?
there. It's not Mark. The Kentucky coach who made the Longhorn fan or the BYU students take down the horns down shirts.
Hey, we take the high road over here.
It's a he said she said. Like some people are saying the Stars were making them take down the sign. Others are saying no. But like there are people that I know who have season tickets that say we love this guy. The guy's great. Like he knows everybody in his section. And obviously Spittin' Chicklets is saying something different. But that's the Stars Glass Bang dude.
Game 3 tomorrow night in Vegas. Let's talk about some of the other draft picks before we have our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. To say thank you for you turning it on, leaving it on, watching on Twitch, YouTube, and the fan cam. How about Sean Payton? Was this a stunner? This thing went viral. Bo Nix at 12 to the Denver Broncos, and I turned to Bassick and I said, maybe I was wrong about wanting Sean Payton here. I don't know. Bob?
You know what was funny to me is that
Zach Wilson and Bo Nix in Denver.
Man, this is why they say in small businesses, like in small circles, don't burn bridges. Because the New York Jets, you think when Sean Payton called and was like, no, give us the pick, not Minnesota, do you think they're like, okay, hold on, Sean, we're going to hand the phone to Nathaniel Hackett and let him decide if we should give the pick to you or if we should give it to Minnesota? I mean, it's just... Ultimately, they lose out on J.J. McCarthy. We know that's who they were. To me, there is a severe drop to Bo Nix. Bo Nix is... Nick Harris from DallasCowboys.com said it last night, I think, that has got to be the most underwhelming quarterback room in the NFL right now. Like, Bo Nix is the most of the quarterbacks in the draft. Then you've got DiNucci and Zach Wilson and Jarrett Stidham. Shout out to Meat Church. No disrespect, Matt Pittman. But you've got just a group of guys. The stat the other day was Zach Wilson has the most wins in Denver Stadium of any of the quarterbacks on the roster.
Yes.
That's
That was
awful.
insane.
But Bo Nix is just, I don't, to me, it's like, when you get wiped like that, don't just say, that's drafting to need. Well, I'll take Bo Nix at 12. No, move back or just drop it at that point.
And Choppy, this made it like all offense and all quarterbacks setting draft history.
Oh, I had a sports renob when this pick was made. Big time. Big time. I loved it. I love the pick. I don't like the player. I think I don't think Bo Nix is any good. But when you don't have a quarterback, your only job is to find one, and by any means necessary. So I am all down with the process of taking this pick. I get it. I don't like Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix is, I mean, he's easily to me the sixth quarterback of the six. Like, it's easy, and I think it's a gap. But I mean, what do you like? You don't have a quarterback. You have to do it. You have to just take a shot at the upside and have faith that your system. I think,
man, but is there upside there? And we're talking about a draft that through 11 picks, you could have had quarterback 6 or whatever, or you could have literally any defensive player in this draft you wanted.
Right, but that, like, again, like, you need to find a quarterback, and there's a greater chance if the quarterback hits that you hit, and as opposed to the defensive player. So, I mean, that's just a philosophical thing. I get it. I understand.
I think there's a much better shot that Zach Wilson figures it out than Bo Nix hits.
Wow.
And I don't think Zach Wilson's going to figure it out, but I think there's a better chance of that.
I'll tell you this. The person down bad most from last night in the draft is this man right here.
Me?
That is the one place you did not want J.J. McCarthy going. If you want to win that bet.
To succeed with like current weapons.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy.
Good coach.
Vikings trade up to 10. It did worry me a little bit that my guy, the head coach there, what's his name?
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell. KOC, we call him.
I think this solidified. He's going to have the best career of anybody in this draft. That solidified it last night, that pick.
I think
they're going to make it so user-friendly for him next year.
There are problems with J.J. McCarthy's game, but there are so many things. Like, if you tell me out of the top 6, and I know, Chop, you don't love these sorts of talking points, but to me, the intangibles and the moxie and the toughness and stuff like that, that's more important at the quarterback position than it is any other position on the field. And out of the top 6 quarterbacks, who is the most field general-like? It's J.J. McCarthy. Who's the toughest? It's J.J. McCarthy. Who has like no fear of the middle of the field while also not being reckless like Drake May? It's J.J. McCarthy. Like, to me, there are a lot of things to really like about him. There are limitations physically, but if you can put him in the right system and everything else, he'll succeed. He'll be better than Jaden Daniels.
Ooh, okay. I love the hot takes everywhere. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back here on DFW Sports Station. Was there something else that really jumped out to you, Choppy? For better or worse from round 1 before we get back to the Cowboys?
With the Jets, with the draft, the Jets I thought made a rare smart deal. They traded down. That was Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They
pick up a 4 and a 5. They moved down 1 slot, and they knew that Minnesota was trading up for a quarterback, so they're still going to be able to get their guy. That was a smart pick, and I'll tell you, I think Buffalo really screwed up. You're going to make a trade with the one team you're chasing that you can't get over, knowing that they're going to take a Tyreek Hill starter kit. All right. Okay. Go ahead, man. Like, that, I didn't get that at all.
That was, to me, like, once we got down near the back end of the draft, that was the easiest pick to project. Was like, yeah, Chiefs are going to go get Worthy at this point. Like, that just makes too much sense. But I was like,
with Buffalo,
I don't love it. Like, one of the theories we wondered about is Buffalo, like, moving back. Like, they jumped back a pick, let go of the 5th-year option, everything else. They're jumped back, and, like, it's like, okay, what was the point of doing that? We were talking about on the show last night is, like, are they potentially stockpiling capital because they're about to make a move with San Francisco? Do they want to go get Ayuk or Samuel to replace what they lost with Stephon Diggs?
What did the Cowboys like about their newest player, Mike McCarthy, and Jerry Jones explain? Plus, our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week for you being a Tolo. Next on your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs.
But let's get your carpet clean the clean way, the green.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
on the fan text over the Cowboys' newest player and the pick and the plan with Tyler Guyton.
Oh, there's a lot of people mad over that they didn't take Graham Barton. But it's funny. It's pretty.
But that's really because of you all, and it's a credit too. It's not a blame. No one gives a freaking crap about centers ever. Period. The Travis Frederick thing, everyone freaked out, but because of y'all's homework and your love for the player, that's good. That you had Tolos obsessed with it, but everyone always loves. That's why I didn't understand any negativity last night, because everyone loves a trade down.
Yeah,
everyone loves a trade down. They did it. And there's still people like on my social media like bust, awful, terrible.
They don't
miserable.
like the Guyton pick, and I understand if you don't like the player. That's fine. First of all, you're not qualified to not like the player.
Oh my,
none of us are. We don't know. None of us know. None of us are qualified to not like the player.
I mean, they've shown a track record of picking offensive linemen pretty well.
No. I'm not talking about them.
Yeah, he's talking about.
I'm talking about us. Nobody listening. Nobody talking right now. We're not qualified to not like the player.
And by the way, their hit rate is going to be 50-50 too.
Right.
So they
not on offensive line though.
No,
on
it's
offensive line, it's been about 80%.
Yeah. So like you don't like the player, fine. Don't like the player. Nobody can argue with the plan. You can't argue with walking into a draft and having 3 top 100 picks and still getting the position and tier of player you were looking for, and now walking away with 4 top 100 picks.
I swear. It's funny.
Unless Barton is Dermontti Dawson.
We made it Dermontti Dawson. Yeah. Ray Donaldson, maybe. We had the last night. I swear. I think we went to the stream. Zach forgot. Like, we still are on the stream. We're not just
like you did with your hot mic moment.
That was not a hot mic thing, and I did not forget the show was over. And so, but I was exactly what I said at 6 a.m. this morning. But we were. I swear Zach forgot for a sec because he came like it was right after the Graham Barton pick, and like he goes just like sits back and goes like, "The hell are we doing, man?" And like he says he knew, he was just like kind of I'm just like kind of depleted her, but like he did seem like he forgot for a second, like, "Hey Zach."
Well, he should say that on air.
No, I know it was more just the like he was like, "I quit." It was like ready to walk out or whatever. He was worked up, but ultimately I think he came around to the idea because to me. I look at it as you can like Graham Barton, but again, if you trust the way the Cowboys have evaluated offensive line, if they were comfortable enough to say the extra pick and Guyton is better to us than potentially losing Graham Barton, then to me, it's like, then I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
That means they had them graded close enough that they weren't worried about it.
It's like a lot of people didn't like the Tyler Smith pick. That's turned out okay. I distinctly remember nobody liking the Travis Frederick pick.
Yep.
Not a single person.
Yep.
Nobody liked it. He came on with us that day and said, "Oh, I thought it was going in the 3rd round." It's like, "Oh, wow, we took him at 30. Cool."
Yeah.
We like Tyron. We like Zach Martin. But I do believe
Mozzie we love because they finally got a 3 technique.
It's, like they're Graham Barton.
Was he a 3 or a 1?
He ended up being a 3 because of his size.
Yeah.
He was a 1, but I mean he
lost all the weight and his locker.
Everybody's saying, why didn't you just take Graham Barton? Yada yada yada. It's the same philosophy. Looking at Detroit in the playoffs, why didn't you just take the points? Because the points aren't guaranteed, and Graham Barton's not guaranteed to be a good player. It's a 50-50, and so is this guy. So if you're going to tell me that I have a coin flip. I have a coin flip with 3 top 100 picks, or I have a coin flip with 4. I'll take the coin flip with 4.
Mike McCarthy, how is the run game going to improve with the big fella?
Well, Michael, we like to get him through rookie orientation first before we put the pressure on him. But about our run game, no, he'll do great in the run game because I think just like anything, our schemes fit our players, and I think that's why it's important. The staff takes January, February, and March. We've gone through this now, and now we're concept teaching with the players that are here, but. I've done it every year. There's players that you're going to acquire in the draft that you got to make sure that there's a place for them, and if you need to tweak anything, you do. So we got a number of picks left, and whatever we got to tweak and adjust, we will. But I think he'll be able to do everything we ask of him here.
Did Gelkin just ask him how does he affect the run game?
Answer the damn question, Mike. God.
Like, y'all can ask the stupid question. If that was the question, like, how does he affect the run game? Well, we got to get him to orientation. He's got to see the weight room first.
Like, I mean,
before I can answer that.
It's like whenever you guys had asked. It's like when you ask about, like, hey, is Terrence Steele going to be ready to go? I remember 21, sometime in 2021. Hey, is Terrence Steele going to be ready to go? He goes, Paul, I don't think I'm just going to reveal the whole game plan to you here on the radio on a Friday. And it's just like, can you answer the question? You are supposed to talk about fit. You are supposed to be here to, like, explain why you like the player. If you need to get through orientation before you figure out what this player can do for you, you picked the wrong player, Mike.
Let's see if Jerry's willing to say a little bit more.
Position flex is a great trait. Position flex, many positions. But a left tackle needs to really be able to get man in terms of sliding his feet and have that length on those arms to do the protection. Most offensive linemen relish getting to run block. That's when you get to give it out. It is the skill of keeping them off that quarterback. And this guy has those long arms and that basketball type fluidness and those being able to shuffle that feet out here. It's a sexy pick.
It's a sexy pick. Okay, so now we think Tyler Smith is going to definitely be left guard, but we don't know if. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
I'm saying I don't know. Like
Archer said that.
I know, and that's the assumption right now. But I'm just saying that there was a lot of assumptions about Tyler Smith was supposed to start when he got here, and then we showed up to training camp. We were like, why is Connor McGovern getting all the snaps? Why will they not just let Tyler Smith start? And he only started. You talked to people back then. Joe Philbin had said, I'm not going to trust a rookie. He had to because Tyron Smith got hurt. He had no choice. But I understand it's the expectation. I would not be surprised if they determine, hey, Tyler's still a little raw, Tyler Guyton, and we're working on some things. We're trying to get him ready. If they start the year, I would not be surprised if the year starts with Tyler Smith at left tackle, TJ Bass at left guard, Brock Hoffman at center. Because I think that Mike Solari believes all three of those guys can start there.
What did we think about what the great Howie Roseman did last night at 22, getting the corner out of Toledo? Man, these DNs and corners, what happened to that? What happened to a premium position and love for those spots?
Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask about thinking like Quinion Mitchell is like awesome.
Oh, he doesn't like Maction. You don't like Maction.
No, he's fine. But to me, like, the instincts to me are not great with Quinion Mitchell. Like, I feel like that's going to get exposed when you do step up from the Maction, when you get up to another level. There are times where he doesn't totally trust himself. It feels like he's just a little hesitant. Feels like he's got to play off all the time. He can't get up and press man because it's all happening too fast for him. So like it's like he's got to play off and be able to see it and process it. I just don't know that I love his processing, his ability to read, react, and do those sorts of things. He's a talented player. There's a lot of things to like about him. He's really good in zone. I think he's good at recognizing, how to play the quarterback and things like that. It's just, it doesn't happen quickly. One of the things we always talk about with Diggs, some say gambling, but like Diggs is anticipating something and goes and shoots and reacts to it. Quinion Mitchell to me is just, he's got to see it for a second, feel comfortable with it, and then react. And that is just a dangerous thing to have at corner. So this did not break my heart at all. The pick yesterday from the NFC East that most concerned me was Malik Neighbors going to the Giants, more than Jaden Daniels to the Commanders or Quinion Mitchell to the Eagles.
What else did you love or hate overall from yesterday? Amarius Mims, someone we talked about here, went 18 to the Bengals. We had Jordan Morgan. We were talking about him in a commercial break, 25 to the Green Bay Packers, as I had a Green Bay Tolo at our Dallas Pluckers last night. And then why the San Francisco 49ers trending?
Yeah, well, the San Francisco 49ers are trending because they want to purge their receivers, which, by the way, I mean, we got, we're 2 hours into the show. We haven't even mentioned the leaf that fell yesterday before the draft.
Yeah.
And that's especially relevant. A.J. Brown getting a new deal, $32 million a year. It's especially relevant because A.J. Brown's agent, Tory Dandy. CeeDee Lamb's agent, Tory Dandy. So Tory Dandy's going to walk into these negotiations with the Cowboys and say, I know exactly how the Eagles were just talking about A.J. Brown, and I've got all the structure. I just negotiated this deal. Here's the framework, but you need to get CD up to a certain dollar figure here.
So do we think that that's a match? Is that an AJ match?
I think so.
We know CD's over Amon-Ra. Is this a definite over AJ, and by how much? And does this benefit Jerry's Leaf at all with the Eagle deal?
Well, we thought Jefferson, you said Jefferson was going to get 37?
Yeah, ultimately I think he could get 36, 37.
I think 32 is where it comes in. I think this is a good framework.
But do we also need to figure out who to blame? It's a guess. Are we blaming Lamb for the holdup or the Cowboys for the holdup? Is Lamb waiting for Jefferson to get 37? Because if that's the case, then we don't need to be killing the Cowboys.
I think Jefferson is waiting more than anybody else. I think Jefferson goes, show me the floor because I need to be above everybody.
Right, and that's the thing. In baseball, it's like they wait for the top guy, and in football, they're kind of waiting to leapfrog everybody else. So it's a little bit different of a structure. I think the fact that it's the same agent, maybe both parties were just kind of waiting. Like the Eagles did the same thing. They did the same thing with AJ. They didn't sign him when they could have signed him.
Like if AJ gets 32, Lamb should get what?
I would say about 32. I mean, they're the same. They're a very similar player.
I'd probably say
maybe CD a little bit more.
Really different.
Yeah.
You got to remember too. Like he was in what year? He's played 2 years on a 4-year deal. So this is a 3-year extension. This turns into a 5-year contract that AJ Brown's on. Like it's a different structure than you're talking about with CD, who is still on his rookie deal and entering a 5th-year option. It's like you're basically looking at giving all new money at this point.
Yeah.
You're not even getting the benefit of the extension. See, that's what teams do. They go, we have 2 years left on the contract. Let's get some extension years done and spread out the cap hit and massage it a little bit. The Cowboys wait until it gets to the very end, and it has screwed them routinely.
What's going on with the Carolina Panthers with these Dave Canales stories?
Oh, with sharp teeth and claws.
Is he taking down all the pictures, all the history in Carolina?
No.
Like McDonald?
Deontay Johnson.
No, he's putting up all his favorite adult film photos.
Yeah,
from his book.
Ooh.
He wrote about that. I'm not exposing.
Canales is he was Tampa's OC. He's the new coach of Carolina. And yeah, which one do we want first? We want the Deontay Johnson, or we want the Canales clip on?
So the lying.
The lying. Okay, so Dave Canales is just a liar. He says he admits he lied to everybody that he had in every draft prospect.
Recently, I saw the video of Leggett saying that he's met with you guys 4 or 5 times, and you guys have told him if he's there at 33, you're taking him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, it was a great conversation. I definitely said that to him and about 50 other guys, man, so we take you at 33. It's actually a lead-in question. So when we draft you at 33, what happens now? And then there's a bunch of questions that happen after that, so part of the process.
I don't have a problem with this.
I don't either. And the blogs are like, this is dishonest. Like you're starting your relationship with these players off with a lie. And
because
I'm like,
they didn't pay attention to the phrasing of it.
Because they didn't pay attention to the phrasing of it.
Because people are stupid.
People are morons.
And they can't read or listen
or
can't comprehend.
And this is like, okay, like this is there's nothing wrong with this. All he's doing, and by the way, if there is any generation of people that...
See, this is why that was so important to pull that audio, because just reading that, I thought Canales said, if you're there, we're taking you.
Yeah, not
and he was just
leading,
lying to them.
no.
Not, all right, so we hire you, and 5 years from now, what does our show look like? What's our company look like?
He also wants to know, like, when we draft you 33, what's the next step? He wants them to say, I'll be in the building tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. Right? That's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
And all this is like, and by the way, if there's any generation that is capable of handling this, it's the great Gen Z, because they are saving America, because they don't believe in company loyalty. And all Dave Canales is doing here is showing these kids, hey, this is a business. You're going to get lied to. You better learn it quick today. And Gen Z already knows that, because this is the same video I saw a couple weeks ago where the guy was asked to be at a meeting at 8 in the morning the next day, and he's like, nope, got a workout class, can't go to it.
Was it Mike Bassick?
It wasn't Mike Bassick. It was like, if you give me a week, fine, but I'm not gonna change my day for you. And that's Gen Z, and I love it.
Did Gen Z get our non-competes canceled?
Yes, 100%.
No,
Gen
they
Z's
did
doing,
not.
Gen Z's doing everything. Everything good. 4-day work week. Gen Z. Contracts canceled. Gen Z.
Gen Z doesn't have a job that would require a non-compete. Stop it. No, you know what his
They probably
answer.
got TikTok ban too.
Yeah, first off, it's like the when you are named Miss America, what will you do for the that's the type of question he's asking,
Right.
and he was very clear about that. But honestly, the answer should have been back not I'll be in there working tomorrow. He should have to be like, well, coach, I can't tell you how I'm going to impact anything until I get through orientation because we can't know how I'm going to contribute to the team until I get through orientation.
God.
And then Deontay Johnson.
The wide receiver, he went to dinner with a bunch of players, and I guess he had no idea who Dave Canales was.
Coach Dave, he was cool. To be honest, at first I didn't know he was the head coach when I went out to dinner with him. But I'm like, because he was just talking like just his energy he brings, and then after the dinner, I'm like, somebody told me he was the head coach. I'm like, oh, I was so surprised. Like, but other than that, like I love his energy. So like I said, I'm excited to play for him.
Is that that's not real?
But
right?
how do you get set up? Like you don't know who you're going to dinner with?
I don't know.
Like you're an NFL player, you're a millionaire. It's like you guys throw me together for a random dinner,
right?
He's got to be like he's not necessarily doing a bit. It's more like he's leaning into the concept of that's how relaxed this guy is. That's how like person to person like puts you on the same level. He doesn't act like a head coach who's talking down to you and has you on a pedestal. Like he acted like a normal person to the point where I didn't even realize he was the coach. Like I wonder if he's just kind of leaning into the analogy more than anything else.
All right, let's get you set up for day 2 at 8:00 this morning here on Sean and RJ. Bobby and Choppy will take you through all the different prospects and the needs. Right now, we want to thank you. I already see the phone lines lighting up. You know what's coming. Our way to thank you for being a Tolo.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Washington Nationals on May 1st. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nathan Eovaldi replica postseason jersey presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. And it's also Dollar Hot Dog Night at the ballpark. Get tickets and info now at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And didn't TC send out concert tickets? He seemed very excited about what is coming up next week. Did any of you guys seen it?
Yeah, it was it's Stone Temple Pilots, isn't it?
Stone Temple Pilots.
I guess I should have like double checked before I just said it was that, but
yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's
STP.
Yep. So that's next week.
That's next week. Right now, let's clean up the week with the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
And let's take it right to the junk drawer with unread emails. Ralph,
Man,
I love this.
How about this? I have a ton of unread emails. How many do you have?
You're a bad company email reader. Now,
Yes.
do you always check them on your phone?
I don't have the company email on my phone.
No, but like your other personal email.
So on my personal email account, I have 14,319 unread emails.
14,000?
On my work email account, I have 16,640 unread emails.
So you have 30,000.
I have 30,000 unread emails.
Okay, does this number next to my inbox, the amount of unread, I think I'm only at 21.
21?
Yeah, 21. Can you do something for me?
21 unread emails. That's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. So the problem is when I look at the Odyssey one on my phone, it just says 99 plus.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to look at it on the desktop, but I know on my personal email it is 16,650, and at one of my other gigs it is.
You guys don't just go through your email like 3 times a day?
No,
like
I mean,
just bring it up and see if there's something important.
My other job, it's 27,314.
Gosh.
Oh yeah, and on my junk email, it's 24,000.
Well, let me ask a more important question. When's the last time you got burned by not getting or reading an email?
Very simple.
I mean, you got really burned
this year. Well, I texted it was 2023. The boss, the Gavin Spittle of BetQL, emailed me asking if I wanted to go and do the BetQL thing for the next year, for this year. And I never saw we were in Oxnard, and I never saw the email, so they just started without me. And then I texted the show from the previous year. I was like, "Hey, are we doing a show this year?" I guess not. And they're like, "Yeah, we already started." And I was like, "Really?" So I wound up texting the guy, the boss, and I was like, "It was Andrew." I was like, "Andrew, man, I must have missed your email."
I'm busting my butt
sorry.
at Cowboys camp.
I was like, I'm sorry, man. You got room for me? And he's like, yeah, of course. So
you are the reason for per my last email. It's you right there because they need to make sure that you actually did see the email. I've gotten burned. I know I got burned a couple weeks ago because I didn't see something and be creative in time, and I got
doing a
talked
commercial.
About it. Yeah, I didn't get something loaded in time. So the problem is like I also have like 6 different accounts for like just different stuff. Like I've got one that's my like old email. I've got a work email. I've got another Gmail account that I use separate for like draft stuff, and there's another one that I use just for like drive space and cloud storage and things like that. So if I will have email notifications all over my phone. It'll be like from 6 different accounts and like all stacked up and they muddy, and I'm going to have to just start taking notifications off from some.
But hey, how are you with emails real quick?
Oh, as soon as I see it, unless I need it for like another week or whatever, I delete it immediately. No unread emails. But my girlfriend Mackenzie, I checked hers, 30,000.
I'm not surprised you check her emails.
Exactly. Pause.
Yeah. Why'd you check her emails?
Why did you check her emails?
Because the notification pops up on her screen. She says, "Oh, look," because it has all the numbers by it. I wasn't checking her phone.
Just her location.
But it was on her. It was on her phone.
Yeah.
So her notification pops up.
Like it has the Gmail app, and then it shows how many unread emails you have. And so I saw that number.
Okay.
You're trying to catch me, Sean. I know. I got her location.
So-
but
So,
by the way, what ended up happening with Los Hombres and the Vegas hotel rooms? Did they hear us talking about it?
Oh yeah, they were listening.
Are they ticked?
Yeah. They said, "Screw you, Sean."
That's why they don't. That's why they don't invite us to their gatherings, because we talk about what a collection of dumbasses they are.
Gathering of the.
What a great collab it would be, though. Once we all get together, I think it's got to happen now.
So, what hotel you staying in? You giving in and paying more?
It's Caesars. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they already booked it. It's over.
Booked it. Okay.
So they're saying that email anxiety. This is people who have just a lot of unread emails in their account.
Here's your stupid generation continuing to just ruin things.
Is one of the biggest things that people have problems with at work, especially young people who first come into the workforce. They get overwhelmed with like getting to work and then having all these emails. It's like that's kind of the job, right? And that's why every study you'll see will show get to work 30 minutes early and just focus on emails. Like just take care of your email inbox, and then you'll be caught up for the entire day.
Do people not do this throughout the day? Like when I leave here, I'm looking at my email still.
Oh, I look at it. Yeah, absolutely. Now, like the work email, it's something different.
Yeah, I don't check that until maybe at night, maybe the next morning.
Yeah.
But my personal email, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. My thing is, I just only look at the important. Like I don't ever click on. I'll just show you. Like I don't ever click on all these. I know they're junk mail. Yeah. So that's where all my unread stuff is.
Part of the problem with mine
and Bobby's
too
emails. I don't click on it.
Is years ago, a decade ago, I had my work email went down, and over the course of a week, like the email wasn't back up, and I had to start using that email for all the different press releases and mailing lists and things like that I had to do. And so I basically had to transfer all the automated work email I get over to there, and it's never been transferred back. So I get polluted still with like congressional press releases from like press directors or whatever in like a congressman's office. And so that tends to kind of make my eyes glaze over a little bit, and I probably miss stuff.
Choppy, how is the new generation responding to the TikTok ban?
Oh, they're not happy. They are not happy. The greatest generation in American history, Gen Z. Not the ones that fought World War II or anything. Gen Z. They are not happy with it. They are now calling themselves digital refugees, Sean. And
digital refugees.
Yes. They will snub. They have said we are not going to Instagram. So all these people make money off TikTok, and there's a lot. That's a problem. Like there's a lot of people whose entire lives are based off earning money from TikTok. They're like, we're not going to Instagram. It's too polished. We're not going to do that. We need something that's more rebellious. More rebellious like TikTok. They're not taking it well at all. They're calling this, they say posting on Instagram is, quote, a humiliation ritual.
Yeah. How do you like these people, Chop? How are you like, these are my people?
There are some things I like about them. Listen, they are going to get us a 4-day work week. Okay, that's it. That's what I like about them. They're going to get us a 4-day work week, and they are thumbing their nose at the man. That's what they're doing.
You, Mr. toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
You, Mr.
Yeah.
Like, tough it out, rub some dirt on it, like that person. You're the one who, like, you know.
Listen,
like,
they're not perfect. They're my people. They're not perfect. You know, I have to like them. My son's a Gen Zer. I have to like them.
No, you have to love them. You don't have to like them.
My youngest one's a Gen Alpha, though. And trust me, they are not Alpha.
Didn't know that was even a thing, Gen Alpha. Okay, Sean, you want the, let me pull this up here. We got the pretty privilege, which this is something that I think is, I have real questions about the veracity of the idea that pretty people are like given more trust. The idea is that attractive people are considered more trustworthy, new research finds. And to me, I've always felt like I unconsciously have a harder time trusting attractive people.
Yeah, they're not more trustworthy. They just get more chances.
Yeah, because
we all do it. One of the first things, if my daughter, again, my dad always says, 10 fingers, 10 toes. And I was like, no, attractive.
Obviously.
I need her to be attractive. My son right now, he's on a good pace. I know that he is an attractive young boy. He's a good-looking kid. I'm hoping for the same for my daughter because they will get more breaks and benefits of the doubt in life. But trusting?
See,
no.
That's the thing. They say...
I always think a pretty person, you have better options. You have options all the time.
Yeah.
So even if you agree to something with me, you could sit there, you could turn around and get a better offer.
As they talk about in this article from SciPost, which references this research, it says that in the job market, obviously, there's been research, and this makes sense, that shows attractive individuals benefit from a beauty bonus. Sometimes you'll get a higher salary. Sometimes you'll get preferential treatment, like unconsciously. Like those sort of things always exist. But what this research shows is that individuals perceived as beautiful are also more likely to benefit from people's trust. And for me...
Oh, yeah, they got a good smile. I trust them.
I always look at it as like, not even just they have options. Like if you're in a relationship with somebody or there's something else. To me, it's you have to guard against the pretty girl batting her eyelashes, flipping her hair to make you do something that you don't want to do. And so I feel like I'm naturally more skeptical of a pretty person. When they're talking to me, I'm like, no. How do I know that I'm not just falling for like these aren't the droids you're looking for? Like you're trying to Jedi mind trick me with your eyes or whatever. And so to me, I actually think I have less trust in pretty people personally.
I agree. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want a former assassin wannabe or reservation selling?
So this is history versus dinner. I always love the dinner topics, but you're a history buff. This is Reagan?
I am a history buff. Yes, this is Reagan. So John Hinckley is the guy who went to jail for shooting the former president, John Hinckley Jr. He attempted to kill President Reagan back in 1981. Well, he is out of jail, and he claims he's 68 years old now. By the way, he went to jail for like 30 years, and he comes out, and he's only in his 60s. That's how young he was.
Yeah.
He says he's, quote, a victim of cancel culture because he is now a wannabe musician and his shows keep getting canceled or postponed by the place. I guess they figure out who he actually is. So he gets hired to do these gigs.
Don't you have to change your name? Has he not changed his name?
I would think so.
And Hinckley? Like, that's such an obvious, like that's a rare last name. Come on, man.
And he keeps using the Mark McGuire, I don't want to dwell on the past, let's stay in the present.
Of course,
moniker.
yes.
So he keeps getting his concerts canceled.
That is, look, I mean, that sounds like literally cancel culture. Like he is being canceled, and I'm okay with it, honestly, to be honest. But I mean, look, I did see, because when I saw this story initially, I saw that there was a discussion. There were some people on the internet that were trying to make the argument of like, he paid his time. The guy can't make a living now.
That's true, Choppy.
You're gonna cancel him. I'm totally comfortable with that. I mean, if he's a good musician,
well, as I always
good
say,
songs, I go see him.
As I always say, I believe in second chances sometimes, but the other person can give it to you.
Yeah,
depending on what you do.
Yeah.
You know,
that's fair.
I'm not gonna give it.
I don't want to
assassination attempt. Okay, like
I don't want to prevent you from getting an opportunity, but I'm not going to give it to you.
Yeah, DUI. Okay. Marijuana possession. Okay. Little cocaine. Assassination.
Assassination attempt. We got to draw a line.
I like how you just throw that. Look, okay.
I had to draw a little bit of line. Well, we were just talking to Chicolene earlier.
Whoa!
All right, now let's make the reservations.
Okay.
Junk drawer right here, commercial free, and then we're going to get to Cowboys Day 2 picks coming up in 10 minutes.
How would you like an extra 70 or 80 grand in the bank?
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Sure.
People are making $70,000, $80,000 a year by making reservations at restaurants and then selling them. Reservations, they're doing this mainly in New York City. But people from all across the world, they're like college kids. All they do is they go online or they call up restaurants and they just make reservation after reservation after reservation and they have different email addresses, different phone numbers at hard to get places.
Oh.
And then they wind up turning around and selling them. There's a sophomore at Brown University who studies computer science and applied math, regularly uses fake phone numbers and email addresses to make reservations.
Yeah.
He calls them up and he sells them. He'll make a reservation at a place that's a very hard to get spot in New York, and he turns around and he sells it for $1,000. Just the reservation. And people are willing to pay for the reservation.
This is genius.
It's genius. Do it on a holiday. Just buy reservations on Valentine's Day.
Any Friday, Saturday. Right now, like, you're not getting a reservation at a big time place tonight here unless it's like 9:15 or 6.
Right.
What about like the exclusivity of like a place like Nobu? Well, like when you made that reservation in Nobu and you had to like call the hotline and like time it out like you were trying to win a contest and be like the 96th caller or something for concert tickets.
Nobu Malibu, not Nobu Dallas. Love you, Vicky.
How did
and
you?
Nobu Dallas is actually better than Nobu Malibu.
Is it really?
My meal was.
The Nobu Malibu though, like with all the rules they have in place, wouldn't they have? Isn't there something in place that would prevent you from being able to just have a reservation and sell it off somehow? Like, wouldn't there be like, nope, you got to have the actual name that's in there, and if it's
they have it.
But I mean, like,
this guy's creating the fake. See, when you go to these reservation apps, like for tonight, it like limits you, right? Like, if I make a reservation right now off one of these apps, and then I go and try to look up another place, I want to get 2 places just in case, and then we'll pick. So they'll limit you, like with that second reservation. Nope, you already made one, so you can't double book. So this person has created like fake identities and different numbers and accounts, like you would Twitter handles, in order to get all the reservations, and people would pay for it.
But like, I would figure, like, and again, I don't know.
If I went to New York, that Rayo's reservation I got,
you probably sell it easy.
If I went to New York though, and this was a once in a lifetime thing, I was with my buddies, I would pay. I would probably pay like an extra. Well, if we got everyone together, we'd pay an extra $400, like $100 per person.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay $1,000, but $100 per person to get this once in a lifetime reservation. Smart.
Let's try it. What's the next big like reservation holiday?
I would never go with you to one of these places.
No. Let's try.
I already had to dumb it down for Vegas. I had to go to that stupid Landry Locker.
You loved that place.
I love the first one.
Yeah, that's the place
Italian one.
Yeah,
no, the Italian was okay.
It was okay, but like
I like the deal, the all you can drink, but the food, it was so. We turned down like 3 high end, big time Italian places because of Bobby and the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, but this is like, this is.
I don't think I was fighting for any particular place to go.
I knew you wouldn't have gone.
I was way too drunk to care.
I know you wouldn't have gone.
I wonder how this reservation thing would work here, like New York, like this. We've got like a kind of obviously an uptown thing, but like New York is just the dining capital type place, and you're trying to you could just sell it to some Wall Street bro trying to impress a girl.
I just mean we should make a reservation for some hot restaurant around here in Dallas for like New Year's Eve today, and we should test out the theory to see how much money you can get for the reservation.
Didn't you cancel your New Year's plans last year?
I don't even remember what happened on New Year's. I don't remember yesterday hardly.
Day 2. Let's get you set for what the Cowboys need. Who's going to be available next on Sean and RJ. But I already talked to you about the awesome barbecue that you can get.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Okay, that is pick number 1 for round number 1. What about the rest? Good morning, Metroplex, 8 o'clock hour. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt. Choppy's energy is carrying the show so far. Bobby, I don't know how you're not more dead. I'm miserable. I just took some headache medicine. All I can think about is what junk food I want to go home and sit back, crash, and then watch the rest of the draft while the Mavericks are on as well. This is the week from hell. This sucks. I should have my child. I should have asked Amanda to go into labor
this week?
3 days ago. Yeah. I would have been better.
This has been a difficult week.
Facing the West Coast teams.
Yes, this has been a very difficult
nightmare.
Sleep week.
You should have had her outside during the eclipse, induced labor.
That's right.
That's what you could have done.
Yeah, that paper clip just saved you, or killed you in this case.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what? The Cowboys post-draft press conference, especially night 1, always produces some gold.
Boy, they're on a heater this week. I will say this. They've given us some great press conferences this week, at the very least.
Yeah. The leaves, I mean, that's going to be close to all in. All in is the 1 seed of ridiculousness, which somehow is still on TV. Rob Dyrdek. My God, what's going on? Number 1. But number 2, the leaves. Waiting for the leaves to fall. But in past post-draft pressers, we've been shown the board, the big board. Jerry will take us inside the deals and the discussions. And last night, Cowboy fans were not too happy that Jerry Jones was apparently telling everyone who they want with their next selection.
In my 30 years, I thought it was the best interview that I've ever interviewed with a player. He's outstanding, and he's just outstanding. And he's a great football player. We got him high. And he's a good player.
Show him the board.
Well, I got it out here.
Okay, that's amazing. I didn't tell you the name of the player because I wanted you to think he was talking about the one that they took.
Yeah.
That they already had him in the bag. It was already done. He's talking about Jonathan Brooks, who was not drafted last night. And Steven at the end, first you hear a reporter, play the second half of that whole clip, please, Peyton. You hear a reporter start laughing in the back that Jerry's doing this, and then you hear Steven going, he's still on the board, man.
Great football player. We got him high. And he's a good player.
Show him the board.
Well, I got it out here.
Did you say show him the board?
No, he's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
I thought he said show him.
Dad, you're talking. He's available.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like, no, he's on the board. Why are we telling people we're high on him?
Yes, and he was the best interview we've ever had and blew us away.
Which, I mean,
Eagles are going to take him 2 spots ahead.
And then Micah will say, God, I wish I was in Philly.
Love it. I would love it if the Eagles overpay, like go back to 2015 prices on running backs and free agency for a hurt guy, and then draft another running back in the second round. I would love it if they did that. But let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Let me take over here. Okay. I don't want to hear any, and I'm not saying you were going to do this. I don't know what you were going to say. I don't want to hear any excuse making. This is what I say about my new home. Okay. If I find an issue here and there that seems small, it makes me worry what else is there that I'm not seeing yet. What am I going to deal with 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road? If y'all can't figure out the thermostats or the AC or the roof leaking in the first week, what the hell am I in for in the forever home? If Jerry Jones does something like this, which we have funny and kind of laugh at, what else is he doing that we don't see that contributes to this team not getting to an NFC championship or a Super Bowl? You don't openly gush over a target that has not already been taken. You just don't. So while this can be like kind of like cutesy and and funny and that, it's like what else are you doing away from a microphone that hurts this organization? That's my analogy.
I get it.
Unless this is a tremendous last thing. Unless this is a tremendous, hey, look over here. We want you to think.
Sleight of hand.
Unless it's a total sleight of hand. bluff, and having fun with other teams. That's the only thing.
Yeah, it's not. They love him. But I mean, that's the idea, right? Is that like, how long have you guys like you guys are not drilling down on all the day 2 and day 3 players of the draft? How long have you been aware of the name? The Cowboys would love to draft Jonathan Brooks on day 2
for 2 months.
I mean, he said the quiet part out loud, but it's a little bit like, yeah, everybody did know this. Like, everybody around the league knows you love him. Everybody knows you want to pick him. Schefter just said the other day, yeah, like there's zero chance. If he's there at 56, that's who Dallas is taking. Yeah, like, there's no chance.
I think, go ahead.
I kind of wonder.
That's a problem.
I wonder if there's a chance, and this is where it may be most detrimental. I wonder if there's a chance of you acquired that extra pick, moved back because you know you might be taking capital to have to move up from 56 to get Brooks.
Or the Cowboys are just banking on the fact that the league is so evolved that they know nobody's going to take a running back that high.
They're like, we know we're the only Stone Age.
I mean, John Schneider is still picking players for the Seahawks. That man loves a running back.
He does.
But to me, like, this is everybody does. Like, everyone knows you love Jonathan Brooks, and I'll say this: they have similarly projected how far in advance were we all like, oh yeah, pick 58, 58. They didn't even have a first round pick, and we were successfully able to project in 2019. Yeah, at 58, they're going to take Tristan Hill. That's who everybody's like. That's who they like. That's who they're going to take. That's who they're in love with. Leighton Vander Esch, it's obviously like pick 18 or whatever it was to them. It's not nearly the same, but generally, the only thing is that's stopped kind of in the McCarthy era. And I think, honestly, it's not because, oh, well, Mike's put like a lockdown on information or anything else like that. I think what it is just, it definitely feels more in the scouts' hands and Will McClay's department's hands of who they're going to pick. And so I think because they are so analytical about it and building their boards and talking about how they don't know what's going to go ahead of them. They don't get set in their minds the way a coach maybe goes, I fell in love with this guy. They're more willing to like let things play out. But this is one where everybody recognizes they have a need. Everybody recognizes that's the top running back on the board. And everyone what Jerry just said there is what you hear from a lot of teams, is that Jonathan Brooks is like all-world football character, like all-world individual that you want in your locker room. And so it's not a surprise that people are able to put 2 and 2 together, but yeah, you probably you said the quiet part out loud. you talked about Fight Club. Everybody knew it existed, but you said it.
All right, maybe better analogy than me. But no.
That's what I do.
Jerry and Steven, speaking about running backs, they were asked about the meeting with Zeke's agent.
We spent a lot of time with Zeke yesterday. Steven did.
Yeah.
And then we had some. We had a good visit with him.
We just bumped into one another.
Bumped in last night with the
visit a little bit.
He visited and gave his opinion on the draft. Visit when we had our annual scouting meeting. He came in and joined us all, and his agent, and we thoroughly browbeat him. Mm-hmm. But seriously, we did see a lot of Zeke yesterday. But it was a combination of being over at D's and our whole group over there, as well as Steven's personal.
Well, Zeke's, as we all know, is one of our favorites.
Yes.
I mean, he's laid it on the line for this franchise. He's the ultimate competitor. He's a guy that we obviously think a lot of. And it was good to run into him and Rocky. And, we just had a little beer and moved on.
We don't have any issue. He's laid it on the line for the Dallas Cowboys, and the Dallas Cowboys have laid it on the line for Zeke. This is one that you can smile when you see each other.
What does that mean? Does that mean like is he bitter over the payment still?
I think there was a lot of discussion this week earlier in the press conference about should they have paid Zeke. And so, and like Jerry,
does it cost us Tyron?
Jerry had called that kind of stuff out. So I wonder, like, I think that was just more an acknowledgement of like, hey, this has been a topic. Here's a callback. Like we clearly put it out there for him. But I will say this. I don't know. Maybe Romo. It's probably Romo's the only one that's in contention. That post Super Bowl era, there may not be a player that Jerry is more romantic about than Zeke. He does love the guy.
Really?
Like he thinks he is like, because look, Zeke was pain in the ass early on here, like off the field and everything else like that. But from day one, he is locker room, like big time in terms of there's character and then there's football character. his football character of like practice habits and leadership and wanting to hold guys accountable for their effort and everything else, he's near the top of that. I mean, how many times did we hear McCarthy when he got here go like, he's right up front. He's first, sitting right up front in the meeting, asking all the great questions, or whatever else. Is that I think that they feel like they're lacking that. They feel like they're lacking in the area of guys who set a tone at practice and
leaders,
hold guys accountable. And yeah, honestly, if you're going to bring in Jonathan Brooks or whoever else, they probably look at it and say, it'd be nice to have Zeke here to teach whoever this guy is how to be a pro Monday through Sunday and how to handle being a player inside these walls of the Star. And I think that that's just as attractive to them as whatever type of player he is at this point.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Do we have a ton of Longhorns in love with Jonathan Brooks? And Peyton, drive-by Longhorn fan. Would you be in love with him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, he injured back. I mean, if you get past the ACL and the injuries, then he's one of the best.
You get past his knees, it doesn't matter. That's perfect.
I mean, he probably goes last night if he doesn't tear his ACL, and he's the only one who's even close. And I mean, even now, I think if they would have traded back again, right? Like when they were talking about 29, if they would have traded back again and then they lost Guyton, so they lost their 4 that they were talking about. Then I think you were looking at they very well could have taken Brooks with the second trade.
I wonder though about last night if he would have gotten picked. The way that draft was about, that was all positional value last night. Where was the position of non-value that was selected in the first round?
No linebacker, no D tackle,
right? no safety, no running back.
I mean, how much do you value? I guess you could argue how much.
That was Scott Kazmar's ideal draft. PFF. Who do we have on for PFF? With Dimitrov. What was his name?
Eric Eager.
Eric Eager. Love that. I love that draft. I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the only guys you could really say how much do teams value center, how much do teams value defensive tackle.
Sure,
but that was it.
The NBA with a horrific decision during the Laker game. Are you regretting those old tattoos? And Max Scherzer with a new idea to fix the umps. That's next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. Their name says it all.
414 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel & Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-0 pitch swung on, and there's a slice down the right field line. Adoli's watching this one deep in the corner, and it is gone. Just barely fair. And once again, the Mariners have struck in the first inning a 2-run shot for France, his first of the year. He has 6 RBIs, and it's 2-0 Mariners.
Rangers lose the series. 500 on the season, a half game back of the Seattle Mariners. 5-5. That's exactly what they feel like. I feel like a 5-5 baseball team like over the past month.
Yes.
Just, I said to Bassick last night at Pluckers, I'm like, they're boring, man. They are boring.
That's the thing. Like, to me, it's you can struggle, you can be really good, whatever else. Like, but the worst thing to be is just boring for a baseball team to me. Because if you're a boring baseball team, that's really hard to stay engaged 162 times. And it's like, man, even if, like, to me, it's almost easier to get through a 162 game schedule with an exciting team that's around 500 than like a really boring one that's maybe near first in the division. To it, that's better to root for, and you like the team better. But to actually like get enjoyment out of the grind of a baseball season, it's hard. So when you're 500, just completely average on the record and thoroughly boring to watch, man, it is tough.
There was the Mets team that went to the World Series and played the Royals. They couldn't hit. They went to the World Series. They won every game like 2-1. I'm with you, man. I love watching a good pitching matchup, but I hate watching bad offense.
Yeah,
and you in football, like you could say, all right, was it good offense or good defense or bad offense, right? In baseball, you can really have really good pitching and really bad offense, and it be just that. You don't have to really wonder which one it is. I would much rather have an exciting team that frustrates the hell out of me, that wins 89 games or 84 games and scores 7 runs, and it's like I need to pop a couple of heartburn meds at around 8:30 every night just to get through the last 6 innings or 4 innings.
Yeah, it's like the what was the 08 Rangers team?
Great.
The 08 Rangers team, which was like they were like 83 and 79, but it was like Milton Bradley, Ian Kinsler, Michael Young, Josh Hamilton. It was exciting to watch. They couldn't pitch. They weren't a great team necessarily, but it was an engaging team. You could go like, yeah, I can watch this in the middle of July on a Tuesday night. That's something that I want to spend my time doing.
Speaking of pitching, Max Scherzer with some ideas and thoughts on dealing with the bad umpire situation.
We need to rank the umpires. Let the electronic strike zone rank the umpires, and then we need to have a conversation about the bottom, let's call it 10% or whatever you want to declare the bottom is, and talk about relegating those umpires to the minor leagues and getting in the best umpires in the game. That way the umpires are going against themselves. It's still a human element of how we rank the umpires, that it's amongst themselves, and that policing kind of the bottom is the way to go. When I'm out there pitching, if you told me I had the 10th best umpire or the 75th best umpire, you don't really notice too much between that, because they're really good at their jobs. The umpires are actually really good. It's really the bottom umpires that we all kind of have a problem with. And so if there was a mechanism in order to make the umpires on the bottom better, I think that would be a better way to address this.
Okay, so he was talking about, and he started this whole clip because he was in Round Rock and they were using robot umps, right? At least that's how I interpreted what he was talking about. And he was like, it's kind of weird, man. I threw a slider. I was like, that's not a strike, but they called it one. The players do not want robot umps. Let's just get that out. The fans might. The players do not want a robot strike zone. It was a nightmare, Bobby, in the Atlantic League. It's a disaster. It doesn't jive with our sense of what a strike is. But I am totally down for what he is saying about relegation when it comes to umpires. Totally down with it. Take your bottom X and send them down to the minors, and then take your top 10% of the minor league umps that are the best and bring them up. And they should do that all the time. And there's no chance it happens, because that umpires union will not allow it to happen. That umpires union is as strong or stronger than the MLB players union. They will. There's a reason Angel Hernandez still has a job. There's a reason, and it ain't because they like him, and it's not because Rob Manfred is soft, and it's not because the union won't allow you to fire him. They won't let it.
I mean, I love what he's saying here because to me, I hate the idea of going to robot umps as like that's the standard. That's how balls and strikes are called. But it's still, I think, has a place in the game the way he's talking about. Like, okay, look, we'll still have human element. We'll still have humans call it, but this is your grading system, not a union or anything else. This is an objective grading system from the robot, strike zone, or whatever else that will tell us how accurate are you. And for those of you that are just bad at it so consistently, you're gone. You're done. You're out of here. We need to find as much quality as we can. So I like it. Now the interesting thing there is when he talks about being like we relegate the bottom 10% of the umps or whatever else. If the idea is to perfect the umpiring circuit, then I don't think you'd want to just permanently have it in place where the bottom 10 are like constantly getting relegated, because the bottom 10% today might look different in terms of accuracy than the bottom 10% after 3 years of doing this. So to me, it's got to be more like a threshold of accuracy. Like anybody operating under 96% is out, or anybody out at like that's more, I think, how it'd have to be, because then you're just potentially recycling out people who have become quality umpires through the process.
Pretty disgraceful decision or lack thereof, I think, from the NBA. While the Lakers blew another lead and lost their 11th straight to Denver to fall down 3-0, the Jokic brothers, I think, were allowed to be at the game last night after one of them punched a fan square in the face.
You gonna tell him no?
Tell who?
You're gonna be the one to tell him no? You can't come in?
Right? It's like the people who kicked out like Ryan Garcia from the Mets game. Like, get out of here. You're not allowed because of what happened earlier in New York. But the NBA and Denver police are looking into the reported incident. Now, if that was a fan, if that was a regular fan, how long would that take to look into when we have video of him punching him square in the damn face?
I think the only thing to look into is what was, you have to find out what was said, right? You have to find out what.
No, nothing. I don't have to find out anything that was said, because I can say what I want to you right now in your face on that fan cam. I can be in your face. Or like right here.
Yeah.
I can be right here and say whatever I want to you. And when you square off and hit me in the damn jaw, you're going to jail.
Yeah, I mean, that, again, what
like
happened?
You're a big fan of the law. You're a big fan of the law.
Like the Alec Baldwin video. Did you see that in the coffee shop?
I did. And he won't go to jail for that.
He can't. He won't?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't go to jail for killing somebody.
He doesn't go to jail for a lot of stuff.
I mean, you know,
he found his ippe. They were like,
keep
no,
your camera out of my face. You know, like that to me, that's an invasion of personal privacy too.
It's just hard to not make it look like the NBA is like doing them a favor.
Yeah, like, you know, if he, you know, if they, I don't know, is there something that you could say that's racial against Serbia? You know, like if they said something like that, or xenophobic, or whatever the hell it would be.
The NBA would take that more into account than the police.
Correct. Yeah, the NBA would. The police, they follow.
Yeah, there's no gray area.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, is that cause for, you know, knocking somebody out? I wish we could go back to a world where, you know, punching somebody wasn't just going to jail. All right, the world would be a lot better place, because then you got to watch what you say.
Maybe this is an ignorant statement I'm about to make here.
Oh, man, I've already made a million of them. So what the hell?
I would not anticipate that people in that Denver Nuggets crowd are up to date on the most offensive Serbian slurs. And so I don't think that they're like I don't think there's anything that a drunk fan at a Denver Nuggets game would be able to throw out there. I think there's a pretty well-established track record of like, these guys are badasses and you don't want to mess with them. So it doesn't seem like it would take very much to draw them off sides, but I mean, now
I haven't seen the pictures of them yet, but yesterday I just saw investigation. So that to me meant open. I'm searching on Twitter to see if they were at Game 3 in LA.
They were investigating Shohei too. That went away pretty quick, didn't it? So
that was the feds. Yeah. That wasn't a joke of an MLB investigator. That was the federal government. They said he was innocent.
Croats are better.
Yeah, throw out your Tony Kukoc. What? All right. Are you regretting the old tattoos?
That's a good question.
I've always wondered that. Dak has got the whole left side or one of the legs, and I'm like, what happened? Can someone start a page of 80-year-old tats? The old wrinkly skin. What happens to you when you're tatted up? I never see that.
So my grandfather had a few tattoos on his arm.
What?
Yeah. He had, let's see, he had a Popeye. He had he got one. He was in Pearl Harbor. He had the palm tree, and he had Mickey Mouse. Now, by the time he got old, it was a blob. It was just a blob of black ink. You couldn't really see it. It was so old. It was so poorly done. And he said he regretted him. It was just some stupid Army thing or Navy thing that he did when he was in the military. But now we have tattoo artists who are revealing the most common ink changes that they've been asked to make or cover up. So the number one, and this is going to be very near and dear to me because I've been watching this, are Harry Potter tattoos that people are being asked, that are asking to cover up.
Oh, I know. That's stupid. I know why.
Why?
That's fans that feel like they've been I can no longer support J.K. Rowling. Cover up this Harry Potter tattoo.
Oh no, I think it's just they're getting older. Like they got the tattoo when they were 18, and now they're 40. Because they're talking about they're covering up the Deathly Hallow symbol. I don't know what that is yet. I haven't gotten that far into the series, Sean. But they're covering up Harry Potter tattoos. That's one of them. A lot of people are covering up tattoos that have obviously the barbed wire one. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Any kind of Disney character is getting covered up. The frog with the cowboy hat, that's another popular one that people are getting changed.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
It's that one.
Yeah, never seen that.
All right, yeah, so it's the frog with the cowboy hat. Kind of looks like one of those Budweiser frogs. Spooky cartoons. These are some of the ones that are the most regretted tattoos that people are getting asked to have cover up. But any Hogwarts one is the number one.
Would you ever get one? If you did, what would it be like? More of a bit, or would it be like, oh, this means something to me, so I got to put it on?
It would be a bit.
Yeah. See, like my brother, he's got 8 tattoos or whatever, and some of them are like, oh, okay, here's one for my mom. He's got a tattoo for my mom across his chest or whatever else. Then he has tattooed on his tricep GSA, and I was like, what's that? And he's like, That's my Call of Duty clan with my friend.
Oh my God.
He's 18. He got this, and I was like, "What does GSA stand for?" And he said, "Girl Scouts of America." Like, what? And he's like, "Because then we can say you just got killed by Girl Scouts of America." I was like, "You put that on your body, you idiot!"
That's amazing.
And then you have this woman who is curious if the tattoos are the reason that she's being denied a job.
So I wanted to come on here and talk about something that is really starting to annoy me. So I applied for a job at TJ Maxx a few weeks ago, and they denied my application. They couldn't even call me. They just sent me some automated email. So I went in today and I was like, so what was the reason I didn't get hired? And she was like, oh, you just don't have enough experience. There was candidates that had more experience than you. And, I asked her if it was about my tattoos, obviously, because I know a lot of places don't like tattoos. She said that wasn't the reason. I don't feel like that's true, but whatever, I'll leave it at that.
So this woman has a devil tattoo with the horn just over her breast, her cleavage. Another one on her neck. She's got the septum pierced, but then she has the earrings that are kind of just studs right in her cheek, top, bottom lip. Tattoos on her head, and she's just wondering, is this why I'm not getting a job at TJ Maxx?
I'll take a little sip.
It's exactly why you're not getting a job at TJ Maxx.
Taking a little ink.
This is a place for Spencer's Gifts. That's where you
Are
get
we
a job.
tattoo profiling?
That's a tattoo profile. Tattoos are great. That's tattoo profile.
She's who's that tall guy who's a punk and dated that really hot girl? They drink each other's blood.
Oh, Machine Gun Kelly? Not
Yeah.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
MGK.
Yeah. Who's his girl?
Megan Fox.
But Machine Gun Kelly, that's what she looks like right there.
She's got a little bit of that.
Tough not to tattoo profile sometimes.
It's sometimes when it's on the face, when it's that visible.
Yeah.
The devil
sucks, man.
horns
It
on
is
the
what it
forehead is a bit much to go through.
It is, but also, where's this taking place? Do you know what part of the country this occurred in? Because I feel like while it is easy to tattoo profile, it very well could be that we didn't want to hire you because this woman seems like somebody who wants to cause problems. You're profiling me, you're doing that, and so it's I may not. You may have given off a vibe that I didn't want to hire either.
We know about Jonathan Brooks. You got the city and state.
I don't know. I'm just I bet I can
Make up
assume.
a place. Just throw one out.
Oregon.
All right, there you go.
Got very Oregon.
We know about Jonathan Brooks. Who else should we be wanting and looking out for the rest of this NFL draft? That's next on the home of the Cowboys and below the belt, right here on the Fan.
Let's get you to that.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
No, we're not. By God, that's Brian Broaddus' music. Brian Broaddus is in the house. A special appearance. Join us here today for Below the Belt as we talk Dallas Cowboys draft. Cowboys last night trade down to pick 29, pick up an extra pick today. They will be picking at 56, 73, and 87. 3 picks today. They select Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma, with pick 29. Everybody generally last night at the Pluckers okay at your locations with what the Cowboys did, or was there some anger?
They were okay when they traded down.
Well, some were angry they didn't get the center that all you guys wanted.
Graham Barton from Duke.
Yeah.
Which is, we know from last night's press conference, they had 4 players when they were trading down. They were at 24, they were going back to 29, and they said, we got 4 players we like, one of them will be there. They liked Graham Barton, the center from Duke. They liked Darius Robinson, the defensive lineman from Missouri. Jordan Morgan, the offensive lineman from Arizona. And then the guy they picked, the only one left of the group, Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle at Oklahoma, a guy who's played mainly right tackle, but will be a left here.
Brian, how did you just feel about how everything went last night?
I think overall they went in with the idea of trying to recoup that 4th round pick. And I know some of the things that we did on the draft show. We did a show just about moving back in the draft. And we didn't go to Detroit because it was a massive overpay. They didn't have the capital at the time. We didn't think that they would give up the 73rd pick in order to. Now, for you to get a premium position of a tackle and then also pick up a massive overpay from the Lions, I think that was a well-executed trade back. The Graham Barton, I liked Guyton more than I had on my board, or my stack. If you go on 105.3 The Fan, my stack has Guyton ahead of Barton. So I'm on board with it. I know there's a lot of talk about him and what he potentially can be or can't be. The center would have been a nice get. But to get 73 on the massive overpay, that is going to be a really good football player for you.
Aren't the people who are saying, why didn't you just take Barton? Do you think they're just missing that, like, he could easily be a bust?
They all could be bust, Choppy.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this thing.
Every one of them. And this is the problem in a way. We talk about these players for 4 months. You know, we have draft shows. We have, and as we lead up on our shows, talk about them every day. And then the coverage we have here at the station is outstanding. And then what we do at DallasCowboys.com. And so people get locked in. People don't have access to Graham Barton. People don't have total access to Guyton. You know, so we're doing our best to study the players. They have their boards. They have their reasons why.
Yeah.
I mean, we've sold Powers Johnson the whole time. But then when you don't check all the boxes, all of a sudden, well, why are you not taking Powers Johnson here, Broaddus? You talked about him for 4 damn months.
Yeah.
You know, that could be a little bit of a hard thing for people to deal with right now.
Give us your scouting report of Guyton.
Yeah, this is a guy, I would think this is closer to a Flozell Adams type of a player. When you start to talk about the size of him, the ability to, I think there's some fluidity to his game. I like the way they use him in space. He looks very natural moving. The thing that he's going to have to work on, and we talked about the same thing with Tyler Smith, was his hands. And it's not a holding situation. It's sometimes hand placement makes a difference here in the National Football League. You know, Fashanu, guys like that, Olafanu, these guys that block and their hands are low, and then all of a sudden they have to reset. You have to get your hands on the defender before they have a chance to get to your shoulder. They get to your shoulder, you're beat. So to me, again, some hand stuff is going to have to be worked on, but I think the feet are light. I feel like that the ability to play in space, the cutoffs, the reaches, all those things that you incorporate with run game stuff that the Cowboys really are going to need. And this guy's a massive guy. Again, Flozell Adams type of a body there, if Cowboy fans from back in the day remember that.
Can we pump the brakes on him starting immediately?
Bobby, I know, has been pretty adamant about that, you know, and I feel like, though, the one thing that we've been consistent on with this group, though, is plug-and-play linemen. You know, if they feel like, though, that this guy can be a plug-and-play player, I think you have to give them the absolute benefit of the doubt. I'm plug-and-playing the guy. I get Bobby's concern about him
on the left side.
Absolutely on the left side. He's been a right tackle, made one start on the left side. But to me, the body type and the athletic ability is something I'm more than willing to work for.
He's been, and look, he's raw, but he's not even as raw to me as Tyler Smith was. Like Tyler Smith, I thought his tape at Tulsa looked more raw to me than Guyton's at Oklahoma. And so it's not outside the realm of possibility to perform that way. And again, it's not even as much my own reservations about him stepping in and playing, because I trust what kind of evaluations they make. I'm just talking about the history of this coaching staff specifically, not to want to put a lot in the hands of young rookie offensive linemen unless they just absolutely have to.
Brian brought us in studio, special Friday morning surprise. We have him for a couple more minutes. What else, Brian, besides Atlanta, will you remember from last night? What else jumped out to you, good or bad, from what the other teams did?
I think the fact that there were so many teams that pre-draft were talking about moving and we were thinking about chaos. When we go back and ask at the end of all this, I wonder if the price of going up for some of these teams was just too much. And there's some people that actually settled on their boards and said, you know what, we're just going to sit here and take this guy. I think the Bo Nix pick is a surprising one to me, but I can understand where Sean Payton is. He doesn't have a quarterback. Sean is one of those guys. I work with Sean. Sean's one of my best friends. He is one of those guys that feel like that he can develop a guy. And, Bo Nix was not a great player at Auburn. Choppy's an SEC guy. He'll tell you that himself.
On the road.
Yeah, he is a terrible SEC player, but at the Pac-12, he did a great job. There were things he picked up. He got better with his accuracy. He got better with his vision of the field. And he had a lot of weapons to work with there at Oregon, and it showed up for the way he was playing.
Do you think they double dip today? With that extra pick, they go offensive line again?
I think the offensive line is in play here. I don't know if it's going to even be a center or a guard.
A name I think we maybe haven't talked enough about during the process that I think we need to have an eye on for them today. Dominic Pooney.
Yeah, there's
what a name.
Yeah,
they had his brother here.
Yes.
Derek was here a couple years ago
from Kansas. He's a guard. See, there's some people that believe that this is probably Zach Martin's last year. So are and everybody kind of felt like that TJ Bass was the natural replacement. They'll tell you that they feel like that TJ Bass at right guard is better than TJ Bass at left guard. I think the key thing, by the way, of drafting this tackle, it also keeps Tyler Smith at left guard, which might be his best position.
We know you have other things to do, man.
I do. What are we looking at? Linebacker today? What else?
I think linebacker and running back. I mean, obviously, Jerry told everybody they want to pick Jonathan Brooks last night. So we know that. But linebacker, running back, and then
I wouldn't discount a wide receiver here too.
I know everybody else would. I would not be opposed to if they had value at safety today. Yeah. Again, I would take a safety. I know that there are a lot of people who get worked up by that, but to me, there's a lot of depth at corner. There could be some really good value at corner. There could be some really good value at receiver. But I think the names you're looking at today, Jonathan Brooks is a big one. If they lose out on Brooks, that second round pick could very easily be. I think they have Peyton Wilson on their board. I think they're okay with him.
There's some teams that have him known as a red tag, and that would be a medical risk. So that would be something you have to deal with.
Let me ask you a question as a scout in the building. When Jerry talks about Jonathan Brooks like that, does that...
Jerry, I think there's sometimes where Jerry is actually being very deceptive in a way. Jerry will throw chum out there and everybody's saying, look at Jerry selling his board and stuff like I think they like Jonathan Brooks. I also wonder he's thinking like, you know what? Let somebody go get Jonathan Brooks. We'll go somewhere else here.
Yeah.
We'll deflect to another area.
If they lose Jonathan Brooks, a couple other running back, because I think they are definitely coming out of today with a running back.
I like Lloyd. If they lose running back, Lloyd, I think from USC would be an option. They like Davis a lot from Kentucky.
They like Ray Davis from Kentucky. He's big. One of the names that I think, one of the names that is very familiar, especially if Derek Holland's listening right now, I really do think they like Blake Corum.
I think a lot of teams like Blake Corum. I don't know if they like him in the second round.
Him and Deuce together on the same team. I mean, you put them on top of each other, and they're not even as tall as Luka.
Corum is a guy who we always talk about. Mike McCarthy goes to these pro days, and he kind of stands back, watches, takes it all in. McCarthy ran Corum through drills at Michigan. And so I know that's a guy
that he earned his per diem there.
I know that I know there are a lot of. I know that's a guy that I think coaches in the building like. I think the personnel department likes him. Obviously, it's how much do you like him? Do you like him enough to take him in the second round, or do you like him more in the third? There's kind of where's the sweet spot to you for running back? Is it third round?
I think I've got a couple of guys in the second, but I think it's third, fourth round for sure. Yeah.
And you don't have a fourth round pick, so if you lose out on, Jonathan Brooks, then that second round pick could very easily be Peyton Wilson, the linebacker. Sorry, Luke Kuechly.
That's my Luke Kuechly guy. Yep.
Yeah, that's who he says he is.
Traits.
Edgerrin Cooper. If Edgerrin Cooper gets to them at 56 and they don't have Brooks, Cooper is a guy, the linebacker from A&M, that I think they would really like.
I think we're going to see a run on corners and linebackers tonight myself. I really do.
Brian brought us the godfather of the draft coverage here on 105.3 The Fan with the special surprise pop in.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
You're appreciated.
What else you think, Bob?
It's funny. I was looking at, I was going through the draft, and I was trying to see, looking at what the rest of the NFC East did, and looking at how things played out in front of it. This was a draft where, since COVID broke out, you've had a lot of like every year. I don't know what changed during COVID. I mean, I know a lot changed during COVID, but I don't know what specifically changed in the function of every year now. It feels like we go into going like, this is going to be the most unpredictable one yet. We don't know what anybody's doing. It's almost like there was no information sharing on the road in 2020.
Yeah.
So then they just all adjusted to that, and we're like, hey, let's not tip our hands here. But man, I think that Penix going from a guy where it's like, man, we don't even know if he could go in the first round, to all of a sudden a team that paid somebody $45 million taking him 8th is like, that just goes to show you how little information is being shared right now.
It is. I mean, like, all these mock drafts, all these things that come out, it is a exercise in futility that these guys even do these things. They do them literally to justify paychecks.
Which is what makes the clear projecting to everybody that we are taking Jonathan Brooks in the second round today.
Yeah.
We'll tell everybody, have them chat about it in reports, and then I'll just say it myself in my press conference at night. That's what makes it so unique. It's like, man, information has gotten tighter.
Unless Broadus is right.
He's operated deception.
Maybe.
Yeah. I want some Pooney today.
I bet you do. Yeah. No, it's interesting. There's a lot of receiver depth today. They could go the direction of running back. I think running back and linebacker, they absolutely come away with at least 2 of their 3 picks.
Are the Atlanta Falcons all-time morons? That kicks off the final hour of the week. Sean, RJ, and Roberto, make sure you stick with us right here on The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. QC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of Washington.
And that is how every single Pluckers reacted. Maybe you in your living room as well. And the Sports Nation. Final hour, thank God, of the week here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby with round 1 of the NFL Draft. Coming out with the number 1 storyline in Atlanta. Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons at 8.
So I'm guessing there were no pick 8 drink specials or wing specials last night.
No, there were not.
No, but let me tell you what a stud Mike Bassick was last night. And I already told Hagelin, his jaw hit the ground. Mike Bassick is such a man of the people. He was having me look up the leakers.
Oh.
He's like, go to Rappaport, get
telling.
Schefter. I want these people to get all free stuff every pick. And, they've kind of clamped down on that.
They have.
Leaking the picks early because it ruins it. It ruins the drama. Well, he found one store. I think it was the Draft Network. It was Tony Pauline. Whoever it is. But he's like, keep that up and tell me who they're picking.
Oh.
So Mike wanted everyone at Pluckers to get all the specials. So we looked it up, and he's manipulating the board.
Yeah, so you brought people up late. I brought them up as soon as they were on the clock. Just like as soon as the team got on the clock, so we would make the pick, and then they'd be waiting like 5-6 minutes.
So you're not a man of the people, is what you're saying.
I'm a man of let's get this thing done. So we can
we got it earlier than that. We brought people up 5, 6, 7 picks in advance.
But how 5, 6, 7 picks in advance to make the announcement?
I messed up early. I was like trying to knock it out. Anyway, we can talk about this off air. People aren't. I'll tell you. Mike was hooking people up with food and drinks. That's all you need to know.
Thanks, Mike.
Also, what you need to know is that the Atlanta Falcons drafted Kirk Cousins' replacement. What the F? Most shocking draft pick that you can remember since?
Long time. That's shocking.
Now let me ask a couple follow-ups.
There we go.
And maybe some devil's advocate. If Penix is 21, do we care about this?
Yeah, because it still doesn't make sense because there's the whole point of a rookie quarterback is the 5-year window.
Yeah, but why aren't we giving them the Green Bay Packer praise?
Because
the RG3 Kirk Cousins praise.
Because
shouldn't someone go to Cousins and be like, this is devil's advocate. Yo, man, shut your mouth. You were Penix because RG3 was you.
Right, but Kirk was 4th round, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's different, right? That's you don't draft somebody at 8 to stow for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Love and Rodgers were picked in the 20s, and they were guys that fell.
Yeah, and I look at it different because it's Green Bay had somebody in place on their roster for 15 years, and they're like, here's the replacement to the guy who's been our guy for 15 years. Here's the guy that will be the replacement to our guy that's been here for 15 minutes.
Yep.
It was like you just paid him $45 million. You just locked a guy in post Achilles to sign him as a free agent, and then you go like not only sign him as a free agent, sign him as a free agent and tampered, willing to lose draft picks to do it. Yeah, and then you drafted Michael Penix with a ton of medical concerns, number 8 over, and I really like Penix. Penix was the 3rd quarterback for me.
I like him a lot.
According to Andrew Brandt, Cousins just has $10 million guaranteed after next year. But that still leaves 2 years that he sits. All right. And he's 20. He'll be 28 years old by the time he starts.
Chris Winkie, man.
Penix is not a kid. And the Falcons, I mean, they drafted a running back in the top 10 last year. They drafted a tight end in the top 10 a couple years earlier, and then they drafted a quarterback they didn't need in the top 10.
Boy, they are playing 7-on-7 football. That's what they want.
Yep.
The Falcons GM said, quote, "If you believe in a quarterback, you have to take him. And if he sits for 4 or 5 years, that's a great problem to have.
No, it's not.
Because we're doing so well at that position. So it's as simple as if you see a guy you believe in that position, you have to take him. And if I'm Arthur Blank, I sit down. And this is after they didn't rank Belichick. This is the same front office that didn't put Belichick top 3. I'm Arthur Blank, and I sit down and say, you know that people believe the number one way to win, and the number one way to win in the National Football League, if you don't have Mahomes, is to win because of the rookie QB contract? How is that not applying here? That's almost a fire. What does the GM say back to you? Unless they're worried about Cousins medically.
Yeah, now they're worried about
Cousins.
Cousins.
Which then makes them idiots for signing him.
Yeah, if they're worried about Cousins medically, or they don't think the ankle can hold up or whatever, then I understand this. But, the whole idea that, if he sits for 4 or 5 years, it's a good problem. No, it's not. It needs to be 30 years old for one. You've completely wasted his rookie quarterback window. You're going to pay him $23 million or more in his 5th-year option to sit and watch. Like, no, this is not smart asset. This is not smart team building. Drafted a quarterback is smart team building, but not when you already have one.
Yeah, this isn't, oh, wow, Chicago passed on Caleb Williams. Oh, my goodness. Laramie Tunsil gas masked and fell to Penix was always going to be there at 8. This wasn't new information to them. When they signed Kirk Cousins, they knew Michael Penix would be there at pick 8.
Yes.
And so
it's like drafted him.
It's not like this was like, man, something fell in our lap, unforeseen. We followed our board. We did this. It's like, okay, fine. You can pick Michael Penix and believe all that. All that tells me is that, imagine you were saying, what if Penix falls to 24? Would the Cowboys take him? And I still think that would have been a bad idea. But let's imagine that we were having that discussion, and we were having that discussion a day after Dak had signed a 3-year extension, where it's like,
yeah,
okay, well, the whole reason was because Dak hadn't signed an extension yet. Yeah. This is done. You've locked it in. We said this enough about Lance, and he was cost you a 4th. Forget about number 8 overall. We're like, why did you give up a 4th for Lance? What's he going to do? What's he going to do here? That you're trying to scare Dak Prescott with that? I didn't believe that, but that was an argument that was made. Now, here's my other this is my biggest devil's advocate point. Does Kirk Cousins and his agent, do they really have the right to be talking this loudly? That's what I was wondering to myself last night. Like, according to, Cousins is shocked and disappointed. The agent came out and said, we're all completely blindsided. Could I come back and say, so what? Shut your mouth. They didn't draft him to replace you. You're still the man there for your contract. They're trying to set themselves up for the future. Or would you come back and say, well, Cousins has a right to be ticked off and upset because they didn't get him a win-now player. But does Kirk Cousins hold that weight? Like Aaron Rodgers didn't even get that weight. Rodgers didn't get that weight in Green Bay where they're drafting him win-now guys. So all of a sudden,
we all disagreed with it. Their plan, right? Like, Cousins is a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
Like this is not like he's a bum.
Right.
This is not like he is hey, shut your mouth and go do your job. You're not good enough to talk like this. I mean, this is like,
but this isn't like that's kind of reserved a lot of times for Brady, for Rodgers. Like,
but I mean, if you I would expect that if you just valued me enough to go on the open market.
Is it more of an insult to Cousins' status, or that you didn't get Cousins a win-now player? Because it shouldn't be an insult to his status. He's locked in. This is not a replacement.
No, but he's locked. He's only locked in because that's the thing.
He's locked in.
Unless
he breaks his leg.
I think clamor for the backup quarterback first 2-game losing streak.
I think the issue is we are in an era of quarterbacks playing until they're 40, 41 and everything else. And so, I mean, if Cousins is 35, he may view it as like, I could be here for 6 more years and you're already kind of writing me off before I think that's the thing is that you haven't even let me get a snap in before you decide if you need to have a plan in place to replace me.
Well, they
in 2
can say
years.
you're 30. First off, we paid you. I don't know how many other people are going to pay you that contract. We gave you that money. People think that you are. No, they're not going to say this, but this is all the truth. People think that, okay, all you're here to do is to get us maybe to 11 wins. We're not going to win a Super Bowl with you. And you're 35 coming off a major injury. We still paid you. So, yeah, forget. I'm playing. Yeah, I'm bringing up the other side. So please forgive us, Kirk, for being worried about our next quarterback right now. When you're 35 years old and you're coming off that injury, we are going to protect ourselves. We're going to do this best interest of the organization. If you want to be mad because we didn't get you another weapon or a defensive player, I can go ahead and see some of that. But this being an insult to Kirk Cousins, I don't know that it is.
But if you are going to say we're not going to win a Super Bowl, then don't sign Kirk Cousins. Just draft Penix.
Right. If you're not trying to win a Super Bowl, why are you paying the quarterback?
They are trying to win a Super Bowl.
But even if they're realistic about it and they say like we're not going to beat San Francisco right now or anything else, like I don't understand. There's just no logic behind it. Honestly, if I was Kirk Cousins, I would just go, "Oh my gosh, I signed with a stupid organization."
Yeah.
It's not an insult. It's just like
it's not like you're insulting to me.
Yes.
It's not like you didn't get me enough help. It's like you guys are dumb.
I agree.
Like that's the biggest problem.
I was just asking myself, what do the Atlanta Falcons owe Kirk Cousins? That's what I was asking myself last night. Kirk Cousins and his team, did it really call for them to release this big statement? Michael Penix ain't taking his job. It's not happening in the first 2 years. He's not taking his job. He's not a threat. I don't believe.
Who's closer to retirement, Kirk Cousins or 40-year-old Michael Penix with his 2 knees and everything? I mean, honestly, that's the wild thing is that you've sunk massive assets into a 35-year-old coming off an Achilles and another 35-year-old who has 2 bad knees and you picked him at number 8.
Then he hurt his shoulder too at one point.
And the other thing is, what are you going to do while you build your offensive line? Like, are you going to build the offensive line for the future with a left-handed quarterback, or are you going to build it right now for a right-handed quarterback and have a poor blindside blocker for Cousins the next 2 years?
If I was Cousins, I would go and I'd be ticked and be like, yo, man, the whole goal here is to win a title. Like, this is all in, win now. So, like, let's get a player with the number 8 pick that can help win now and not sit and rot on the bench if I'm healthy for 3 or 4 years. Obviously, Caleb Williams, the big-time story. Choppa, you had Caleb flags. You were power ranking the Caleb flags and some hate for Lincoln Riley.
Yes, so the Caleb Williams red flags. Let's power rank these. Because I went through this article talking about all the red flags that he has. The nominees for the Caleb Williams red flags.
Okay.
His father. His old man controls everything. Carl Williams is
he acting as the agent or no? He doesn't have an agent, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have an agent. He plays a pivotal role in the day-to-day affairs. He contacted agents to see if Caleb could scoop up a minority ownership stake in whichever team drafted him per The Athletic. He's a controversial figure. He's got control over his son's life. They have planned this since childhood. They've been prepping him for this since childhood. He offers his sound bites about the process, his son's business holdings. He got a strong connection to Caleb. So his dad is a red flag. The painted nails is a red flag for some teams. His refusal to do medicals or anything pertaining to a normal pre-draft process. And he said there's only, not all 32 teams have a chance to draft me. So why would I give everybody my medical
information? It's like
information?
Deion said when he was coming out, he's like, I'm not getting to you. We don't need to do an interview. I ain't falling to you.
Crying in his mother's arms, and then no agent. So not having an agent. Those are the red flags.
Yeah.
So which one really, power ranking, which ones really matter? Which ones are teams really worried about?
I think that those are the public red flags. Like, I think there are other things they wonder about. Kyler coming out had red flags with the dad and the indecisiveness. There weren't public red flags about, does Kyler embrace being a leader? Does Kyler command a room? Those weren't public, but teams wonder about those. I think similarly, there are just questions about what kind of a leader is Caleb? What kind of a CEO is Caleb? Those are more the questions rather than I think it's easy to boil down to, it's the nails or it's the crying in mom's. I think it's more personality flags that teams are a little worried about. But I think there are plenty of teams that also think that's old thing. I talked to a scout in the league a couple weeks ago who said that's old head thinking. That like you can't think of players that way.
By the way, Diana Rossini from The Athletic said Penix did not take a top 30 visit to Flowery Branch. The Falcons only attended a 45-minute workout and met with him at the Combine. It's almost unheard of for a quarterback taken in the first to not be on a team's top 30. In the end, and the NFL comfortable with the work they did.
Does Flowery Branch sound like a really nice town? It sounds like a really nice part of town.
It sounds like a vegan restaurant in the Arts District.
Flowery Branch. Where do you live? Flowery Branch.
Yes. So
I live in Flower Mound. I grew up in Farmers Branch, so those are my people.
All right, crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece, my savior, Mike Bassick at 9:40. But we want you to hear from your brand new Cowboys player. We get the access first, and you get to hear it next on Sean and RJ on the home of America's team right here on The Fan. But Friday. Look, I know you're happy. I'm happy. But
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
There it is. Tyler Guyton, Oklahoma Sooner. Your brand new Dallas Cowboy.
Former Oklahoma Sooner. Remember, Jerry? Zach said the same thing, though. Zach said, former Oklahoma Sooner, now Dallas Cowboy.
Was he pumped? Like, just recap y'all's interview with him.
Yeah, he was, I believe he said, I'm effing ecstatic. I don't know that he knew we were on the air. I think he just thought it was another person he had to talk to within the organization or something, but he was pumped.
My thoughts on it are, to steal from Mike Fisher, I'm gonna grade the process and the plan. I'll let Bobby and Zach and Broadus talk about the player. They wanted additional ammo. They needed additional ammo. It's kind of sad that we're so desperate we have to go about it like that for an all-in situation. And they had 4 guys on the same plane. If that is all accurate, especially the last one, if they had those 4 guys right in the same discussion, then go ahead and move back, get one of them, and pick up an additional third-round pick. I'm thumbs up for that process.
The process was great. I look at it like, instead of ranking these guys individually, put them in tiers, and if you, because you don't know, you may not know 1-to-1 on which one's better, but you can tier them, you can group them and everything. And if you told me that you have 2 choices, you have a 50-50 coin flip and 1 third-round pick, or a 50-50 coin flip and 2 third-round picks, and I will take that all the time. I mean, you added not only a top 100 pick, you added a top
75.
80. Yeah, top 80 pick. So, yeah, this was really a no-brainer, and I like it to this. NFC Championship game, everyone kept saying the Lions, just take the points. But you don't know they're going to make the field goal. And it's the same thing here. They would just take the play, take the center. Well, you don't know that the center is going to be any good. Yeah. He could be a complete bust. So give me an extra dart, and I'll take that extra third-round pick.
And I'm definitely not going to get mad when you're drafting a tackle.
Right. a position of mass premium. And the Cowboys have a really good history of being able to target good offensive linemen. So,
yeah. This is like their specialty.
Yeah, it's their specialty. Now, if it was a position that they don't generally draft well, all right, maybe we can have a different discussion. But they generally draft offensive linemen pretty well, especially high in the draft.
I think it's also important to see, I think maybe sometimes fans think of it in terms of, well, this is the universal thoughts on these players, and this is how they fall down. And so this stack would fall naturally. Like, everybody thought Michael Penix was worthy of the 8th pick. Everybody thought Laiatu Latu was worthy of the 15th pick. Like, going down the list like that. And the reality is, it can be very different. Last night, Steven said they had 15 first-round grades, right? And so when they got to their point and they're like, hey, we don't have a first-round grade, but we got all these guys clustered roughly in the second round. Let's move back. We'll do this. Compare that to Denver. Denver yesterday, it was reported, Ed Werder was covering the Broncos. He had reported Denver had 26 first-round grades. It's 11 more than Dallas. If you have Denver scouting staff, you probably have one of your first-round picks left there, and you probably feel like, I can't trade away from first-round value in the first round and be left picking a second-round player. So you lose out on that capital. That's why I think it's important, the job that Dallas's personnel department does and the history that they have. That's why these things that seem like just tiny little nuances are actually big margins and big gaps between you and other teams and your process and how you look at things. And I think it has set them up to be successful to make moves like the one they made yesterday.
If y'all have any day 2, day 3 questions for Roberto on any of the prospects, targets, you can hit us up right now. 877-881-1053. We'll take a few Cowboy or NFL draft calls. 877-881-1053. Here's Jerry and Steven talking about their trade options and how the Lions got in the mix.
Conversations start to heat up once teams see that, hey, their guy may be there. So, 2 picks out, 1 pick out, you're starting to get calls. I mean, Detroit's call didn't actually come till we were on the clock. And,
We had 4 trades working here at the same time. Four, and coming in and going back, giving us more. That kind of deal. All of them active trades going on all at the same time on the clock.
Man, the Lions are aggressive. Last year they took Gibbs and a linebacker. They didn't care about the positional value, and then this year they're like, yeah, we'll just overpay.
Look at the phones for the draft appetite. My goodness.
And Detroit, to that point, didn't they went up to get? Didn't they go up to get Jamison Williams or somebody? They made an aggressive move. I feel like a couple years ago too.
They did.
I mean, that's Brad Holmes and
he's Rams. I mean, he's F them picks guy. I mean, he was with the Rams
although
when they were.
He's accelerate. Let me get up and get my guy.
Yeah.
And I'll sacrifice future capital to do it.
Yep. I mean, but like they needed a corner because they lost Cam Sutton.
All right, before we get to your phone calls, here's Mike McCarthy on his new lineman and his potential.
Well, I think just like anything, I mean, the first thing you look at is the length and, being 6'7" and has great feet. And I just go back to, the first 6'7" tackle that was around was John Alt. And ironically, his son Joe was, drafted by the Chargers. So, and I think there's a lot to it. But, gosh, I mean, you got to be so excited about his athletic ability. I mean, you can see it in his footwork. And that was evident really from day one with Will and the scouts, and when you have the preliminary reads, before you go out there. And I know Mike Solari going up to Oklahoma, was very impressed with his work out, and obviously the feedback from the Oklahoma coaches was extremely high. So, but yeah, I haven't had too many tackles over 6'5", 6'6", so different body type than John Alt back in the 90s.
Flozell Adams vibes from earlier from Brian Broaddus. And there's McCarthy talking about how much of a monster this dude is. Gary in New Mexico. Gary, you are on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, boss.
Yes, sir. Hey, I really like what they did last night, but I still really want a center. Bobby, do you think there's any chance they still have a shot or that they would go after Zach Frazier?
Yeah, I mean, look, if they get to a point where Jonathan Brooks is off the board, or they don't get things set up the way they want at pick 56, and sitting at that 56, if Jonathan Brooks gets snatched up, they very easily could. If Zach Frazier is still on the board, that's the center from West Virginia. They could take a shot at him. I think that there are some people who believe Cooper Beebe from Kansas State, he could play center. Cedric Van Pran is one we've talked a lot about from Georgia. He's probably more a third round. I know there are a couple teams around the NFL they have him as graded as a fourth round player. So they're right around third, fourth. But yeah, Frazier is clearly, I think, for them, the top center left on the board, even with Jackson Powers Johnson there. I think Frazier is their top graded center. It's just a matter of, can you get him down to you at 56?
Noah in South Texas. Noah, you're on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Hey, Bobby, last night at the end of the broadcast, I heard you ask Broaddus if you think this guy would start. Do you think he's a day one starter, or do you think there's a backup plan in place?
No, I don't. I think that they are going to operate under the assumption that he's going to start day one. I wonder, just because veteran coaches typically have problems trusting young players right out of the gate, especially young raw players. We say, just draw it over to basketball. How often do we see Jason Kidd just refuses to put, no matter how poor the rotation is or anything else, he has trouble putting in young players, because a lot of times coaches say, I would rather have somebody in there who knows what they're doing with worse ability than somebody who doesn't know what they're doing and better raw ability. And so I just wonder, if everybody's jobs are on the line and everything else, that's a big ask to say, hey, blindside blocker, let's have it be a raw rookie. He very well could start, but that's why I said it. That was my question. I was curious. I wonder if he starts. I don't know what they're going to do yet.
You got to be kidding me.
After day one.
After day one of the draft, where you had a team do one of the most inexplicable things ever.
Which they have been covering.
And then there's other players picked. And the whole thing
there's other players picked
is Micah Parsons' disgust over Quinyon Mitchell going to Philadelphia.
That's their topic on TV.
They're treating Micah like he's Mel Kiper with this. He's a draft guru. Like he knows, like he's sitting there studying all these guys.
Kurt, my man, Kurt in Maryland. Kurt, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, man? You're live on the show.
Hey,
Hey, guys. Hey, Bobby, quick question for you because, of course, we know the fascination with Jonathan Brooks. But my question to you is there's some D tackles in this second round. Brandon Fritz from Florida State, Chris Jenkins from Michigan, Mason Smith. Do you know if one of them guys, I mean, I don't know if they have a second round draft, grade on one of them guys. Do you think they would go D tackle that early if one of them guys was there?
It's interesting. So I don't know. I don't know if the Cowboys do. I know there are some teams around the NFL that have flagged Braden Fisk from Florida State for medicals. And so, but I mean, it is the second round. Cowboys, that may only increase the opportunity that they would take somebody like that. Defensive tackle, look, I've gotten into fights about this till my face is blue that I think you need to bank on Osa and Mozzie Smith being good enough and then just address where you don't have starters right now. But I mean, with the extra day 2 pick here, could they like somebody like Chris Jenkins, like you mentioned there, Michael Hall from Ohio State, or one of these guys? Do they want to take a chance on Tavondre Sweat from Texas, who seems like he's free falling? I think that all those potentially could be on the table for them if they feel like they've got linebacker and running back handled.
All right, Jason in Dallas, you're up next. Jason, you are live on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, how's it going? So I wasn't really expecting the Cowboys to make that trade back. I was kind of really expecting them to get Graham Barton in 24. But now that they had that extra pick, you kind of answered my question on the last part about the Tavondre Sweat. Could you see them doing that and maybe just passing on Brooks and taking Brooks on the or taking like Zach Frazier or something on the second round pick?
Yeah, look, I mean, the running back depth is better than the center depth. So, I mean, if you say, hey, what's the drop from Zach Frazier to the next center versus the drop from Jonathan Brooks to the next running back, I think if that's how you were measuring how you want to do it, you would take Zach Frazier, the center. They really, really love Jonathan Brooks. And I think that's been the easiest pairing to make over the last 3 months, has been to say Jonathan Brooks to the Cowboys in the second round. But yeah, they're like I said, there are other positions here that they could definitely look at. Safety, defensive tackle, linebackers, obviously a big need. I think Edgerrin Cooper and Jonathan Brooks are two kind of big crushes for them today.
And finally, and I don't know if we've ever gotten a call from here, Mart, Texas.
Oh, all right.
You know where it is?
I know them from high school football.
Okay. McLennan County. Robert, are you in McLennan County?
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's McLennan County.
Okay, all right.
Nailed it.
Just showing off my, Texas geography. Go ahead.
Oh, look out. All right.
Oh, we got a badass here.
Well done.
Screw all three of you.
Sir,
Screw all of you.
All right, Robert, what do you got?
I'm a Texas fan, so I just had a quick question. You were talking about linebackers too. This kid Jalen Ford. I'm just curious. Do you think he's going to be gone in day 2?
No, I don't. I think that they're again similar to Braden Fisk. A lot of teams have Ford flagged for medical, and I think in general, when I was talking to people around the league about Ford during the draft process, the thought with him was more like 4th, 5th round type of player is the kind of feedback that I heard. So I don't think he goes today.
Let's crosstalk with my man, my hero, the man who shocked the entire radio station, Mike Bassick, in the KMC Masterpiece, next on The Fan. But we all carry around different stressors. Just ask these guys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right.
Can I give you a standing ovation?
Sean.
You are my hero.
I'm a superstar.
Under promise, over deliver. That's all he did.
Yep.
That's what he did. He got you with
That's
that old
the way
trick.
to go. You got to undersell, over deliver, man.
It sounds like you didn't do
The
a
fan
great
has
job
a
there,
superstar
though.
getting paid league minimum. I mean, it's like when Mike Trout was with the Angels for those first 4 or 5 years. You know, like, hey, he deserved $30 million a year, but he was getting paid $700,000.
That
It
poor
is what it
bastard's
is.
got 10 home runs and 13 RBIs. Like, there is nobody getting on base
For
in front of
anyone
him.
questioning the commitment and the dedication of Mike Bassick at Pluckers, he put on a damn show.
For 32 straight picks.
Wow.
Like,
You
I
were
don't
there
even
the
care.
whole time?
No,
Yeah.
I did not pick
There's
up
32 picks?
I did not pick up a microphone till like pick 18. I was like, you need go, please.
He's living pre-merger.
You can float out of here. That's how great you are.
Did
in
you
my
record
eyes.
him? Did you?
I should have.
Do you have audio?
He was like a damn open mic night. He didn't just do. First, he started. He
Did
gets.
the
I
mic
wish I
ever
would
run out of battery because it was giving us the red
I don't know. I
light?
didn't pick it up and use it anymore after you left. I set the bar way too. I took over the Bassick energy, and he was like, I was like, I would hire this man for banquets. I would hire this man for auctions. He had material. He had quick hitters. He had. It was amazing. It was a. My wife was in awe. She's like, I thought the mic was not gonna. I was like, me too. And it was. It was
What
amazing.
happened when the mic didn't work when I got there?
He walked in. Yeah, he goes, all right, listen up. I'm important. I'm Mike Bassick. I'm pretty famous. And this is what we're doing. If you want to sign up, get over here. If you don't, whatever. And then when people miss their picks, he's like, wow, way to let down everybody. Way to let down. And then the
No
man of the
Tito's
people.
here.
Then the man of the people, he had me look up. He goes, find one of those people who leaks the picks.
Yes.
He goes, I want everyone to win Pluckers food and drink.
Okay.
So, because, right, what's the hit rate? Nothing. I think Kuiper got like 2 or 4 picks, right? So we finally found an account that was leaking it, and Mike's like, oh, miraculously, you did it. No, you did it. And he's like describing all the food and the drinks. It was so impressive.
I'll tell
And
you
thank
what-
you for bailing me out.
Thank you. I'll tell you one of the ones that I have no clue. I don't think we won.
Oh,
that pick.
and he drank more than I've ever seen since one time. I think he was trying to butter up to get hired here, and we met at some place on Cedar Springs. So he was like, all right, I'm going to go cut loose and be one of the guys. And then I've never seen him drink more than 2 drinks after that in 10 years or however long you've been here. And last night he walks it. Can I say this?
Yeah,
Is it fine? He goes, Blue Moon. I want a Blue Moon. And I was like, I was drinking like small beers. And he's like, no, I'll take the big one. So he takes like the 32 ounce. Then these listeners, I think it was Tolo Steve, is like, bring us
Zimmerman, last name?
Zimmerman, Patron shots. No hesitation. He takes the Patron shots. Then Artemio brings over Mexican candy shots. And I'm like, all right, this one you're going to get shut down. And Mike said, can't turn down shots. He took that. And then he had one final. And I was like, what is happening? What?
He was a different Mike last night.
What is happening?
When Mike does it, he's a hero. When I do it, I'm a problem.
That's a good point.
Well, Mike knows how to conduct himself, and he doesn't even drink more than you.
I see how this works.
Yeah, so anyway, that's my praise.
Mike, you're never like that with us, dude. Like, you're always just so, like, timid.
I was just celebrating the Cowboys.
Oh, no.
Crap.
So what is a psychedelic frog? Now, we lost that
Great
pick.
question. We lost that pick, too. It's some kind of, I think it's a beer of some kind.
Oh, no, it's a giant. It's a giant
like a
cooler
hurricane
thing because we got it. Okay. There's Red Bull in it, and there's like 4 or 5 different types of alcohol. It's like a Long Island iced tea, but it's green, and they got a Red Bull on top of it.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of our servers was like running around. They were like, somebody ordered this. I don't know who, and they just set it at my table. And our old promo guy Steven, he was like, I guess I'll drink it then. I was like, it's all you, buddy.
Did your pluckers treat the specials like they were the nuclear codes? And you
you can't really.
Yeah.
So
Until after.
My helper, her name was Kush. She was adamant that I do not.
Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, I do not tell the specials.
Well, let me tell you how much of a genius this guy is. He turns to me. He goes, "Who sings that? Who sings that song, Fireball?" And I was like, "I don't know." My wife, Pitbull. Bassett gets on. He goes, I can't reveal what you're picking for, but if you're a fan of Pitbull, get ready. He was lighting up clues like that.
great.
He was setting it all up.
I signed somebody's arm, and they said they're going to go get a tattoo of it, which I told them I thought was a poor idea. They couldn't get into a tattoo shop last night and texted me, and I said, if you change your mind, that's totally fine. And they said, no effing way, bro. I'm getting this tat today.
What?
Kevin, I think that's a great story, but I saw Mike's face change when you started talking about yourself.
Yeah, he took over. It's my crosstalk.
Mike, talk about how dumb the Cowboys are.
All right. No. They're the smartest organization in football. They make the most money, then that's all that matters.
Stephen Jones.
I'm going to give all the ratings right now if you guys are okay, Kevin and Corey, because I just want to talk about the cycle of the Dallas Cowboy fan. I've talked about this before, but I think this is a great place to bring up the cycle of a Cowboys fan and why that Jerry clears about $4 billion a year for this organization.
Is this like the stages of grief?
Yes.
I could see that.
Yeah.
We are now in the happy part. We just got, I have no clue if the Tyron dude's going to be great or not. Tyler. Great for him.
Tyler Guyton. So you merged his name.
Yeah.
the Tyron guy.
We just had him.
So good for him, man. He's awesome. But this is where we change as a Cowboy fan. I'm out of the circle. I don't care anymore. But this is where everything gets positive. And Jerry knows this. Jerry knows he has to fight through the disappointment of the playoffs. He has to fight through doing nothing in usually free agency or trade situations, usually. And he's like, I don't care. Like, we're not holding press conferences until we get to this part. And now for Cowboy fans, this is the great part of being a Cowboys fan. From now until September, what we don't know in September is we don't know if they're going to win or lose games. But from now until September, this is the greatest part of being a Cowboys fan. You're adding 7 Hall of Famers in this draft. We don't know if they'll be, but that's the Cowboys fans' feeling is they're all going to be part of the Ring of Honor. They're all going to be Hall of Famers. They're all going to lead us to championships.
Probably.
In Oxnard, Jerry will talk about this is the greatest team he's ever seen in his life, better than the 92 or 93 or 95 team. Like, he does this every year. He's going to do the same press conference for an hour at Oxnard that bores me to death, but it excites a lot of Cowboy fans. And so we're in euphoria now.
I actually think it won't be the case this time. I think that's done from the fans. From
what are the responses so far from trading down, getting an extra pick, getting an offensive lineman who's 6'7". He has the same name as a lot of our offensive linemen.
Yeah. They all do sound like they all have the same kind of name.
I think this is the most negative, and I'm not saying people aren't going to go to the stadium, but this is the most angry, pissed off, and I don't care what you do until the playoffs start.
But just think.
I think
people are mad that
the ratings are going to be up there and everything. I'm going to predict we don't fall for Super Bowl talk at any point in time during the season this year, like I have done in the past.
But think about it. People are upset that they did the smart thing. Like they traded down, picked up a third, and took a position of importance, and people are upset about that. Like there's just no pleasing people.
I don't know. I felt like there's a lot of positive talk on social media after what they did. Great job getting an offensive lineman.
Getting a player and getting a pick is a good thing.
Today we're adding Ken Norton Jr. We're adding Emmett Smith.
No, but that's
Mark
the thing.
Stepnoski.
No, I don't think I've seen that kind of overreaction, Mike. And I don't feel that way. And I'll just kind of you think I'm one of the like Cowboys positive, yeah. And I feel like there's still so much work they have to accomplish, not only for the rest of this draft, but they have to build a team still. But now here's the other thing. The next phase is the pressure's on McCarthy and Dak. Like there's still Jerry has pressure and he gets yelled at from January to now.
Yeah.
And then he turns it over and says, now those guys got to execute. Like that I've given them tools. Now they got to do that part. So that's where I am is now I'm getting ready to turn to I need to see that. I need to see them make those moves happen.
Corey, I like what you're saying. What's coming up on the show today?
We do have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today. Zach Wolchuk will be in for not as long as he was with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton the other day, but
what time?
12:20. But
at noon we have Steven, and then at 12:20 we
Wolchuk's going to hop on with
to
us.
break down the draft.
Yeah,
and then we will get the opposing response at 12:40.
So Stephen Jones, Stephen Jones is going to set the table for Wolchuk.
Yeah, Stephen Jones is the lead-in for Wolchuk, which we all knew was the big story there. We do have Masterpiece of the Week, Mike, your favorite segment.
Heck yeah.
And 1 o'clock hour, which is basically when Mike says, I'm done with the show, but I'm still here. Let's have some fun. And that's probably the best hour of the day.
Guys, tonight, I'm going to ask this last question because we got to go.
Will Jack Leiter throw a no-hitter?
NFL draft. Rangers. Mavs playoffs.
Mavs
playoffs.
I'll be at dinner. So
what?
neither.
None of them?
It's Friday, man. I turn off.
I'll be working the draft.
I don't do things on Friday.
But I'll tell you what, reading off names on a card is 10 times more interesting than the way the Rangers have played baseball for the last 2 weeks.
Rangers are last.
So the Rangers are last.
Rangers are first. Because
you work for them now.
We might go to the Ranger game tonight, so maybe we'll do that.
Yeah,
You're on TV?
No, I'm pre and post. So it's really pre and post is great for today because I do my pre, I go up and sit in a press box area and have the television on the Maverick game while the Ranger game's in front of me watching that, keeping box scores.
You guys got two good hats today. What is that hat?
Which one is
Duncanville High School, City of Champions.
Oh, Bogey
Golf
Bros.
guy.
Bogey Bros, baby.
Very nice. Mike, thanks again. You're
All right, coming up next, how many Super Bowls will Tyler Guyton win?
Oh, my God.
On the Fan.
Da-da-da-da.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ?
Friday, 877-881-1053, franklinfirm.com text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube if you want to get your shout-outs going.
I want Mike
Shout out to the Nuggets. They took down the Lakers.
That is
figured
good.
you'd be
I think the
stoked
Lakers
about
took
that.
down
I
the
was
Lakers.
pumped.
The Lakers were ready to just crumble at any point. But I think if you want to completely keep Mike engaged today, Mike or Kevin, you need to refer
Call
to him when
myself
you introduce him as you need to introduce him as famous Mike. Like he was famous last night. He walked in and was like, "I'm the famous guy," and so make sure that you do that. All right, it's not
Okay.
too much to ask.
No.
For the introductions to the show. So do you want to restart?
Okay.
Or?
You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, famous
No.
Mike.
The face of 105.3 The Fan.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You know what? Never mind. Let's just get back to the segment.
All right. All things. Man, this is gonna be a long show. It could be amazing. I don't know. It could be an amazing show.
Heck yeah, man. We just got Guyton.
It could be a terrible show.
You picked that,
really.
Corey.
Actually, Kevin and I on our video, we teamed up to get the right pick.
That's
Kevin.
right.
Yeah,
I got the right pick too. I said we're going to take some offensive linemen.
Yeah, Kevin said they will get Tyler Guyton at 24, and I said they would trade down and get Mims.
Oh.
So together,
We got it.
we got it.
Is the MVP of the draft last night the man who runs AEW and is the strategic something officer, Tony Khan, for the Jacksonville Jaguars? Did you see how brave he was after he was attacked on Wrestling on Dynamite Wednesday night? He had his neck brace on last night. Keeping the gimmick alive, baby.
That ain't no gimmick.
You think he really got
hurt?
Maybe. Guess what? We got a wide receiver in Jacksonville. Boys.
Okay, all right. I see where you're going with that.
How long till you turn on Jacksonville?
Yeah, that is a good question.
This is a make or break year.
Okay.
If they don't make the playoffs this year, I'm screwed.
You're
because he loves Trevor Lawrence, and yeah.
Okay, all right. I was
Yeah.
did you have a good a take that
I bet that Trevor Lawrence cards are up 5 to 20, max at 20. I don't think but I do think minimum. He's probably around 10% of an increase as he took a little bit of a dip.
Yeah.
At the end of last year for not playing well, not making the playoffs. But I think a lot of people saw that LSU draft pick wide receiver dude.
Thomas.
Yeah. And they're like, okay, I see like on a piece of paper a lot of weapons there.
Was there any particular pick? I mean, obviously you can throw out the Cowboys pick if you want, that you really liked. Maybe it's just because of the fit. Maybe it's because of the value. Because I know on the flip side, a lot of people probably want to talk about Michael Penix, and I was like, most everybody was shocked.
Yeah, I didn't give the guy
8.
crap when the guy got that one wrong.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think anybody was going to get that right.
That would have been amazing. If somebody predicted that ahead of time, I'd be like, you should not predict that. And then they obviously would have been right. I know the name that comes up a lot is Graham Barton with the Bucs, because that's a player that a lot of Cowboys fans would have been interested in. I just thought that was a heck of a value right there at 26 for the Bucs.
I thought there were actually, I have about 3 really good ones.
If you drafted a defensive player, you probably got a good value, right?
Yeah, I mean, you probably got one of the top defensive players in the draft. I mean, where they rank among your other players is a different story. But I thought there were 3 really good ones. The first one was, and Kevin, you had asked me 2-3 weeks ago, not Joe Alt. And I was like, I don't understand why Joe Alt's dropping down people's boards. It didn't make any sense. He's the best one. Like, the dude's a tree.
He's awesome.
He's a red oak. You can't move him. So I didn't understand, but him going to the Chargers, I think that's a really good fit for what they want to try to accomplish there in protecting Justin Herbert.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. Did you see Harbaugh afterwards? Because he said people were asking about offensive weapons. I view an offensive lineman as an offensive weapon. And I think he's spot on about that. I realize not in terms of skill position, but none of your skill possession stuff is going to go if you don't have a competent offensive line.
They can and they can do so many different things with their offense if they find the right offensive groove. But with Joe Alt, I thought that was a smart pick there. Malik Neighbors, I love, but hated that he's with the Giants. Now, will Brian Dable, the head coach of the New York Giants. I'm sorry, Reggie, I don't like to do that, but will he be able to utilize that with the trash quarterback they have? I don't know.
Right.
That's just the thing, is you have a really talented receiver, trash quarterback. And then the other one that I really liked a lot was Mims going to the Bengals, because what does Joe Burrow need? Joe Burrow needs protection. And they got a very talented, very raw, still has a lot of, 8 games of tape to work with, but that was a really good addition to that. They got to beef up their offensive line to protect him. So I'm not going for oh man, that's a great steal value pick. I also really like Terrion Arnold. And so when he went to Detroit, I was like, they needed that. He's a stud. Good for them. I wasn't that disappointed that the Cowboys didn't get him, because they don't need there.
Who was the most disappointed is one of the servers at our Pluckers in Allen. He kept counting it down. He's like, Terrion Arnold's still there, still there, still there.
For the Cowboys?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He was feeling that pick so much. And then when the Cowboys traded out and he went off the board, when they took Tyler Guyton, there was nothing that could console him in that moment. He's like, I don't understand. He was right there. I was like, I'm not sure that's who they would have picked. And he goes, it was. He's the best.
If it was position of need, the Cowboys absolutely would have. But they have, who do they? We got Bland
and Diggs.
We got Diggs and Jordan Lewis. So it's going to end up being, that dude would be maybe competing with Jordan Lewis for the slot spot. So it wasn't a position really of need. And the Cowboys desperately needed an offensive lineman, and they desperately needed picks. So that was the benefit of what they did there.
Now, Mike, you brought up Brian Thomas Jr. I'm going to go to cut number 13.
My pick that I want to work out the most is Daniels for Washington. I just think.
Oh, okay.
I just think that Washington would be really cool after losing their owner. If they saw where an owner left and everything started turning around.
I get it.
And they took a premium pick quarterback.
Yes.
So my biggest rooting interest in this draft is that Daniels turns out to be a superstar and Washington finally gets back to the 70s and 80s where they were a dominant team in the NFL.
Definitely think I'm able to see where you're going with this. The draft could be a crazy night. It's emotional. It's exciting. I want to take you to Brian Thomas Jr.'s mom, Sandra. I just don't know if she just didn't hear the question or if the hysteria was going wild. Well, let's play cut number 13 right here.
Sandra, how far has this family come? We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. When you think about the journey that you've been...
I don't know what you're talking about. She answered the question.
Can you play that one more time? Please play that one more time for me.
Sandra, how far has this family come? We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
It's a factual
answer.
That's an
answer. Yeah. This is the problem. This is the problem with all you interviewers.
Is that Rutledge's fault?
This is the problem with you interviewers. You just think that people are going to give you the answer that you want. If you want to answer, ask the question.
You're an interviewer too.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the question you hate the most?
Tell me about.
Well, that's not a question. That's exactly one of the issues. Talk about. It's like, no, I'm not a jukebox. Don't command me to talk.
I like after a big win. My favorite question is, how does it feel?
Yeah, it feels.
Well, I kind of have to go potty right now, and yeah, I'm thirsty.
Words can't explain.
Cannot wait to get back there and see what the spread looks like.
That's a heck of an answer, by the way. I didn't know they were from Baton Rouge.
I guess I didn't hear this because you don't catch all of the audio when you're having fun at the Pluckers, but somebody texted in that, is it in that same interview when they're like, Duval? And the dad goes, what is that? And so I missed that part.
He's like, I wasn't a fan of your team until just now.
I think it is unreasonable to expect every player and every player's parents to know all the things for all the teams.
My favorite part is when we drafted the guy we drafted, Tyler Guyton.
Mm-hmm. Hey, there we go.
And he has a family member just decked out in 49ers gear. I was like, heck yeah.
In the background.
I do wonder that whenever you have that like family member that's just really furious that you got drafted by a team, how does that go?
Like they were just a few picks away from getting to the Niners.
Now somebody texted this in, and you can pick whichever side you want. They said, I don't think the pick of Penix is bad. I think giving all of the money to Kirk Cousins was a bad decision. I'm not questioning the pick of just Penix in a vacuum. Yeah. It's just confusing with the rest of their strategy. And I think it was Jane Slater, who tweeted out, a source tells her that Kirk Cousins was just as, quote, shocked and disappointed, and they never said anything to him and his reps. And I believe his agent put out a statement. Yeah, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. And that was the first we ever heard of it.
I don't think Arthur Blank knew that it was going to happen either, as he was like walking over the GM
mad,
like, hey, what's going on here?
Didn't you think he looked kind of heated?
The GM was having to explain, hey, we're gonna do this.
Very confusing.
And then we're gonna do this, and like maybe, and then he comes out and he's like, hey, look, if he sits on the bench for 5 years, that's a positive. That means we're good at the quarterback position.
That is
like Trey Lance.
Interesting take.
Well, for a 4th round pick, that's okay. For a first round pick, I have different thoughts.
So I would have thought that was higher than Penix was going to go, but I think it's Pat McAfee who was on this talking about Penix and Bo Nix. He thought would go in the first half of the first round, so maybe not. It's just the combination of let's give Kirk Cousins all of the money and then still take Michael Penix. I was confused by that strategy.
And then if you want to add, Jesse Palmer tweeted that the Seahawks, Saints, and Raiders all tried to get into the top 10 for Michael Penix. So, like, you add on top of that, there was value to be had for maybe trading
to go out
and letting somebody else get that guy.
Yeah, and so I when you hear that, it's not necessarily an overdraft, because you could say like, oh, mock drafts and charts and everything like that. But Reggie's telling you there's 3 other teams who are like, we want to make this move. So not an overdraft, just maybe you could have pivoted and picked up stuff.
By the way, since you mentioned Jane Slater, who I just saw on NFL Network, Kevin, if you're not following her on Twitter, my favorite thing that she's doing right now is yesterday when a move happened, she posted the Snoopy blowing a leaf around. And then after the A.J. Brown signing, she posted a guy walking around with a leaf blower because of the way that Jerry answered the leaf. I'm waiting for the leaves to fall question. And so she's passive aggressive taking shots. And I love it.
Honest to God question. Do you believe Jerry even knows those 2 guys have signed a contract today?
Do we have that lined up? Because I do have a quote. I think it's
you can go ahead and talk about it right here.
I think it's from Archer, where he said, look, bottom line is I haven't even given one thought to it. He hasn't thought about it. And
that's bad GMing. Though,
I agree. Now, hopefully, you brought this up. Hopefully, somebody in that building has given a thought to it, and they have they have things prepared, and that's how it comes. It's not that Jerry's the only one sitting there going, I have to juggle all these plates. I think his plate is, look, guys, I have to sit up here and do these press conferences for the draft right now, and then I'll move on to the next press conference.
That's what I think. I think Jerry has no clue how much wide receivers make in the NFL.
Yeah, he's gonna be briefed. He'll be given his brief on that whenever it's time. But right now, I don't think that's on. I think their plate is we're doing this with the draft right now.
Is CeeDee Lamb better than A.J. Brown?
They're in the same tier. Can I put? They're different. They're different wide receivers, but they're in the same tier.
CD had better quarterback play last year.
Okay,
and I think Jalen Hurts was better the year before.
But you think?
But I think they're in the same. Yeah,
they're okay.
They're right behind Justin Jefferson.
So I tossed out 4 for $128, so $32 million a year. They shortened it a year for AJ Brown because obviously he still has a contract that he's working on. Yeah, they shortened it a year, but he did get $32 million per year, and then $84 million in guarantees, and that's why when you hear Jerry go, I haven't given a thought to that at all. I just think that's flat out poor GMing. You need to have like a CeeDee Lamb person who's always working on this negotiation, because if you haven't given it a thought at all, then the price just went up. And if you don't understand that, then you're not doing your job correctly.
Is there, and I don't know all the free agents, or I guess they're not free agents. I don't know all the wide receivers looking for a new contract. I know CeeDee Lamb obviously is.
Chase and Jefferson theoretically as well.
Okay. Like this is the thing is, if you're CeeDee's agent, don't you go, hey, this is awesome.
Oh my God! Yeah.
The bar has now been raised to $33 million a year.
Well, and
your guarantees are now raised to $90 million a year. And now we can wait. If Jefferson and Chase get done, we might get up to, like I'd tell CD, dude, we might get up to 36 a year. and we might get over 100 in guarantees. And here's the deal. We can always do the sit-in situation. And Jerry immediately gives in the sit-in situation. Hell, you can have a running back with 3 years left of control, and he gives in.
You know, I think it's interesting because I think from the perspective, Kevin, sometimes I think that they don't know what number to throw out there. So they're just like, well, let's just hope everybody else throws a number, and we'll just kind of try and be somewhere in that range.
How crazy is that? If we can formulate logical numbers, if they're like, I don't know.
Yeah, and you talk about how terrible they are at negotiations.
They are.
Maybe that's just part of it.
I mean, they're honestly awesome with negotiations. If we were free agents, if our job was NFL agents, don't you think they're
the Cowboys?
Like they're the best negotiators. They just say no to everything that's reasonable at the start, and then you get to the end, and you're like, well, these 3 guys have signed, so now our number's this, and then they go, oh crap, it is this, and then here's the contract, and you're like, this is awesome. Like, being an agent of a Dallas Cowboy player is the greatest thing ever.
You know, sometimes after listening to after listening to the audio about their conversation with Zeke and his agent, it makes me think that they're like, look, we rely on agents to be good to us and just to treat us fairly. And if they don't, then we'll never sign your guy. We'll let him go, and we'll just treat him like. And when he wants to come crawling back, we won't bring him back in. That's kind of what I got from the audio of last night.
And then for the 805, 806, more than anything, I want the Falcons to draft a quarterback in round 2 just to be triple sure.
Awesome. Heck yeah.
They got it
That's
covered.
how Kirk Cousins got to Washington.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to pivot just a little bit. What are your updated Mavs and Stars series predictions going into Game 3? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a lot of things we want to dive into here. Your updated Mavs and Stars predictions heading into Game 3. It is also a shout-out Friday, and part of this is hard to hear, but I like the overall message from the 817. Hey, guys, I'm closing out one of the worst weeks of my life with a lot of misery still on the horizon. Just hearing all four of your voices for the first time was the first time I genuinely smiled since Sunday. You've been told before, but your ridiculous brand of absurdity and sports talk really means something to a lot of us out here and helps me push through the day with with my earbuds in so I don't break down at work. I love you guys. I'm sorry for what you're going through. That is just the nicest thing to say to us. Thank you very much.
Can I be open and honest right now?
Let's do it.
Wife texted me this morning. She's going on a mom's trip this weekend.
Okay.
So she's going with a bunch of the moms that she's met through the schools and everything. They're going out of town, and she was texting me and was like, "Hey, I really appreciate everything you've been doing this week, the last couple weeks," because she was in Cleveland last week too, and she was like, this weekend's really going to fill my cup up." And I was honest with her, and I said, "Look, mine's almost empty. I'm almost done right now. I'm just mostly it's because the Mavs and Stars have been starting so late that it's like wearing me out. Like, I'm dead serious about that, but." I'm coming into work. You guys, like, y'all really do make work fun. I like seeing y'all's faces, and I like hearing, talking and shooting the crap with y'all. And while I wanted to BS and just goof around earlier, y'all made me work, and I really appreciate that.
And then you broke off an amazing work matrix.
It was incredible. It was very
but yeah, man. So I'm kind of right in that spot. So I appreciate the Tolos letting us know that we're helping because y'all are helping me make it right now. Appreciate you.
And by the way, shout out Friday. There's always a lot of positive stuff. If you want to have a complex message, like, don't feel afraid. If you want to talk about something going on in your life, like, don't be afraid. Or if you just want to text it and say, don't read this on air, but you just want to let somebody know, or maybe get a dialogue going through the text. That's what we're here for. In addition to covering the draft, which, by the way, tonight you can hear on our stream because we got Rangers running right here on 105.3 The Fan.
right.
But you can also still get the draft on the stream, so you can multitask this thing. It's going to be awesome.
Is that second place Texas Rangers?
What are you doing right now?
I'm just asking. It is.
Yeah.
That's a reality.
Out of the playoffs.
I'm not out here trying to blow smoke up your butt. I'm about the draft or the Rangers right now. I'm trying to be honest.
Okay.
We got work to do, guys. We got to win some games.
Could you a little bit?
Blow some smoke up your butt?
Yeah.
I hope I wouldn't have to.
Yeah. I mean, let's just.
That always feels really complicated.
That's my job. I don't want that job.
If we win,
I need to go to what's the one that Sean tells us to go to if you don't like your job?
My Computer Career.
Yeah, man. If I'm having to blow smoke up people's butt, I want to go to My Computer Career.
All right. Updated predictions. Look, or whatever the hell you want to talk about. I can already tell it's going to be one of those days.
Like Brian Thomas's mom. He answered that very matter of factly. He was like, "We came from Baton Rouge."
So just so I can get in on this fun just a little bit. Some of our expressions sound unbelievably complicated. When they say kill two birds with one stone, when have you ever seen somebody who's able to do that, or blow smoke up someone's ass?
That was probably
How have you ever seen somebody be able to do that?
Maybe like David, because with Goliath, he took the stone and killed Goliath. Maybe he was so good with the slingshot and stones, he could kill two birds.
Kill two birds? Okay, fair enough.
What
If you have to go back to that time, and that's the guy.
Solomon has to eat, man. I got a kid here, and I need to eat too. I got to give him a bird and me a bird.
What happens to the smoke, though, once it's gone?
That's how you get secondhand smoke. All right. Updated predictions. That's right. Updated predictions for the Stars and the Mavs going into Game 3. Now, I realize they don't both play this evening. Mavs tonight, Stars tomorrow. But we're headed into Game 3, and this will be the last time we're on before both of them play Game 3. Where are you guys at?
I think it'll be very tough to win both home games for the Dallas Mavericks. But they need to, for my prediction to still come true.
Okay.
I have Mavs in 6. I don't want to play a Game 7 in LA. I'm not saying the Mavs couldn't win in 7, but I just think it'd be very tough. Yeah. So I think if you can defend home court here, and I think if you defend home court the rest of the way, you win in 6. And I think that's the path for the Mavs to get through this. The Clippers are
a reasonable path? I think it is reasonable.
Yeah, that you win 2, lose 1, win 1, and you move on to the second round. I think the Clippers, they're better than I thought. To be honest, they're better than I thought coming in. They are playing really hard. They're very tough to score on. I don't know if that's going to change. I do think the Mavs can shoot better, play better offensively, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think the Mavs are going to get into the 115, 120 range without being just super on fire. And the Clippers throw up their hands at the end of the game. I can't believe how hot they were.
Yeah, that was going to be my question was, do you anticipate more of those 90-point outings from both teams?
I do think whoever gets to 100 first, and it'll be barely over 100 for the final score, wins the game, if that makes sense.
I enjoyed that game. Like, I know it didn't feel...
It was real playoff. It's like watching Dirk in the early to mid 2000s.
Yeah, execution
that's the way basketball used to be.
Execution of sets. Some flow involved in it too. There was and good defense.
Physical.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, and it didn't feel. I don't know how y'all felt about it. I heard Sean and RJ talk about this the other day. It didn't feel like it was as close as that 96-93 score, and I know the 3-pointer at the end made it that close, but it didn't. I know there were times when the Mavericks were down, but I still felt like the Mavericks had a good. They weren't spinning like they were in Game 1. They looked like they were lost.
I thought they were going to lose for sure. I'm going to be honest. When I sent you the text. And they'd only scored 22 points in 15 minutes. Not at halftime.
Oh, the third quarter?
45-41. And you are 9 minutes left in the game, and they have 67 points, and the other team has 73. I'm like, we're going to lose. Like, I can't believe we went on another horrible stretch, but we're on another horrible stretch. Then they went on a 14-0 run. That's when you felt great. So I'm still sticking with Mavs in 6. If you want me to change to the Stars, I'll give you my Stars new prediction.
Stick with Mavs for just 1 second. Right?
I said Mavs in 6 to start. I'm sticking with that. I think it's going to be a back and forth. There's going to be some tough some tough nights too.
Yeah.
But I still think Mavs in 6 is where we're at.
I'm gonna agree with that, and I'm not gonna change my prediction. And the way you laid it out of potentially going 3-1, then 3-2, then 4-2 makes a lot of sense. We don't always get to the end goal the way you would think, though, but that makes sense.
It's also just too tough to. I think, when both of you are as physical as they were, and I think that's going to keep up. I think they're going to continue to play that way. I think it's too tough to just sweep a team that way from there on.
And I really need Gafford to play tonight. Hey, you can win without him. You kind of won without him in game 2.
You did.
But I need 15 minutes.
And because you think he's going to turn it up at home, too.
I do.
Right?
I really do. Now, if he's not healthy enough to play, like I said, if you go out there and play, don't give me the crap that, you played. If that's how you're going to play, then don't play. So I do think that. And I just need 15 minutes from him, 15 to 20 minutes from Lively. And that makes me only have to play about 10 minutes approximately without a center. And I get you do it with Kleba, but that's the only thing is I don't want to play half of a game without a center.
As we transition over to the Stars, let me throw a quick shout out here from the 817. Can I get a shout out to my sister? It's her birthday and she's moving to Norway. Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Is Norway a good place to live?
There's probably plenty of Norways.
There's Norway that's the case.
Oh my plenty of Norways? Is that?
I heard you, Reggie. Also, shout out to my wife for causing a low-key teacher riot at her school because the administration is being unreasonable. I didn't realize this until I married a teacher, that how many teachers dislike the administration and
That's right.
they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Who likes their bosses?
Is that just a general across the board?
I mean,
yeah.
Especially the higher up, the further away that your boss is, like your boss's boss, or your boss's boss's boss, you don't like them people.
I think Spittle's great. And
But I love
Purdy's
Brian
awesome.
Purdy, though.
Yeah,
You better.
Are we the rare occasion where you like your boss?
I think Purdy's just barely better than Dak.
But you love Dak, so
I mean, Dak's solid. He's a good quarterback.
Okay. Well, then that's a compliment. All right. Moving to the Stars where
Sweep.
Okay.
I think it's over.
Yeah,
I
Stars
think,
sweep from here is what he's saying, right?
I think I pick
that's
Stars
not
in
what he's saying.
I pick Stars in 7.
Stars in 6.
I think that at this point it's over. I think they're going to be they're mentally defeated right now. They're going to try to get over it. They're going to give their best. But as soon as Vegas does something and they answer as quickly as they answer, it's going to be like, why can't we beat these guys? What do they have over us? And I think from the coach down, they know that they are defeated.
Yeah, I'm right there with Mike on that. And I said Stars in 5, so that can't happen. So I have to change mine. And as Reggie just said, Stars in 6. So if they have to sweep from here on, Kevin. But that is only blowing smoke up my own rear right now. So I'm having to use a tube or something.
That's Circus Soleil flexibility right there,
If you could do that, there are other things that I wonder if you'd ever leave the house.
That's just me. Like what?
I don't know. You called my bluff and you won. I also said Stars in 6. I'm going to switch it now to Knights in 6. Obviously,
You think the Stars are going to win 2?
I do, and that result would still suck. But I think that's what's going to happen.
Will it make you feel any better?
No.
If the Knights win the championship again?
No.
Okay.
It won't, because at least
knowing they cheated the system, and that's how they got you out.
It won't, because in this instance, I was like, at least you would have made it back to the Western Conference Finals. You know, like assuming that's when you would loop back around to play them again.
I know we're out of time because I want to talk about baseball. But real quick, they get swept, the coach is fired. If they lose in 6, does the coach keep his job?
I think he does.
Okay.
And I'm actually...
Do you think they get fired? Do you think he gets fired if they get swept?
Probably right. I don't...
Okay, just asking.
Because this feels like his MO is you make a long run, Stanley Cup final, Western Conference final, and then you regress in the playoffs from there.
I mean, I hate because Buck Showalter, I don't know if he still lives here or not. It might be and I like Buck, but it seemed like Buck could get you to a point with an organization, and then you kind of needed to maybe move on. The Yankees, the Diamondbacks, and maybe the Stars. I don't know this coach. I don't know hockey that well. Maybe he's the Buck Showalter of coaching in the NHL in a way.
Yeah.
I hate saying that about Buck. I think he's a good guy, a good manager, but it seemed like, unfortunately, history. You bring in Joe Torre, you start winning championships. You bring in Brantley, I forget.
Yeah.
And then you won the championship in 01.
No, I think you're onto something with that. I'm curious to see if that's the direction it goes. And by the way, Corey, you're going to love this from 214. From one Tolo to another, my prayers go out to the Tolo who's having a really tough week. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on a Shout Out Friday. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
Let's evaluate where Evan Carter is right now. Next.
Sean Sharif here for Better Help. What is the first thing that you would do if you had
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully, we're helping y'all live that semi-charmed kind of life. And if you guys have been rocking with us since the weekend, the nighttime, or you're new to the station, thank you very much for rolling with us from the 682 on a Shout Out Friday. Shout out to y'all. I ate a weed gummy because I'm 34 and the cool kids are doing it. And you guys are helping not to succumb to overwhelming paranoia while I'm at work. Appreciate y'all.
Sure.
Now it's time for baseball nuggets. Oh no, with Mike Bassick. Did he write that down? Did I see the weed going?
I want to talk about Evan Carter here, and I was saving this for today because yesterday he played in his 23rd game of the season. Last year, in the regular season, please don't look up his stats, he played in 23 games last year.
And was unbelievable.
So last year, he had a 306 batting average in his 23 games. This year, so far through 23 games, he has a 207 batting average. So I'm going to stop right there at his numbers. So let's look further into where he is at, because you'd say, God almighty, he's 99 points worse, 23 games. Now, how many more runs scored do you think he had last year in his 23 games, just taking a guess, versus how many runs scored he has this year? Since he's played in 23 games.
4, 5.
11.
-1. He scored more runs this year. He has 16 runs scored versus 15 runs scored last year.
Were you just talking pro?
I'm talking his major. He played last year.
Okay, I was thinking minor leagues.
23.
My bad.
23 regular season games last year to 23 regular season games this year. Now, I'm going to help you out here a little bit. Plate appearances. He has 20 more plate appearances this year. They protected him last year by batting him at first, late in the lineup, 9th or 8th. And then also, if a lefty started, they just took him out. They're just like, he's not playing.
Yeah.
And I will say this, the other day, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting the lefty reliever who came in for Seattle. As soon as the pitch was released out of the hand, Evan Carter flinched. As a pitcher, we see this and we know we got him. So this is the issue.
Why and how do you got him?
Once you flinch, you can't pull the trigger. And if you do, it's going to be a weak swing.
Okay.
It's just the ball's only in the air for, 0.2 seconds or 0.3 seconds. So if as soon as the ball's released, you flinch out of your approach, you're done. And so I saw that. And now it was from a side armor. It was not from an over-the-top lefty. It was from a side armor. So Evan saw the ball immediately either at his face, like going towards his face, or going towards, let's say, his rib cage.
Okay.
And he was done.
Yeah.
And so he has to fight that and get over that. And until he does, I don't know. Like, you have to let him play, right? And then you have the thing of like Willie Calhoun versus Julio Urias in spring training. He doesn't flinch. He stays in there and the ball hits him in his cheekbone at 95 miles an hour and kind of,
and then he's broken.
Right. Ends his Ranger
mentally.
career. Right. And so I look at Evan Carter and I go, okay, well, they protected him last year while he was up in the regular season against lefties. They're protecting him a little this year, but they're like, no, he's 21 years old. We think he's a franchise-changing player. He's going to stink against lefties probably this year. But we have to let him do that to become good against lefties in the future. So they're sacrificing some things to go, we're going to sacrifice this year. So maybe they're hoping like in the second half. They're not hoping this takes a year or years. They're hoping over time, Evan Carter becomes an average hitter lefty on lefty, where they know he's really above average righty on lefty. Sorry, I guess you'd say lefty on righty if you go with Evan Carter first. So 95 more plate appearances this year than last year in his 23 games. All right, extra base hits. How many more or less extra base hits do you think he has in these 23 games?
Or
-2.
It's exactly the same.
Man, this is kind of throwing my...
Isn't this weird? Now he's 99 points less in batting average, which is a main stat that we can see and look at.
Can I ask OPS, or are we building to that?
OPS, he had a 1058 OPS last year. So it's going to be less.
Okay.
He's at
if you want to guess.
864.
That's like 200 points down.
He's at 744.
So 300.
Do you know what the league average right now for OPS is?
655.
699. So he is
so close.
45 points above league average in his OPS for the year. Last year, he had 5 home runs. This year, he has 4. Last year, he had 1 triple. This year, he has 1 triple. Last year, he had 4 doubles. This year, he has 5 doubles. What I'm pointing out a little bit here is, look, am I an Evan Carter fan? Absolutely.
Since when?
Since 2021, I believe.
I remember that.
Is it's not as bad as you think. If that's, I get, because 207, 744 OPS is not good. I'm not saying that's good, but it's not as bad as you think.
Okay, I'm not trying to be difficult. Can I ask one more number though?
Yes.
What's his on base? Because he's a monster on base last year.
413 on base last year.
It's got to be way lower.
305 this year.
Okay, because if it wasn't way lower, I'd be like, why is his OPS so much lower then? All right.
So now I go to walks.
And that is a rough number.
Yeah.
Though,
No, for sure. I'm not saying he's having a good year.
Yeah.
But there are some things that aren't as bad as you think. And maybe if I'm not saying they should. I think the Rangers are doing the right thing. The Rangers should say, Evan, I get you flinch. I get that you're not comfortable in the box against lefties. We think you're a franchise-changing player and you're only 21 years old.
Yeah.
We think you're going to get over this problem and become better at it. You'll always be better against righties. Almost every left-handed hitter is better against righties than they are against lefties. There are a few cases being different, but we have to let you fail to eventually succeed. Last year, he had 12 walks to 24 strikeouts in 23 games.
Yeah.
This year, he has 10 walks to 23 strikeouts. So one less strikeout.
Yeah.
But 2 less walks.
So it's not out of proportion or anything.
It's not horrible. Last year, total bases, 40. This year, 36.
Okay.
So it's really weird. Now, you're getting to the point of this. At 82 at-bats, he has 95 plate appearances. At 100 at-bats, in about 18 more at-bats, it'll take him probably, I'm going to guess, 25 plate appearances because he is a guy who draws walks. That's when numbers won't change as much. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Today, if he were to go, I'm sorry I don't know the pitching matchup yet, because if it's a lefty, he might be out.
Yeah.
But if he goes 4 for 4 today, his batting average could get up to like 230 in one day.
It's a right-hander,
Okay.
Ashcraft.
So he will play today. And so the numbers can change quite a bit. He had a great start to his career. You couldn't ask for a better start. And then he carried it over and was able to accomplish all the same things in the playoffs, which was amazing. But I wanted to just give our audience a little bit of Evan Carter numbers. Wyatt Langford, he has nothing to go off of except for minor leagues last year. But I was like, I wanted to get 2 days ago, I saw that he was at 21 games played, and I said, I want to compare. I wish he would have had a better day yesterday. He went 0 for 3 with, I believe, a strikeout. I was hoping he had a better day yesterday and that his batting average wouldn't have dropped to 207. But I wanted to he has 12 RBIs last year. This year he has 9. 3 stolen bases last year, 1 stolen base this year. I do think the Rangers need to start thinking about running more. I don't think Corey Seager is going to have the same stats that he had last year because he's coming into the season injured, playing through this injury. I don't know when he's going to feel great, but
But we agree, maybe not feeling great right now.
I don't think
he doesn't look like he is.
I don't think he is.
I mean, just that's a tough surgery for one to deal with, and he doesn't look like the same player right now in my eyes.
Yeah, and being at the games when the ball's hitting the gap and he's at first base, or when a base hit is hit and he's at second base, he's not running hard, and he knows he can't run hard. He's like, if I push it, I might re-injure this thing and be out 2 months.
Okay,
so
I gotcha.
So I do think that Corey Seager, God bless him, he's playing as hard as he can with the body that he has right now. But it's one of those things where I guess I'm jumping off topic here and I'll end it. It's a bigger topic, but how much do you go to Corey Seager or go, Corey, should we play through this, or should we I don't know. This is where
Corey,
doctors
I'll
come
answer
in.
this question for you,
Does
Mike.
10 days give you the ability to get back to the MVP candidate you were last year, or do you just play through it?
As a Corey, I will say I'm going to need at least 14 days. That's what I'll say.
14.
And then how much does Josh Young not being back for another 6 weeks play?
I can see that for sure.
That's tough, but do you want me late in the season or do you want me now? That's the as a Corey. I'm just saying y'all have it. We have an expert in baseball in Mike Bassick. We also have an expert in Corey.
All right. Well, I probably will bring back baseball at 12:45.
Okay.
And maybe even a little basketball.
Oh, coming up next, we might incorporate all of those things because it's time for the Combo Platter Alien Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then, do you believe in aliens? Have you ever had an encounter? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They are three lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Master.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
To be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 682. Shout-out to my dad, Ken. It's his birthday, and he is going to the Rangers game tonight.
So am I.
That sounds like a fun birthday.
And Sunday.
From the 214. Shout-out to my little cousin, Caden Campbell, wrestling state champ from Allen. Covered Allen Wrestling for a long time. That thing is a factory. And then from the 903, I just did my first round of interviews for a sales engineering role, and they want to hire me. I come from nothing, so this is a huge role. I listen to you guys all the time, and you're a joy to listen to. Thanks, guys. Thank you. That is delightful. Congratulations on the job. Now, we're going to do a combo platter. This is going to sound odd. Today is Alien Day. Now, I have totally changed the meaning of this because realistically, Alien Day is based off of the movies and it's supposed to be an appreciation for science fiction and everything like that. But we're changing it. To celebrate Alien Day, give us a sports opinion, and then do you believe in aliens and have you had an encounter? 877-881-1053. Thought this would be a unique combo platter. Maybe a lot of people will be like, no, I don't believe in aliens, and they'll shut it down quickly.
I need to do a sports opinion first.
Well, you did point, so I thought that meant you were ready to go.
I just wanted to confirm the rules.
You know the rules.
What rules?
Oh my God, because Reggie, I wanted to go to you, and now I feel like you don't like abiding by the rules.
Where
sometimes.
we're going, there are no rules.
Whoa.
That's
all right,
roads.
so I need a sports opinion then.
Oh my God.
All right,
Yes.
I got this.
Mike,
I got this.
Mike, okay, no, Corey, you got it then.
Do I want to do baseball or football? Here we go.
I have a baseball opinion.
I got a football opinion.
Okay,
Thank
excellent.
you, Reggie. All right. We're working this out on air, Kevin.
Okay.
It's a teamwork affair, Kevin.
It feels like we could have teamworked this before the show.
Now that we know that it irritates you whenever this specific segment comes up, I think this is always the 877-881-1053. It irritates Kevin when we are not prepared for a well thought out segment. So now that we know that,
I'm prepared.
Yeah, well,
okay, Mike,
So would you
let's
like
go
to
to
go
you.
first, Mike?
Why
I
don't
want to
you
go
start?
first though, Mike. I'm ready. All right.
I'm also ready. I just want to make that known.
Luka has a 40-point triple-double tonight.
I guess Mike's
Ooh.
going. I guess Mike's going now.
Just jump in the line.
I mean, I'm ready to go.
All right.
That's why he's famous.
I think Luka has not had, in a way, his numbers have been fine in these two games.
Yes.
But he hasn't played great offensively. I give the Clippers a lot of credit. I blame Luka for the game one for allowing, they just made him take bad shots, and Luka's like, I'm fine taking bad shots. And I thought the second game he did a much better job of trying to find better shots, but 11 of 26 is not a good game for him. So I think he's going to have a very good game tonight, and the Mavericks will win. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I do think Luka has one of those oh my God games tonight. So I do not believe in aliens. I think it's all made up, but that's my opinion.
Sure.
I could be wrong. It's an opinion. I don't think anybody can factually say. Maybe there are people within very small sectors of the government that might
they're
know.
like, oh, I could factually tell you, Mike.
But there's been nothing truly proven to us on the outside of that. And so I don't believe in aliens.
From the 214, man, the Cowboys are going to screw up this draft. Is unfortunate. And then they say they have been abducted by aliens. Please, if you have the time or interest, text back. I want to know more about that.
I wonder if that's like a good thing or a bad thing.
Because I would assume bad, but again, like Mike was saying, when we don't have proof.
And you're still with us.
I have based most of this off of like movies and TV shows,
Sure.
so that's probably not that we could get up there and be like, hey, what's up? We're going to give you this new drink. It's called Glinglorg. And it's like the most amazing thing you've ever had in your life. And you're like, you don't want to probe me or nothing? He's like, if you've been watching whatever and they just wanted to hang out, I don't know. Corey, I regret all of that. It's your turn to talk.
The Cowboys aren't done yet. All right.
Yeah, there's 2 more days of draft.
Because they're all in.
Well, there's 2 more days of draft, Reggie. And they still, after this draft is done, they're still going to have to make some additions. Now,
that's when they go into free agency.
But that,
I think he's right.
June 1st.
You're probably.
I don't think Mike's
right.
wrong about that. And it sounded like he was joking and taking a sarcastic shot at the Cowboys, but he's right. And it is worth the sarcastic shot. But that's where they say this is where we go to the discount bin at Goodwill. All right, we're going to the discount bin. Yep. We're going to go find ourselves a designer tie, and who's the designer tie? Don Terry Poe, Gerald McCoy, like that's the designer tie. A name that you knew of.
What does your son do when he goes to the Goodwill store?
He loves thrifting, man.
Yeah, and so does my daughter. And you're like, that doesn't fit.
What a great deal he got, though. What a great deal I got.
That's the Cowboys after June. You're like, this doesn't fit. They're like, yeah, but do you see how much it cost? And you're like, all right, you morons, wear it. Look like a moron.
And so that's where the Cowboys, like this draft is adding pieces. And I would love to get an answer from Steven or maybe even Will McClay.
Steven today.
Yeah, we do have Steven at noon because this team's never going to rebuild.
I agree.
Is there do you call it reset? I bet Johnny Ringo told us a long time ago, Kevin, and not the one from
Plano. He's not Tombstone.
He said we don't rebuild, we reload.
Yeah.
And so that's look, man, we moved on from Tyron Smith. Now we've added this. So but they're not done, but they got a lot of work to do, not just with adding to the roster, but then if they're going to rely heavily on Guyton, he has work. He's not completely polished and ready to go right now. Any of these other guys that you're going to get in the next couple of rounds here, they're not ready to go be NFL pros right now. So they still have a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, all that work now falls in the lap of Mike McCarthy and like the Dak Prescotts and those coaches. So that's my sports opinion, Kevin, which I was very prepared for. I wanted to let you know.
By the way, I'm really interested in extraterrestrial aliens. I see a lot of texts that we're probably not going to dive into that.
Why not?
You, Corey? Because I want to have a nice, lovely family.
All right, then I lived in New Mexico, or my cousin lived in New Mexico, and I was visiting there for the summer, Carlsbad, New Mexico, and we were it's called Black River, was the area that her grandfather owned, not on my side, on her mom's side. And we're down there, hanging out and everything. We get out of the water, we get in the truck, we're driving home. It's late night. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, and Mike, I know you don't believe in this. This happened to me. A big orb of light showed up next to us. And I was like, what the F is that? And I'm just like 16 years old. She speeds up. She's going 120 miles an hour. The thing didn't even struggle to speed up with us. It just sat next to us. She slowed down to a complete stop. It stopped with us and just hung there in the air.
Oh my gosh.
She took back off, and then the thing just went off into the night. That's as much as I've never had any other experience beyond that. I've never been probed by an alien that I know of. But that was a moment where I was like, I don't know what that was. Now, maybe it was military testing something. Maybe it was just some kid with a drone before drones were real. Because I was 16, we didn't have drones yet. So that was my moment of experiencing that. What was the question, though?
Oh, my God. That's good enough. You satisfactorily answered the question.
Congratulations, Corey. I'm proud of you.
From the 469 Sports Opinion, Luka will go full-blown Darth Vader mode and sun the Clippers tonight as their daddy. And I absolutely believe in aliens as we are star people ourselves. From the 214, the Mavs are going to the NBA Finals. And have you not seen Independence Day, Kevin?
That's right.
I have. I don't know if that is logical to base my beliefs on a movie.
Is he saying we're star people? Because I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the person who kind of leads the atheist sect is that they say, well, stardust came down. Bill Nye the Science Guy believes that humans kind of through evolution and everything, we needed more than what they believe in just a glob of goop ended up being a human and all these different things. They're stardust came down and gave us all the other elements we needed to develop.
I am not sure. we'll have to check on that.
That sounds fun. Let's dive into that.
They needed
some more.
something because the evolution thing ain't working for them.
Yeah, we need Stardust.
I like that the monkey just became a human, but the 3 or 4 other apes, they all went extinct. They couldn't make it, but the primary ape still is around. We still see those, and we see us. The other
Survival of the
3
fittest. It makes sense.
of the evolution, they're like, let's just die off.
Or
let's go back to being the monkey.
I do have do you think we've already been sucked into the black hole and that we're just kind of living in the hole right now?
What?
Like our universe has already been pulled into the black hole, but it was because it was such a vast hole, it didn't
to grip the baseball so much harder.
That's true.
In order to try and, deliver their pitches. And I think that is probably contributing to the rash of injuries that we're seeing. And I think that generally the health of the players and making sure that the product is strong enough matters more than whatever it is the sticky stuff gives to those pitchers and what we feel is a advantage for pitchers or disadvantage for hitters. I think that sticky stuff should be allowed in order to stop these injuries.
Before you get to your alien take, Dr. Meister, who is in the world, probably the person everybody goes to for at least a second opinion and then for their surgery to get their elbow fixed. He believes this. I mean, he doesn't believe it's the only reason. He believes it's part of the reason. The percentage, I don't know, but he believes, that guys are death gripping the ball to get the spin rate and the break that they need to be a successful pitcher, which is causing more elbow injuries. But there's more to it than just that. I do think, Reggie, which is interesting, which I don't know, is there probably needs to be a line. You know what I'm saying? Because, look, I learned this from my time. What I would do is once I started breaking a sweat, you would take your sweat and you would get your fingers a little bit wet, and then you would dab rosin on it, and then you would dab a little bit of pine tar, and then you would kind of rub it in a little bit, and that made sure that my fingers were tacky enough to grip the baseball. Now, I know that before they didn't have spider tack when I played and some of these other
more advanced.
So I don't know, but I needed that, and everybody was doing that. Nobody had a problem in the 70s or 80s or 90s or whatever when guys were using a kind of a little bit of a rosin bag, pine tar, sweat solution to make sure that your fingers were tacky enough to grip the baseball. But then I don't know, is spider tack too far? So Reggie brings up a good question and trying to keep pitchers healthier, but I don't know how far is too far in the tackiness that you put on your fingers.
Yeah.
But I feel like the way that we've gone is not the right way, ultimately.
I agree. And the other thing, too, is if you literally look at the offensive numbers, taking the tackiness away from pitchers has not really improved offense. They saw about a 3% incline in offensive numbers immediately.
But they had to think it would be more than that.
Yeah. And so, and it hasn't really generated more of an incline in numbers. So to Reggie's point, before we get to aliens, is maybe you should be able to bring back something to get these guys to be able to have tackiness on their fingers.
And you thought I didn't have anything in tow.
Yeah, he thought none of us did.
I had
Kevin,
stuff in the bag.
I want to add something real quick. I'm watching a John Machota video right now of Tyler Guyton. And I don't think he's ever toured the facility before because he just walked up and saw the 5 trophies. And he's just like, oh my gosh, he's so excited.
And he said he was a Cowboys fan.
Yeah, but the touring the facility is a whole different thing, man.
That's probably as a Cowboys fan, and I'm 21 years old, I had no clue this ever happened. Was this back before we had
That's your fault.
Did you guys take the train to Washington and Philadelphia to play these games?
Reggie, what are your thoughts about aliens?
I think, with as expansive as the universe is, we can't be the only life forms out here. So I do think there's aliens. However,
you never been probed?
Well, no, I don't think so. Not that I know of. I think that's a good part to put in there. I don't think that a vast majority, if not all of these proposed or supposed encounters that people feel like they have had, I don't think they have indeed had them. Okay. I think that the life forms have not necessarily gotten in touch with us because I feel like if they can get here and monitor us, we probably would have some level of intervention in some way.
What? You think that they would be like, hey, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop doing what you're doing? Or do you think that they would, what do you mean by intervention?
You think that they can travel all these light years and they're just like, I'm going to have this light. Or also, they would be that sloppy that they'd be giving us all these signs that we could see, while also they can travel the galaxies and stuff. I don't
Maybe
know.
they're trying to see if we're ready and be like, they didn't notice any of this stuff.
Maybe like what's his name? Ralph Barbosa said. Maybe they're just drunk college students.
Leandro Barbosa's
Drunk college
son or
aliens.
dad. I don't know.
And they were like, hey, let's go to Earth this weekend. And then they got here. They're like, oh crap, we got caught.
From the 972 Sports Opinion, Mavs versus Knicks in the finals. And I believe in aliens. It's arrogant to think we're the only things in the extremely vast universe. Ooh, interesting.
Arrogant is the word?
They said arrogant.
Okay. I don't feel like I'm arrogant about it. But they just say everybody's arrogant if they don't believe in aliens?
Yes.
It's an arrogance.
Arrogance. So you don't care for that word?
No, because I don't think I'm arrogant about it, because I'm also not confident about it either. And I would feel like arrogant is like a higher form of confidence, as in not a better form of confidence, but like now you're arrogant about it that there aren't aliens. I'm like, I just don't feel like there's been enough proof. And maybe there is proof, but in a way the government isn't letting us know about the proof.
I could see that.
I'm hungry.
And that's, I think that's, I'm starving too.
Are
I
you
can't
hungry?
wait for Steven.
Yeah.
What?
I'm hungry, dude.
You
have to be here for Steven.
You know, I could eat.
From the okay, if you want to know more, I guess text us. From the 214, Bauer to the Rangers for the league minimum, but the contract will include a not being a D clause.
Well, that ain't happening.
And I've had experiences since I was a kid. Let me know if you want more info. I definitely want more info. Coming up next, it's time for Forgiveness Friday. Some of these texts lead me to believe they think the Cowboys need to ask for forgiveness for this pick at number 29 yesterday. Let's get into some Forgiveness Friday next right here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. And it's time for a little Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Do you need to ask for forgiveness? We get this from the 817. My buddy Colton needs to ask for forgiveness. He has an expired license as a delivery driver, so I get to fill in for him. Yay. They are not excited about this, was my take based off of that.
Is it coworker?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said, like, for some reason there was a moment where I was like, hold on, this dude's brother?
No.
Expired license, so he's just filling in for him out of nowhere? Like, this is wild. I like it.
I think it's because he's like, oh, Colton can't drive, so we're going to need somebody else.
Carter needs forgiveness.
Oh.
Which Carter?
Our Carter.
Okay.
Twitch stream's down.
Oh,
it is. I'm buffering right now. I still have on my Duncanville hat, though.
Oh, okay.
So anybody listening on the Twitch stream right now, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Where's Carter at?
We're offline.
I just got another message, too.
How do we fix it? What do I do?
Where's he at?
I'll look into it.
All right.
What do I do? I asked what I do.
His two
You
teams,
keep doing the show, dude.
His two teams just combined to make one team.
Do you not want to do the show?
OU, drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, look, I'm frozen.
How many other OU players were drafted last night?
There are...
I think none, right?
Let's
just
Mims
one
was drafted,
to the
right?
Cowboys. And who are the
Mims is
Cowboys
George, I'm
trying to
bugging.
draft today? An Aggie and a Longhorn.
Let's
That
stay in the
your-
Big 12, baby. That's the best conference.
Yeah, they're SEC. Sorry.
Oh yeah, they moved.
They're all
right.
SEC now.
Is that now?
Do
they were big? They
Yes.
they played in the Big 12.
But the Aggies are SEC. They've been SEC. We're trying to get that linebacker, right?
Yes, Edrin Cooper.
Yeah, Edrin
Do
Cooper, man.
the Cowboys need forgiveness for trading down because so many people wanted Graham Barton, or maybe you wanted Terry and Arnold?
Why did you want Graham Barton?
Because that would be a heck of a value, and he's the best center in the draft, and he's ready to go.
I'm going to be positive.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to be sarcastic here. If you're a Cowboys fan, the Cowboys really do a heck of a job of drafting offensive linemen. I don't think many
That's
people
a
were
great
happy
point.
with Tyler Smith.
That's
like
a
Austin
great
Richards.
point.
And look how good Tyler Smith is, and versatile.
Yeah.
And I think that this kid is
Fair.
supposedly just a tackle, right? I don't think because of his height and length and everything, he's not going to transfer to guard.
Say it right though. The Cowboys do a great job at drafting offensive linemen in the first round.
Okay.
that is the I want you to be right there.
But if you're upset about them because they didn't take Barton from Duke, I understand, but the Cowboys for at least a decade and really longer than that, go back to Tyron Smith, they have just really done a tremendous job, and I will clarify, in this round of getting quality offensive linemen.
Very true. Very, very true.
So, but whenever I ask this question, why did you want Graham Barton? Broadus loved Graham Barton.
Yeah.
Wolchuk loved Graham Barton. Hey, I love Graham Barton. His tape is fantastic. Intelligent player at the center position. You don't have a person who knows how to play that position for a full season. And that is a mentally frying position. If you are the one in charge of all the calls, if you're the one in charge of all those things. And right now, and we told you this a long time ago, Brock Hoffman's probably going to be the guy they say that we're rolling him out at center.
Steven even talked about him again last night.
He's never played that for a full season. He might be fried by at some point. You know, he's got some learning curve to go through here. But Mike's right. They do a really good job of drafting in the spot. But you also wanted Graham Barton because you thought this dude, what was the line? I heard a line. The dude can play all the spots. Piano key, is that the line that the Broadus said? He's piano. He can play every spot across the offensive line. You
love that position flex.
Yeah, the Cowboys do. I don't necessarily.
Fair.
So I'm glad we got a tackle, and that dude, him and Tyler will sit. The Tylers will sit there because, as Jory Epstein said the other day, the Cowboys have to have two Tylers on their roster at all, or on the offensive line at all times. So those two Tylers are going to be out there. I'm good with it. I don't think they need forgiveness for that, Kevin. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm asking because a lot of people have been asking about it. And I know the other concern is he was a right tackle, but the thing about his quarterback is he was a left-handed quarterback, so you're still protecting the blind side. And so I get it that you're like right to left tackle is a switch, but you are still sticking blind side to blind side.
Yeah, responsibility wise, but that kick stack is still different.
Fair. Fair for sure.
I was about to dive into that a little bit. He had a lot less help with tight end on his side as the blind side guy too. He had a lot less help there, so he's used to being one-on-one with whatever. Now, speed rush versus bull rush, I think he's much more ready for bull than he is some speed action, but you're right, because we talked with Tyron Smith about this whenever he made his Pro Bowl, maybe his rookie season, when they moved him from left tackle to right tackle, and he kind of hurt his knee a little bit. And so Reggie's dead on in that the physical movements are going to change. Some of them, when you push somebody down line, you got to push them a different direction. That's going to change for sure.
From the 469, this person said they need forgiveness for breaking up with a great lady, but she has ugly toes. Is that, what was the Eddie Murphy?
Not Bowfinger.
No.
Boomerang.
Yes, where I feel like this came up.
Yes, he was with her, and he, in the middle of the night, he pulled up the sheet and looked at her toes, and he went, "Oh!" And then there was another one. He pulled up the sheet, saw her toes, and he smiled. And at that moment,
that was Halle Berry's character.
I do not have a toe fetish, but it was in that moment that in my mind, damn it, it was in that moment that in my mind, I was like, hold on, is that a thing? Like, that was the first time I realized that was, hold on, why? Is that's his thing. And that is, like, he needs something to look nice.
From the...
You don't want a bunch of corns, you know?
From the 682, Wendy's needs to ask for forgiveness for messing up my order. I had a question about this.
Since Reggie Bush got his Heisman back, the Wendy's has gone downhill.
They've been celebrating. If you go through the drive-thru, do you look at your order while still out the window? So if they mess it up, you can correct it straight away.
No. Here's the thing. And Kevin, I know Sean asked this the other day of you. He was like, how often does the cashier get it wrong or your bank system get it wrong? And you said, very rarely, but you want to prove that you were right. I don't care if you get my order right or wrong. My wife does. I'm going to eat it. I'm hungry. Yeah. I just need food. That's why I went through a drive-thru. I'm hungry.
I don't know if Kevin's this way.
No,
I definitely care.
I don't need a well-prepared meal. I'm going through a drive-thru because I need fast food and I need the sustenance to get through.
I don't need well-prepared either, just correct.
And I don't care about, because here's what happens.
Yeah, that's right.
I've gotten extra burgers before. And did I take them back?
That's right.
No. I kept them and I moved on with my life. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. Sometimes it's going to be right. Things will balance out. That's just the way it is. Even God gives the birds protection.
Do you remember, man?
True.
Okay, that is true.
I learned.
Do you remember when Colby got so mad at me because I told him I picked up burgers somewhere, and then I looked at them and they looked at me and they're like, "Have a nice day," and I go, "I still haven't paid." And Colby's like, "What the hell's the matter with you?" That might have been the maddest he's ever gotten at me.
But that's my approach. Is it all balances out at some point? That's the way I feel. Now, maybe whenever I get to the end of life, they'll pull up the sheet and go, "Corey, you left like $15,000 on the table," and I'll be like, "Dadgummit, why did I do that?" Or maybe I came out on the good side, Kevin. Who knows? We'll see at that point.
Okay, but that's why I was just curious. If people like sat there and were like, "Hey,
Adrian
check
does
my order."
Adrian will,
yeah.
And I'm like, "Hey, I'm just hungry," and that's not wrong. It's not wrong of you.
Isn't the worst is when you go to a fast food place? Maybe this isn't the worst, but when you get the fries and you know they're bad for you. Fries are bad for you. They're never good for you, but they do taste good, especially dipped in ketchup.
Oh my God!
The In-N-Out fries might be okay for you.
That's true. Because they have no taste.
Stink.
When they're cold or warm at best, and you know that they have been sitting there for and they're soggy, and you're just like, dang it. Like, and fast food is getting expensive.
Yeah, you're right
and
about that.
You're just like, come on, man. Like, there has to be a timer. I know there's a timer on when you take the fries out of the grease and put it. There has to be a timer on when you put them under the heat lamp and at what point you just have to toss them because you didn't have enough customers to serve them.
Do you eat the fries in the car?
Yes, but I don't like them as much because I can't dip them in the ketchup as well. Because obviously you have the great Whataburger dipping ketchup, whether you like spicy or, but it's a little bit tougher with, let's say, McDonald's, is you have to open up the packet. Well, when you're driving, it's almost impossible to open up the packet and put the right amount of ketchup on your fries. So usually McDonald's fries, let's say, for instance, sometimes I don't use ketchup while I'm driving because it's just too difficult.
Yeah, Whataburger ketchup is good for that. But Kevin, here's another question regarding that. Sorry, there's so much I got here. If you go pick up the food, if you're the person that goes and sits and drive through and everything, and you pick it up, you get fries from everybody's bag. That's okay.
You're not supposed to do that, right? I'm assuming.
I mean, not like DoorDash and stuff like that. Please don't. But
They don't tape the bag closed now?
If I'm going to pick up for my buddies, me and the buddies, like they're like, hey, you fly, I'll buy. All right. I'm going to Whataburger. I'll be back. On the way home, I'm reaching into the bag.
Your friends, I got what
and
you're
I'm just
saying,
taking fries. I'm not saying, oh, this is my bag of fries. I'm just
Yeah.
reaching in there and grabbing fries out of anything. So that's because I drove. That's the fee that I get.
We're not all going together?
They're not always, because sometimes they got to stay back to protect the keg.
Man.
Who's attacking the keg?
The drinkers.
Enemies of the state.
Do you live in a frat house?
I used to have 4 roommates.
That's what it sounds like. From the 214, I eat the fries and then squeeze a packet of ketchup in my mouth at the same time.
That's not a bad idea. You just have to
milk and
you have to
chocolate
just
syrup
not
and just-
chew. You just like don't chew the fry yet, and then you feel like it all got in the mouth differently. But then you start chewing, and now you have your French fries with ketchup.
Man, Masterpiece of the Week is going to be a banger today at 1:30.
If I get it together.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's go back to the NFL draft. And obviously, you talk about the value the Cowboys did get by trading down. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Kelly Clarkson! Every weekday, it's Kelly from New York. And everyone's invited. We're having a good time, y'all. We're having a good time in New York. I love this.
Weekdays at 3 p.m. on NBC5.
When weather becomes risky, NBC5 sends out severe weather alerts, keeping you informed, up to date, and safe. Download the NBC DFW app to know where the storm is and where it's heading first. The most accurate forecast in North Texas from the NBC5 weather experts.
Hey, man, you're probably looking at your house and you're thinking to yourself, is it perfect? And from the outside, maybe. But you got to get up in that attic and look around.
Yeah.
That's when you're going to go. So awesome.
I feel like we should have sold them for so much more during Pizza-thon, just like God wears.
That would be so cool if he's just like, got a sense of humor, guys. Like, let's get ready to have some fun.
He's not listening to us right now because he's in Detroit.
Absolutely.
He's probably going to be behind home plate at the All-Star game in July.
Now
we're working on the it's
Yes.
the cameras.
I'm kicking him.
It's the gels.
I'm there.
I'm taking him down and seeing how far I can punt him.
Tyler Guyton should get approximately, this is per Spotrac, a 4-year, $13.1 million deal with $6.3 million signing bonus fully guaranteed. His 5th-year option would be in 2028. To go along with that, the deal that the Cowboys made, I did think was an excellent one from strictly a value perspective. If you're upset that they made the trade because you wanted Graham Barton or maybe you wanted to go corner, whatever the case is, I'm not arguing against you there. I'm just saying from a strictly value perspective, the Cowboys traded the 24th pick and a 7th-round pick next year for the 29th pick and the 73rd pick. On the value chart, they should have gotten more like a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
So for them to get this 3rd-round pick, they definitely came out with a good value for the trade down they made. Now, if that changes your perspective at all, and I have a feeling that Steven will tell us that this is probably who they were going to draft at 24 anyway, just because that's the game.
Okay.
So
I'm very interested when we have Wolchuk at 12:20 because they were talking about Detroit, and I know Bobby was talking a little bit this morning. And I believe Detroit, they overlooked Detroit a lot and went to Kansas City because I can't remember if it was too much of an ask with Detroit. I can't remember where that was. But Kevin, when you are dealing with 125 points of difference, is that enough as Detroit to be like, that's enough for us because we want that guy? We think we need a cornerback. Because they were miserable at cornerback last year.
Especially if you were like, we had him projected in the top 15, then you're like, hey, I'm going to factor those points in as well.
Yeah.
And it's really easy.
It's like whenever you go to buy something, and let's say you're going to buy a car or something.
Right.
And you're like, all right, I really want this car. I'm willing to pay the extra $1,000 for the sunroof.
Or because it's there.
Yeah.
Honestly, because it's there for the taking. And you're like, all right, might as well.
Deal.
Let's go from that to, did you actually know that Roger Goodell was supposedly a draft time decision to go out there last night because he had back surgery 3 weeks ago?
Wow.
And he dropped the Cowboys pick. You see it as he's walking out. He dropped it, had to bend over.
And pick it up.
Like, I didn't know he had back surgery, but I just thought, is there any type of, I don't know, what do you call that? Like when something happens like that and you drop something, like the future says this is like a drop pick.
Oh,
or
yeah.
What word am I trying to come up with?
Yeah, the butterfly effect.
I guess so.
I know
Something
that. I know
like
that is
like-
one variation of
But
it.
I think that you got a good player. He's going to play 10 years for you. He'll get the most money he's ever going to make because Jerry doesn't do any deals until the most people have signed. So then you give the most. So good job, Tyler.
Yeah.
Just know, don't sign early.
That's probably fair. All right, I want to run you through a draft story from R.A. Mirov. He's at My Sports Update on Twitter. He put out a story talking about everything that happened. This is kind of like your butterfly effect, Mike.
Okay.
The Chiefs were picking at number 28 in the 2016 draft. They were interested in picking up Paxton Lynch.
I remember him.
But the Broncos traded up to 26 and got him. And so to do that, Denver gave up picks 31 and 94. The Chiefs would have had an extra 3rd-round pick to offer up to go get Paxton Lynch, but they lost it for tampering on Jeremy Maclin. So what happens from there? The Chiefs trade out from 28 down to 37. And who do they get? Chris Jones. And so the next year, since they still didn't have a quarterback, they took some of that draft ammunition and traded up to go get Patrick Mahomes. So because they failed to get Paxton and Lynch, they ended up getting Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes.
That's pretty awesome because the Cowboys,
unbelievable.
The Cowboys failed to get Paxton Lynch, ended up getting Dak.
That's true.
And who is the Michigan State quarterback they were mad they didn't get later in the draft?
Connor something.
He was drafted by the Raiders.
I was like, that's
Connor Cook.
Who I was like, why did they want? I never understood why they wanted him, Kevin. I'm glad that didn't happen.
Because he played in the Cotton Bowl at AT&T Stadium.
Is it?
We
You really
saw
think
it.
that's it?
If you like offense, holy cow, this was the draft for you. 14 offensive players were taken before the first defensive pick happened in this draft. 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. I don't think you might ever see something like this again. I can't imagine you see another draft where 14 offensive players go off the board before a single defensive player.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
It's random, bro. Like, it could happen in 20 years from now. Maybe we won't see it because we'll be dead.
Uh-huh.
But it could happen. It never happened before.
It never happened before, and
This is turning into more of an offensive game.
Well, look, we told you the record for offensive players in the first round was 19. 23 offensive players got taken in the first round yesterday. Absolutely amazing. One of the teams that was doing all of the wheeling and dealing last night, the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, they were all over the place.
Do you know what draft picks they have for next year?
No.
Right now this can change, of course, but as it stands right now, the Minnesota Vikings have a first-round pick next year and 2 fifth-round picks. And that's it.
Oh, so they're in like win now mode.
Well, Kellen Mond.
He's not with them anymore.
He's been gone for quite a while. He's bounced through a couple of other teams and hasn't really made it there either.
I appreciate like your thought there, but that one's tough. Yeah,
the J.J. McCarthy of 2022 or 21, whatever year he was drafted.
I think it was 21. What do you think about Xavier Worthy? Because Xavier Worthy got drafted by the Chiefs. He said everyone's dream is to play with Patrick Mahomes, and I get that.
True.
His rookie of the year odds went from 40-1 to 12-1.
I don't know, because who's the guy who stinks horribly bad for them that they said was the next Tyreek Hill? He was in his third. He never played last year because he's hurt all the time. Everybody was in love with him. This was his 3rd year in the NFL.
Oh, Sky Moore?
Sky Moore. Yeah.
He didn't turn out, man.
And then
pathetic.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And then nobody really thought, maybe I'm wrong about this, and I know he's probably not even playing next year. The SMU
Rashee Rice.
Yeah, but he just kept improving as the season went along, and now they're probably not going to have him for at least a year. I don't know. I think it's very tough. I think it looks easy to play freelance football with Patrick Mahomes the way Tyreek Hill does.
Right.
And the way that obviously their tight end does too at times, but it doesn't, maybe it's not as easy as we think.
And if you're looking at the Cowboys going into the 2nd and 3rd round this evening, which you can hear on the Fan and Odyssey stream, Cowboys now have 56 picks, 73rd pick, 87th pick. So now you have 3 more picks coming up
to do whatever
in
you
the
want
top
with.
100.
You can trade up and get a running back. You could trade out of those and get more 3rd and 4th round
Doesn't it sound like
picks.
they want to trade up with the Bills to go ahead and pick up their running back? Because Jerry's like, this is the best damn running back I've ever talked to in my freaking life.
Ha. And Steven's over there punching him. Hey, he's still on the board. Shut up.
Yes, fair. And then, by the way, for Sean Payton, he had never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds. And Mike, he got Bo Nix at pick 12.
Yep, 3 years from now, they'll be looking for a new quarterback, and he'll probably be fired at that point.
I could see that.
Yeah.
God, man, I cannot believe 6 quarterbacks went off the board.
And just
in
think
the
about
top
it.
12.
Probably only one of them will be good. One of them will be decent, and then the other 3 to 4 will be crap.
Yeah. They're all hoping that it'll be that Phillip Rivers, Eli Roethlisberger
Or
draft.
recently, you could go with Burrow, Herbert, Tua T,
That was a
Jalen
great one.
Hurts.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's 4 really good quarterbacks, and they're all in different categories and have issues too. But that's a heck. There's no way. Well, I won't say no way. That's the dream for all these teams taking these quarterbacks.
Did you see that supposedly the Chargers turned down interest in Justin Herbert yesterday? Because at my Pluckers, the person who picked 5 was like, they're going to take a quarterback. And I was like, they're not. And they go, they're going to take J.J. McCarthy because, their new coach is from Michigan. I was like, what about Justin Herbert? And he looked at me and he goes, so they're probably not going to take a quarterback. But they did not. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece wherever you go.
depending on how the board looks. I know y'all discussed it a little bit last night, but for anybody who maybe didn't catch up, can you tell us about who was on the board originally at 24 that you might have been interested in and how things pivoted from there?
Yeah, it's not really fair to get on individual names because most of them are on teams. All of them are on teams now, and the 4 that we had targeted. And I just, can tell you we had 4 players up there, and of course we were 5 picks. We were going down 5 picks, so we needed at least one player not to be one of the 4. And as it turns out, we were fortunate. So we were able to get one of the guys that we were more than happy to have. And then, of course, one of our goals, in addition to getting, a top player for us, especially as it turns out, a left tackle, but was to pick up an additional pick. And turns out, we got a hell of a third-round pick.
Stephen, as I was driving home last night and listening to the press conference right here on 105.3, the fan home of the Dallas Cowboys, I heard the line from you. You gotta be patient and trust your board. And I was kind of curious about how on that building of the board, are you trying to predict what other guys are going to do and pick there? Are you is that what being on the phone is trying to navigate? All right, these guys between this pick and this pick, they're probably picking this.
No, our board's purely what we think.
Okay.
I know other teams may do it a little different, but it's purely the way we would pull them off. And certainly, players have similar grades, and there's a greater, you need a position more than others, which can always be the case. And, our philosophy is, if they're within a half a round of one another, then, you're good to go. But certainly, as we start to strategize and we have our other analytics that predict what other teams may pick. Certainly there are players that either don't fit our system or we're not as high on that we know may still be on other people's boards. And, we factor that into our strategy. But our board's purely players that we want to be Dallas Cowboys.
Great. The other thing on Tyler Guyton specifically, what were the boxes that he checked off the most that you were like, that's what makes him our guy?
Well, I think let's start with the position. Obviously, he's a tackle. He's got he's got all the measurables: 6'7", 34+ inch arms, 10+ inch hands. He's a tremendous athlete. We call it green traits. Whenever you running your 3 cones, your 4 cones, your 40, your 10, your 20, he's at the top of the class in all those. Certainly, why does a guy like that fall to the bottom of the first? He just, hadn't played a lot of football. He's played, started 14, 15 games. Certainly Tyler Smith fell into that category a little bit because of level of competition where he played at Tulsa. But we just see when he transferred over to Oklahoma, certainly played in, a high-level program there, played at a high level, and we saw everything that we wanted to see. Certainly our scouts did their homework, visiting with the coaching staff there. They've had a lot of great tackles through there, Lane and Trent, guys like that. They put him in that same category, if not better athlete. So, we just feel like we've got a player with a lot of upside. I know he loves the game. It's important to him. He's made great strides, this year in terms of how he plays the game. He wants to be good at it. He wants to be great at it. Certainly playing alongside Tyler Smith right there will be a huge plus for him.
And I think you just answered the question right there, but assuming everything goes to plan, you're like game one, this is our starting left tackle, yes?
Yeah, that was another plus. I mean, obviously, I don't want to put this on Tyler Smith, but it's a little bit like Larry Allen. We knew he moved out one year and played left tackle because he could, and he made All-Pro. Tyler would probably do the exact same thing. Certainly, though, Tyler was one of the best guards in the game last year, and his air is straight up, and this allows us to keep him right there, where he just had a tremendous year last year, and we'll plug in right there Guyton, and Certainly, one of the reasons we wanted Chuma back is we all know he played winning football for us last year whenever we had injuries at different positions, and it's great to have him around. And then, of course, we got a stable of young guys that we have, have put 4th and 5th round picks into, and starting to feel really good about the way this offensive line's shaping up.
I only heard the audio. I didn't get a chance to see the video. Did you consider kicking Jerry under the table when he kept talking about how awesome Jonathan Brooks is?
But he did punch him. He did give him like an elbow.
Okay,
shake there.
Jerry will talk about players. He'll show y'all our board. He's been known to do a lot of different things. So no, that's just Jerry. Certainly, Jonathan Brooks is a great kid, and it's just too bad for him that he had the injury. But he's a determined man, and we all know it's not like the old days where that was a catastrophic type injury. There's been a ton of great players have an ACL and come back and be just as good, if not better, than they were before. I'm sure Brooks will be that same type of young man, but obviously, he's dealing with that right now. Not ready to play football yet, but he's certainly a guy that we think a lot of.
Whether it's Brooks or somebody else, if you were to draft a running back, would that change any strategy at all or interest in bringing back Ezekiel Elliott?
No, I think, where we are right now, we're just trying to put together the very best roster we can put together. Obviously, losing Zeke a year ago, losing Tony Pollard this year, we've got some backs there with Rico. We signed Freeman, but we want competition at every position. And I think, Zeke's one of those guys who brings a lot to the table. He's a tremendous competitor. He laid it on the line for this organization for many years. Was one of the best backs, if not the best back in the NFL over a 7-8 year span, and he's a guy we have nothing but respect for. I know he loves the organization, and if there's something that we could work out with Zeke, we'd certainly look at it.
I realize the money's already spent, you wouldn't get it back either way, but does picking up a player that you're still paying dead money on also this year, does that indicate that it was a mistake to move on from him in the first place?
No, I don't think so. We're talking about 2 different contracts in terms of the one he was under, and it wasn't guaranteed, but he was going to, if we kept him, we were going to be paying him a lot of money that we couldn't necessarily allocate to Zeke at that point. So, the deal looked different, than the deal he was under if he were to come back here.
Well, Stephen, we kind of talk a little bit on the show this morning, about it doesn't feel like this team does a lot of rebuild, but we came up with the word reload. It kind of feels like there's always the draft gives you that great opportunity to do it. Does that feel like you got to really nail these next couple rounds here to fully reload with the philosophy y'all have kind of gone through with this offseason?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been a draft and develop our own, pay our own type of team. And I know sometimes people don't necessarily agree with it. Everybody's entitled to that. Of course, teams around the league, every team does it a little different. But yes, I mean, the draft's just begun. I mean, we've made 1 pick, and now we got 7 picks left to go. And our work's just starting. And, we've always put a lot of priority into our college free agents as well. So, we still got a third of this team left to go get, at least 25% of it left to go acquire in terms of between our draft picks and our college free agents. I still think we're going to add 25 players over the next 2 days. So we've got a lot of work to do. We feel like there's a lot of good players that can really help this Dallas Cowboys football team for the 2024 season, and fired up about getting it done.
Especially considering for now you guys have 3 picks coming up in the 2nd and 3rd round. Are there any positions or positional groups, I guess, that y'all look at going into tonight thinking, man, that these positions particularly still have a bunch of talent there?
Yeah, there's still a lot of good players on the board. Won't get into, which positions, but, we still feel like, there's that's why it was good to get that pick. That was one of our goals going into yesterday was to come away with another, third or fourth round pick. And we feel like there's a lot of good players in there that can really help this football team.
Go ahead, Kevin. Did you have?
It got officially announced. We all knew this was going to happen, that Micah Parsons' fifth-year option was picked up. Are you guys going to decline the fifth-year option of Trey Lance, or has that already happened?
We won't get into that. I mean, we'll kind of see how things go, but obviously being a quarterback, we know how high those options are. I mean, it's more than likely that we won't pick it up.
Also, Kevin's really happy about extra picks.
Heck yeah.
He's a huge fan of that. We all are, I believe. But in that part of it, adding and getting that, does that help navigate if you want to move up into this in the second round? Does that help you there?
Yeah, I think, to be candid with you, I think we're more inclined to go with numbers in this particular draft. The way we see the draft, certainly looking at our roster, I wouldn't say it's never. Certainly the right guy's sitting there, and we can do something to get up and really get a guy that we think we weren't going to get an opportunity to get. But our goal was yesterday to try to pick up an extra pick or two, and certainly I wouldn't say unless it's a unique situation that we'll be looking to move up.
The other part too was last year, Micah. He was when we were watching him.
Guys, one more question. I hate to be short, but we've got a lot of things going on here.
Sure, go for it.
Oh yeah, I was just asking if Micah last year he was beaten up on a lot of the offensive line at training camp, and I was just kind of curious on your excitement to see the battle between Tyler and Micah whenever we get out to Oxnard.
Oh, absolutely. We just Micah's a hell of a competitor, as you know. He did wreak havoc in training camp. And Tyler's going to be welcome to this league in a hurry when he's going up against the likes of a Micah, a D-Law, a Sam Williams. He's going to find out real quick what it's like in the NFL.
All right. Appreciate the time very much, good sir, and all the information.
All right, guys. Great being on.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the things I did like, I know not specifically about the draft, is he goes, we might not get into the specifics about Trey, but then said it's probably likely that we will turn down the fifth-year option there. I can't say that's particularly surprising.
What else has he got going on? That's what I don't understand.
The draft!
What's he doing? The draft? What do you mean, Kevin?
He told you we just got an extra pick.
And free agency.
The draft, though, that's the part where he's like, now I got an extra pick. I got to go figure out how to spend that pick. Is that what you do whenever you get extra money, Kevin? Whenever you're like, oh my gosh, I just got this, let's say.
Think about how I'm going to save it or what I'm going to use.
Do you think that we should talk to him during free agency?
Yeah.
I know what you're doing right now. I'm trying to figure out
you think he's not going to be busy then?
He's got all the
I knew that's what you were getting at. I knew that's what he was getting at. So, by the way, Cowboys 56th pick, 73rd pick, 87th pick, streaming right here tonight with the 105.3 The Fan stream. You can hear it on the Odyssey app as well. And so that's your opportunity if you want to check that out. But also, good answer to your question right there. He does not anticipate a trade up, although he said unique circumstances could lead to that.
I mean, let's be honest. They didn't sign anybody in free agency. They have a lot of holes to fill. They can't They can't trade up. They're like, look, we don't do free agency. We don't whether have the money, want to spend it, whatever. It's like, look, we really need 17 picks to try to fill all of our spots.
And that was like the specific reason I asked that was because, look, if I really want something, I'm probably not even thinking about moving to get it because I do need to fill the roster spots. I think the biggest thing, though, is, as this person said, Stephen he didn't give Mike a chance to ask a question. And that was
you had a bunch of questions lined up, did you?
He knew they were coming at the end there. He was like, Mike's about to hop in on this. I got to go.
That's all that kept you from asking those questions.
Yep.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind going forward. We'll rotate the way we ask questions.
Somebody just said, "Why doesn't Mike ask questions?" And that's why, because they're always like, "We got to go before Mike gets to them." So, and I think it's a good strategy on their part because he asked the tough question.
That's a take from the 580. Shout out to my wife battling first trimester sickness as she carries our child. I'm so proud of you. Shout out to all of the ladies out there getting work done for their kiddos and carrying their kiddos. I can't do it.
Reggie, if you just had the section that he said, it sounded like thanks for getting all that plastic surgery, ladies.
What?
That's what I heard.
I didn't mean like
Thanks for
that
getting all
kind
that
of
work
work.
done, ladies.
He's here. The man has arrived.
Thanks for the BBLs.
All
Okay.
the work he did, and he got a baby.
Now I feel bad
if you
about
thought
what I
had
texted
too many
him.
questions for Steven. What's
Man.
coming up next?
Mike will be back in about 30 minutes. Coming up next, we will dive back into the draft with Zach Wolchuk, and hopefully he will not reveal what I texted him while he was driving up here. We will do that next, and more of your shout-outs on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike Bassick with 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by On Time Experts.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What we got from Steven, they are unlikely to activate the fifth-year option on Trey Lance. Can't say that's a particular surprise. And he doesn't envision them trading up in the draft, but as we've talked about, that can always be in flux.
Absolutely, it could change at any point, but he's saying, and again, they painted themselves in this corner. They put themselves in this position. They have to fill out their roster in certain ways, and it's out of the bargain bin, and that's the way they're going to have to do it. But that's the philosophy that they've gone with. Like he said, not a lot of people love it, but that's where we are at the moment, so that's where it is. Now, Kevin, I think we have to ask the question, who do we get with all those picks?
I think that's a great question. We will bring on the man who will be included in Shout Out Friday. It is Zach Wolchuk. By the way, I got some other shout-outs, and we'll come back to how awesome you are. From the 817.
Oh, is that what you think?
Did he put you on hold?
That's right.
He was like, you're
Shout
on hold.
out to me, Tolo Ted, turned 59 on Monday. Let's go shout out.
Oh, and was that a shout out to you from Tolo Ted?
No, that's a shout out to Tolo Ted for having his birthday.
Himself. Gotcha. Okay.
From the 214, shout out to me for being nominated for the U.S. President's Volunteer Service Award for the third time in 6 years. Let's go. And shout out to the man who's balancing having a little baby at home, doing G-Bag Nation, dominating on draft coverage last night, and in studio with us right now, Zach Wolchuk.
I appreciate the kind words there, Kevin, but I don't think that you really feel that way, considering the fact that I said, hey, I'm on the way, I'm hustling, I just had to help with the baby, and you said, yeah, you're a little B-word.
You did text him that. And I didn't.
I made it right on time.
What did I text?
I was flying. You said, whoa.
Yeah,
Corey had my back.
I was caught off guard by the aggressive nature of Kevin's text.
I mean, my gosh, it's all the reality TV you're watching.
I know, it's Bachelor in Paradise. We talked about it. There's this one scene on Bachelor in Paradise where this dude walks up to another dude, raises a glass, and he goes, "Hey, cheers to you being a bitch." And I just thought it was amazing. I just thought it was amazing. I don't always respond in these things, and I was like, "Oh, this would be shocking to get."
It was shocking, but I did laugh.
You did. No BS. You did an excellent job last night.
Yes.
What I'm curious about as we head into today, now that the Cowboys picked up a third-round pick. First of all, what did you think about the trade from the Cowboys' perspective in terms of you lose Barton? You did get a hell of a value there, picking up a probably round higher pick than I would have guessed for that drop down.
Yeah, in the moment, like it's tough, right? Because we're so passionate about the draft and we've spent so much time studying these players. You get invested in your feelings and how we see some of these players. And Graham Barton was my guy. I mean, he's been my guy this entire time. I thought he would be a perfect pick, and I didn't think he'd even be there at 24. So for him to be on the board, to me, it was like, take him. Just take him. He's mean. He's nasty. He's smart. He's going to fill a void that really you haven't had since Travis Frederick. I know Tyler Biadasz technically made a Pro Bowl and is a good player, but he's not, one of those difference-making centers, in my opinion. I thought Barton could be that guy, but when you go back and you look at it, it's like one of those things, man, where to get the extra pick, they clearly came in with the vision of, we want to move back. I think that was the goal. And when they looked at who was on the board, clearly they said they had a cluster of 4 players. They moved back 5 picks. I didn't think, and I know that you guys have talked about this when it comes to Detroit, because I think they lack a 4th rounder, and that's why we were looking at they don't really have the ability to make a trade like that. That's not one of the teams we were looking at. So to get the over-evaluation of an extra third, so now you've got 3 picks now in the top 87 coming in to tonight, that's exciting. And to get Guyton, where I think that's really good value for him, I saw him at the bottom of the first round, early second. To me, it was him and Kingsley Suamataia of BYU as the best tackles left. I think Guyton's got tremendous upside. I really do. Is he a little bit raw? Does he have some things he needs to work on? Sure. But the attitude in which he plays with, I mean, you saw him in the Texas game. He's hustling down the field to make a block 30 yards down the field running with the running back. I mean, the guy's fantastic in terms of the effort. You can tell he loves to play the game. The size that he has with his athletic ability is a rare blend. He's a freak. And I think it's just some of the little technical stuff, much like with Tyler Smith when they drafted him, that they need to just kind of fine-tune. But the upside's tremendous with him. So when I take a beat, you take a step back, you get Guyton, who was one of the best left tackles left, and I do think there's a drop-off after him. Then you get the extra third. I think they came away with a great day at the office, but I certainly was bummed to not land Graham Barton.
I don't know how much detail you have on this because you're not particularly in on the interviews, but you know, guys, when it comes, you just brought up Tyler Smith. And when it comes to, I know Zach Martin's still with us.
Yeah.
For how long, we don't know.
I hope he doesn't pass away.
No, and I don't mean it that way, but
we need him to play for at least 2 more years too with that contract.
But when it comes to leadership on that offensive line, do you feel like that personality, and Sean used this line, I thought it was great. Maybe it was Bobby this morning, the Monday to Sunday professionalism and what it takes to work each day to get to that at the end of the week. Do you think it's Tyler that's the next in line to take that on, or is Smith, or is Guyton one of those guys that has that personality too? I just don't know.
I think that's something that's very important to Will McClay and the scouting department when they go ahead and evaluate these guys is the work ethic along the offensive line. I think that's why they've had so much success with their first round picks. I think Guyton is that guy that's going to come in and put the work in, but I think it is Tyler Smith.
Okay.
Tyler Smith, I mean, as soon as he came in as a rookie and you listen to him talk, I mean, the intelligence, just the way that he kind of just sees football and life, it's a little bit different we've talked about that with like Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford with the Rangers, right? I mean, for how young he is, he kind of has like an old man's soul about him.
Can he start better than they have this season, though?
Yeah.
Hey. Oh, yeah. You know what? I knew I could get
Rangers are back in. Mike is here.
I knew I could get you back in on this segment.
One of them came in as a 21-year-old and helped win a championship.
I said this season.
The answer is no.
I knew I could draw him in.
Okay, that's great information. I really appreciate
bleep
that.
yourself, Mike.
Because not just the Cowboys that you were covering here, but at my Pluckers last night, and all of us were out at Pluckers while you were doing.
How many did your Pluckers get right?
There was one point we missed 6 in a row, but we had gotten like 7 in a row before that. So I think that I have it at home. We only missed on like 9. Don't worry about why.
That's awesome.
Yeah. My guys are all pretty good.
Were you following Jordan Schultz a little bit?
Don't worry. Hey,
on the
listen.
Twitters?
No, but we just have really. Again, I told you there were people there. This is a really cool part. They were like, I've been here for the last 8 years. We come do this every year, or I've been doing this for 6 years. There are tables there that have been coming back to our fan party every year.
That's
so it was
awesome.
really cool. But one of the things that a lot of people were kind of like all over the place about was where all these offensive linemen were going to go. One of the first ones we got wrong was lady came up and said the Chargers are going to take J.C. Latham. You know, I love Latham. I think he's fantastic.
That was our pick in ours too.
But I was like, no, they would take Alt over him. And then that happened. So where these offensive linemen landed, was that close to where you felt they all should go? Or because there was one of them, particularly the Oregon State tackle, that I was like, oh man, I would have taken him even higher than that. Did they all kind of land where you thought they would?
I think that for the most part, yeah. I mean, I wasn't surprised that Alt ended up being the first guy. Mims was interesting.
Yes.
Like, where was Amarius Mims going to go? And it was funny when Brian started breaking that down, like the Bengals scouting department, they don't really care about how many games you've played. They're basically just looking at the physical talent.
Can you do it?
Yeah, and like Mims is one of those guys. Like Mims can end up being maybe the best tackle of this draft. Now, if you go back and you look at the Bengals track record, most of those guys don't end up panning out.
Right.
That might not be a good place for him to go. But for the most part, yeah. I was a little bit surprised that Fuaga slid a little in Fautanu from Washington. Like, that was the guy, oh my goodness, him and Barton are still hanging around.
Fuaga was the one that I was like,
I know.
I loved him.
Yeah, Fuaga was my number one
mean
tackle.
Streak, dude.
Oh, so mean and super, super athletic. So he's a fun player, but him to slide was surprising. But I did think if you had Troy Fautanu from Washington end up sliding to 24, I wonder if they trade back there.
Pick. Okay.
I think he might have been the guy that they said, you know what, bleep it, we're staying in here and picking this guy.
Now, we heard
Spencer Rattler to the Falcons in round 2. Is that what you're about to ask, Kevin?
round 2?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They would have Kirk Cousins, Penix, and Rattler.
I would kind of love the Falcons to do something crazy like this. This would be great.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Man,
I was making a joke. I was just making a fun joke.
What if the Cowboys go ahead and get a little reckless here?
Actually, that would be
maybe Spencer Rattler to the Cowboys.
That would be
some Michael
super
Pratt
fun for
Tulane.
talking points.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think about Micah saying, well, we needed left tackle depth? Did he not know that?
Okay, so I heard the audio of it. I was driving home and I was listening to CA and Blake, and then I saw the clip this morning as I was prepping for G-Bag. Micah did not look happy.
No.
And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, in the moment, like I'm trying to kind of cover up my real life Graham Barton disappointment.
Yeah.
But like then it's okay. You know, you realize kind of you step back, big picture. Like, Micah, this is your teammate, dude. You can't really just show us all how upset you are that you don't really love this pick right now.
He doesn't know that, man. What you mean this is his teammate?
It's
Not
his
yet.
teammate.
Not yet.
It is today.
Oh, wow.
Tyler Guyton's at the Star. He's got a jersey. That is Micah Parsons' teammate.
And I imagine if you talk to Micah today, the face might be a little bit different.
Yeah, he'd fake it.
That's right.
When do you become a teammate, Reggie? Are you saying you have to play next to a guy to be a teammate with him first?
Let's talk to Mike. Mike, you've had a lot of teammates. Like, at what point did you feel that teammate bond with a guy? Just immediately when y'all were actually on the same team, or when you met him, got to know him?
Met him, got to know him.
In your face, Corey.
I was just asking a question. You didn't dunk on me like that, bro.
But I wanted to.
I like it.
We've heard about...
Gosh, Reggie's dunking on us
He
right
did.
now.
That's what he does, man.
We've heard about Cooper as a potential. Obviously, Jerry wants nothing more in the world than to draft Brooks. What are in the second round?
My gosh.
What
wow.
are
Tell me you don't love Jonathan Brooks, huh?
what are some of the names that you want to look out for, or you think the fans should look out for, either in the second or the third round?
Yeah, I think certainly Jonathan Brooks is going to be in play for the Cowboys. Now, does he make it to 56? I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that he's probably the consensus number one running back for most teams. I do think center is still in play here. Whether that ends up being Zach Frazier from West Virginia, Jackson Powers Johnson, I don't think was in consideration in the first round. If he keeps sliding, especially if he makes it to the third, I think then he definitely is in play. The other two names would be Hunter Norzad from Penn State and then Van Pran, the center from Georgia. in the third round, I think that really, really intrigues me because Van Pran is a big, powerful player. All of a sudden, you look at Guyton, Tyler Smith, Van Pran, Martin. You can really have a mash unit up front if you were to add that type of physicality. So
Hold on one second. What do you think? What do you think about Powers Johnson? Because that is somebody like at least a week out you've seen get mocked to the Cowboys in the first round, and you're saying that's definitely too high.
Well, I think the issue with Powers Johnson is the tape's really good. What we've kind of understood now is there's a medical red flag on him. Some teams have like a personality flag, like off the field character concerns as well. So I don't know, I don't have the information on what exactly the character concerns are. There also is stuff with, hey, the board work. From a center, you want him to have a high IQ. That's why Barton, you knew he was a guy that was smart. Powers Johnson, is he able to check and make all the reads of the line of scrimmage? I think that's why he might be slipping a little bit. But I also do love like a guy like Christian Haynes out of Connecticut is a name to watch out for. But I think ideally you're going running back at some point. I'd like to wait to the third round, which would mean you don't get Jonathan Brooks. I think they might just be so enamored with him, they find a way to make that happen. I think that's where you start to look at a Jalen Wright from Tennessee, maybe Trey Benson from Florida State slides. I think they do like Bucky Irving from Oregon, who's a little bit smaller, but is a really, really exciting playmaker. So I think linebacker is also in consideration, center, and then running back. I think those would be the three spots that I'd look for them to attack. And if it's linebacker, I think it does also end up being one of those 2 third-round picks. I'd like to go center in the second and then go running back, linebacker in the third.
Do you think, and I hear everything you're saying, but Steven again last night was talking about, man, Brock Hoffman's the man, and whatever happens, it's going to be a hell of a competition. Do they feel that same need as perhaps we do?
Maybe. I think, yeah, because I do believe that Graham Barton was one of the guys that they were considering. And look, Graham Barton could also play guard, and I think he could be a really damn good guard. But ideally, you're playing him at center. So to me, I think that if they can upgrade the spot, and he mentions competition, and they know better than anybody how important offensive line depth is, right? You've got to be able to have guys that can come in and play when you have injury. TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman both had to do it for them last year. So I don't think you can go in with just saying we've got Brock Hoffman. Maybe TJ Bass has some center flex. And look, Brock Hoffman, granted, it's the last game of the season against some backup defensive linemen against Washington, but Brock Hoffman played a really, really good game. I do believe they actually like him. And if they did have to go into the season with him starting, I don't think they'd feel as bad about it as a lot of us fans would feel about it. But I think that center is still definitely a big-time need for them.
Does Mike Zimmer, does he get any projects?
That's, I think the linebacker. I do think corner is quietly a sneaky need for this team.
Interesting.
Because when you think about it,
Jordan Lewis is never healthy.
Well, Jordan Lewis isn't healthy, and he's on a one-year deal, right? And then Deron Bland's a guy, I know we've talked a lot about the Dak deal, the CD deal, the Micah deal. You look up, Deron Bland's going into year 3 of a 4-year contract. We're going to have to start to talk about Deron Bland.
He was your second leading receiver in touchdowns last year.
And with Diggs coming off. So, I mean, behind those 3 guys, who do you have? Nashawn Wright and Eric Scott Jr.?
Yeah.
So, corner, if there was a guy that they value, could be. I mean, TJ Tampa out of
Eric
Iowa
Scott
State.
Jr. turns into something.
Trade Nashawn Wright to Washington for a second-round pick.
Maybe.
Done.
Eric Scott's a guy that I know Dan Quinn liked a lot. They traded up to go get him. Maybe Eric Scott's a guy you can trade to Washington.
And on the topic of contracts, how much did yesterday's A.J. Brown deal hurt the ongoing CeeDee Lamb saga?
Kevin, I'm just waiting on the leaves to fall on this one.
They're falling.
Are they, though? I think we're going to be just fine in this. CeeDee's going to get paid, and he's going to get paid like the highest wide receiver in football until Justin Jefferson gets paid. Because I do think they'll get it done.
Let's wait for Justin Jefferson.
I think they'll get it done before Jefferson.
My goodness, I hope so.
You're right. I'm being foolish, Mike.
It'll happen after the sit-in happens in Oxnard for about 10 days.
There you go. All right.
And Ezekiel Elliott's coming back.
Yes! Yeah, baby!
That's going to happen.
I'm convinced it's not.
I think it's happening.
And here's the reason why. And maybe they were being coy last night, but whenever they did have that conversation about him last night, it sounded to me like they were like, look, man, we got screwed over by his agent before, and we had a conversation, and we happily said, thank you for your time. Good luck. We had a couple beers. We'll move on.
Good old Rocky Arsenal. Maybe. Yeah. I think Zeke wants to be here. I think Zeke will take veteran minimum. And honestly, as long as they still draft a running back tonight, I don't mind having Zeke back because he's a great locker room guy, and I think he's at a place in his career where he is totally going to embrace a mentorship type role for that guy.
If the Cowboys aren't able to draft a wide receiver, is there any chance Des Bryant comes back? He's still in his 30s.
You know what? I've actually been talking with Alvin Harper a lot lately.
Oh, my gosh.
No, I don't think so. Alvin Harper can still run a 9 route. He's got sneaky speed for his age.
How old's Des?
Ridiculous.
36? 35?
I think Des might be 35.
There's been plenty of receivers that have played in this league at 35 years old. Now, let's say when they sign Des back after the draft's over on Saturday, what number does Des wear? Does Des get 88 back, or does CeeDee Lamb have to change his number?
Zach, you're a professional radio broadcaster. You do not have to engage with him on this. That's all I'm saying.
This is a fun hypothetical.
For him.
It could happen.
I mean, I'm a Desbian.
Zeke is coming back.
Throw up the X.
Stop it.
If you threw up, is there any way he could just get the number instead of the number, the letter X? He could be the first ever player to have a letter as a number, but he's a Roman numeral, so it works.
In fairness, I mean, has he retired? Maybe we could just get a game, just a retirement game.
No. He's ready.
Guys, it is a shout out Friday from the 972. Shout out to my amazing wife, Ginny. Her birthday was on Monday, but I know Monday's not a shout out day, Corey, so I waited until today to throw the shout out in there. That is very, very good.
Ooh, I want to shout out my amazing wife too, Maya, because she's been awesome with the baby. And last night I came home and she let me sleep through the night without waking up.
That's a big deal right there.
That was pretty clutch on her part.
From the 903, shout out to you guys. I've been struggling with mental health problems, and listening to y'all during the day helps me a lot. Keeps me grounded and puts me in a different, better place with my head. So thank you and keep up the awesome work. What a delightful shout out right there. You had a delightful shout out as well. Shout out to you for helping us out with this segment.
Of course, guys. Anytime you need it, always here for you. I can't wait for all the things that Mike wants to talk about. Go Rangers, and I hope the Stars can finally win.
Now it's Mike likes it. Don't ask Mike. He thinks they're going to get swept.
Stars are cooked. All right.
I agree.
So let's talk about people playing sports.
Okay.
All right.
Let's talk about it.
Dallas Mavericks.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really talked much about them today.
True.
I am pumped up for this game. I'll ask you guys this question. How big is this game? It's a best of 5 series now.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can say you have home court because you have games 3, 4, and 6. Will this game, you asked this earlier if we've changed our mind. Let's just say, I'm going to throw this out because I do think this is a very important game. If the Clippers are able to win this game tonight, it's a 2-1 series, still very close, obviously. What are your thoughts if the Clippers are able to sneak back in here and win a game and get home court back?
I will shift my prediction to Mavs in 7, but I still think the Mavs are going to win, even if they lose the game tonight. However, if the Mavericks win the game tonight, then obviously it gives you a lot of confidence going into game 4 that maybe you could not end the series, but like really put the clamps on them.
They close it down in 6, man.
Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Wow.
If something like that happens, just bounce back, Mavs go, okay, we've seen everything you got. We have more chest than you. Now, I don't think Reggie agrees with me because he thinks that because Tyronn Lue's your king. And he
Your
thinks,
words, not mine.
Yeah, I've always said that, though. And so I think Reggie believes that Tyronn Lue's a pretty good chess player, too.
100%. And he's known to keep things in his pocket. So I imagine they're going to continue seeing different looks. But I will have it noted, I started with Mavs in 7.
Okay.
I remain with Mavs in 7.
How easy or difficult do you think it will be for the Mavs to match the defensive intensity and focus they had in game 2?
I actually believe they will. It will be surprisingly easy for them. Normally, most of the season, I might not have said that, but one of the things that Luka said immediately in the aftermath of game 2, and he was like, and that's great, but I got to keep it up.
Okay.
I think they will be able to match that. What do you think?
I think it's going to be difficult because they haven't really done that in their history. I know it's a short history together, but we've seen them at times lackadaisical on defense. Now, they did a much better job the last 2 months of the season, but I just wonder, that was the most engaged I've ever seen all guys on the court at all times for the Dallas Mavericks in this Luka generation.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, can they continue this because if they can get to the Western Conference Finals.
Agreed.
But I'm optimistic and hopeful, but there's also part of me that goes, so if somebody does it one time like that in one playoff game, everybody that engaged, why should I believe that they are going to do it now, tonight, Sunday? I don't know if they're Tuesday or Wednesday in LA, but like, you understand what I'm saying? Somebody can show you one time. I threw 91 miles an hour at one time. If you believed I was going to throw 91 miles an hour the next pitch, you're a moron.
You said that gun was broken, though.
Yeah, I told my agent when he's like, hey, the Blue Jays really like you. They have you at topping off at 91. And I'm like, I can't sign with them because I don't do that. The gun was broken or it got a bad read somehow. And they're going to be really upset with me when I get there and I'm throwing 84 to 88. I know who I am. I know what I do. I don't throw 91. I don't know.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, every once in a while on a blue moon, it would happen, but I can't tell you why or how it happened. Some guys that pitch can tell you why or how, and they know how to get that extra 2 miles an hour on a pitch that they need right there to maybe get it by the hitter. I was literally trying to throw it 100 miles an hour every time I released a fastball. Sometimes it said 84, and a few times it said 90 or 91. But I can't tell you why or how that pitch was 84 and that pitch was 90.
Interesting.
Me either.
All right, next one. Have we had any updates on Gafford now that we're closer to game time?
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it.
I haven't seen anything.
Since we heard yesterday,
it's questionable, right? Like they had shoot around today, right? They had some sort of a morning walkthrough shoot around, and I don't know if Brad Townsend or whoever is covering for TNT or whatever is at practice and wondering.
Brad Townsend said an hour ago, Gafford at least was on the court and walking fine during brief media window and to shoot around, but Mavs still list him as questionable. I'm sure they'll try to guard his status just prior to the game. So
okay, and maybe you put him through a little bit of a 5 p.m., kind of a little bit of a workout.
Yeah.
And just make sure that it doesn't spasm, tighten up his back. And, I really need him to give me 15 to 20 quality minutes tonight. Okay. And I'm not saying it has to be a double-double, but it just has to be an impact where he has a block shot or two. He adjusts a drive to the basket. He has, if you only have 6 fouls, and what I mean by that is Derek Lively has 6 fouls, and you take away the 6 other possible fouls that you kind of have to defend the rim, that hurts. Because if he can't play and Derek Lively starts, and this was a good job by the Mavericks, it mattered a little bit, but you were able to in game 2. What was a key in the first quarter? In the first 3 minutes, you picked up 2 fouls on Zubac. And now they have to go to Plumlee, and he did okay, but
it's not the same.
If you have Derek Lively and they pick up 2 fouls in the first 3 minutes on Derek Lively, and you don't have Gafford, and then Kleba comes in, and let's just say he picks up 2 fouls in 6 minutes. So now there is approximately 3 to 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Are you going super small ball? Are you going to Dwight Powell? We've seen Dwight Powell in the playoffs. Like, it is all of a sudden you're kind of 4-on-5 in those situations. So that's where I need. I'm really hoping that Gafford's back is okay to give me at least 15 minutes tonight, some quality situations, and at least he can use 3 to 4 fouls.
Yeah, that would be a huge lift for this team for the remainder of the series too, if he can manage something like that.
So I'm sure everybody was locked in on the draft last night. I turned my focus to the late game, the Nuggets and the Lakers.
Bet you loved it.
I did love it. I will tell you this, and this is too high a praise. Michael Porter Jr. is turning into a star.
Wonder who told you about that.
I'm not saying a superstar, but I think that top
Kevin
25 player in the league, I think he's pushing himself towards 25.
Okay.
I'm not pushing him into the top 10. I'm not pushing him into the top 20, but I'm starting to go, boy, if you name me 30 players better than Michael Porter Jr., I start going, gosh, I think I can have a debate at least with you about at 25.
He is a good player when he plays. This is the first season he's been healthy, he's had a very good season.
I think and I realize that I have the bit, right? Michael Porter Jr. better than RJ Barrett. That remains to be the case. However, he needs a very specified role as well. Like he's not a guy who can be put in that place of being the number one option on a night.
I'm with you. If you build around Michael Porter Jr. as your number one, you're going to be in the lottery every year. Yeah. I'm with you.
But for what he's asked to do,
he is making so many clutch contested shots in this series. He's the one who hit the 3 in game 2 that really kept them connected. Last night, there were so many tough shots off the dribble, and I'm just like, dude, this dude is locked in right now. Now, maybe he can get cold, and obviously it's Jokic's team. Murray's the number 2, but man, him and freaking Aaron Gordon, I don't know how, and with Caldwell Pope, to me, watching last night, one, I don't know how anybody beats the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference, and then Boston losing to Miami. Maybe Denver's going to repeat
and
as
that
champs.
that was crazy.
What do the Lakers do? They're about to get swept, and if not, they're going to lose in 5. They are $40 million over the cap next year. So if you're a Lakers fan and you don't follow rules and you're just like, well, we just get everybody we want at all times. Well, it's almost impossible. You're literally, as long as LeBron picks up his $51 million option, and if he doesn't, he's still going to want $50 million. He just might do a 2-year, $100 million deal. You have nothing. You don't have anything you can add to your team. So I guess you can add Bronny James. But at this point, if you're the Lakers and you're really trying to win, you know that you're a play-in team. It's now been proven. That's what you are. With this group of guys, you're a play-in team. Last year, you did make it to the conference finals. Hey, great job. I don't want to say it was luck. LeBron is one of the greatest of all time. But it doesn't look like that's repeatable.
I agree.
Because you're not going to win enough games in the regular season. You're always going to be a road team, and it's going to be very tough to move through the Western Conference. So I just look at the Lakers and I go, gosh, I wonder what they're thinking in their front office. Do you go, look, we got LeBron, we sell out, we're the Lakers. We're just going to run it back because we have no other choice, and we're just going to get a 7 through 10 seed, probably make the 7 or 8 seed, get our butt hammered, and then go home.
Trade LeBron to the Mavericks.
We don't have, I'm going to be honest,
For nothing.
I looked into that last night.
Oh.
That's why I know he's at $51 million. Because I do think, one, Jason Kidd would love it. 2, Mark Cuban, I know he doesn't really have anything to do with it, would love it. Nico knows LeBron probably pretty well through Nike, would probably want to do it.
Luka and Kyrie
and Luka, I think, would want it. The issue is I have to come up with $50 million approximately with no draft picks to send to the Lakers. It's not going to work.
You signed Dwight Powell to a big extension, right? And then just trade him straight up.
But so I did. You asked the silly question. I, honest to God, did without you even knowing.
I'm glad you did.
I did look into that going, does LeBron want to keep doing this? Does he want to? And maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't care, as in he has all the records. He has the championships. He's on the most popular team basketball-wise in the world. And I'm like, but does he want to just keep winning 42 to 43 games?
Can't imagine.
And there's nothing he can do to improve it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what the Lakers do after they get there. But swept again.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is a Shout-Out Friday. We'll get to more of yours. And it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, my gosh, Kevin. So many things to discuss in the C Block, including what Mike just did next on The Fan.
All right. Hey, before, I was clearing my throat because I want to tell you about Men's Tea Clinic. All right, guys, Men's Tea Clinic, it's a Friday. If you feel like this weekend's going to be too much for you to handle, because you're like,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Got a couple of notes for you. Caleb Williams broke the Fanatics record for draft night merch sales for any draft pick in any sport. That surpassed the record that was set by Caitlin Clark just last week. And Jackson
So everybody just
Holliday,
has extra money to spend is what I'm hearing.
not everybody. I don't know if the corporate landscape reflects that.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
And also, Jackson Holliday sent back to the minors after obviously a rough start to this. And from the 214, shout out to my work peeps for coming together for me and helping me cover the $700 it's going to cost to fix my broken down truck. And it just happened out of nowhere.
What? I hate that part, man.
But it is cool to see the power of humanity like stepping up and like, we got you. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, man. Humans doing good things. All right, so
that's the C block.
Let's start the C block. And there are some things I want to get to from last night. All right, because Pluckers, when we were out there last night, it was awesome. We had a great showing at my location in Addison. Place was packed all night long, and my sheet was full. Like by the time we started, my sheet was completely full. Everybody was ready to go. People, I didn't even have to call people. One time, I think I called somebody's name, but most of the night people were walking up and they were like, "I'm ready to do my pick." And I was really happy with that. So I would like to say thanks to Kevin. You said this earlier. Thanks to all the Tolos that have been with us. Kevin and I have been doing this radio show since the weekends. We started working together at a newspaper, and it's kind of turned into this. Now here we are, and we're enjoying our midday show. And then Mike hopped in on this thing. And last night was the moment that...
Whether you like it or not.
And I kept hearing this. Reggie has his own show at nights, too. All right?
What?
He's a dominator.
In my face.
And I kept hearing this last night, though, and this is the thing I loved, is you four. When you four are on radio, it makes me feel like I'm hanging out with my friends. Some people were saying, look, I don't have a lot of friends. I do this, I do that. Right. You guys are my friends.
Right.
And then I kept hearing, and Kevin, you told me you did not hear this one time last night, but everybody wanted to say, I've always enjoyed KNC, but when y'all added Mike to the show, there was so many times I kept hearing it just elevated. It took it to a different level. And he's
okay.
And so, Kevin, you said nobody said that to you. And so,
I mean, not that specifically.
You said most people were coming up saying,
said
tired
they
of
loved
Mike.
the show.
And
nobody said anything negative about
on my side,
one person said something negative about Mike, but that was it.
Who was it?
I don't know. I don't remember
I don't
their
like
name.
their opinion.
My bad, Mike. I didn't mean to do that to you.
It was Reggie. He popped
That
by.
Mike guy talks too much baseball.
It's boring.
That being said, so for all the listeners that have been with us since we were a weekend show, as we traveled through nights, as we got to where we are now, thank you very much. And for anybody new that might be joining the show, welcome. And we hope you stay for a while. All right, so Mike, I do want to dip into some of your baseball talk.
Dip.
The Jack Leiter went out last night.
Where to?
AAA Round Rock.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like went to Rudy's Barbecue in Round Rock or something, or went to the
Great place to
outlet
stop by.
malls.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is a good bar. We used to stop at that spot.
Cream corn is
6 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts, no
I
runs.
don't get what you're doing.
That was
doing the gridiron gravy.
music.
I thought about doing that, but I actually wanted to keep them on task, unlike you, Kevin.
Sorry about that, guys.
I'll restart, Kevin.
Jack
If you just
Leiter
started
went out
listening to the
last
show,
night to pitch for Round Rock.
Jack Leiter, 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. And Kevin, what was the number you threw out there?
18 swings and misses,
Which is huge. And
In
so
your face, other team.
I wanted to chat about Leiter a little bit because I've said this multiple times, Cody Bradford was up and down, but he kind of was a bridge to a lot of things. And it was something that you taught me last year I didn't know. And that was, look, man, you look at the way the schedule is and how sometimes you just need a pitcher to fill a spot. And it's no pressure. Maybe it's just an opportunity to go out there and do it. Jack Leiter went out there against Detroit, and he juiced it for the first inning. You were like, whoa, no hitter alert. You were excited about it. Second inning, That dude's exhausted because he had been up since like 11:30, maybe 4:30 that morning, just jumping around, jittery, excited. He was amped up, and he probably lost a little bit of it, and that didn't help him throughout the game. But Kevin, I said this earlier this morning, that outing right there looks like he got a taste of Major League Baseball, and he's like, I want back.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question then? It's still on pitching. I'm going to include one other person in this then. What do you think also about the combination with Cole Winn? Because I realize it's a different, he's been relieving and everything like that, but holy cow, Cole Winn has looked
great,
awesome thus far in relief to go along with the very promising start that you just brought up from Leiter.
So, Mike, if we can touch on Jack Leiter first, those numbers right there are nice.
I like how you shut down how he wanted.
Yeah, no, let's just see.
I just want to include both.
He gets a whole show. I get one segment.
Yeah.
Right?
What?
That's how we
all get the whole show.
Mike, you get 2 segments. Yeah. I get 1. Kevin gets a whole show. Yeah. So
what is that based on?
This is my time down here.
I
this
think
is my
Stephen
time.
Jones gets 1 a day.
This is my time down here.
We'll adjudicate this later, Kevin.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we have a lot to get to, Stephen. All right, so but Mike, with the Leiter stuff,
we're busy too, Stephen.
Is that enough? Is that enough to like, hey, let's what are we working with?
There's not a need right now. In a weird way, the need is offense.
Really interesting. Okay.
Which I wouldn't have guessed.
I felt like it was all pitching for a while.
It is, and I'm not saying you don't need Jack Leiter. You desperately need your 2nd overall pick at where you drafted him. You went all in on Jack Leiter. Like Kumar Rocker, you didn't go all in. That was a multi-deal thing that you did there at number 3 and then the 4th round. So you really want Jack Leiter to work out. Not saying you don't want Rocker or Brock Porter to work out, but that was kind of a combo draft situation. This was, we're going all in. We think Jack Leiter is an answer. And let's be honest, we think he's a quick answer. Because I do think scout-wise, people might have looked at Marcelo Meyer, who's with Boston as a shortstop. He's in the minor leagues. Or you might have looked at Jordan Lawler, who is from Dallas Jesuit, and go, maybe long-term they might end up having really good, possibly better careers. And at the time, you didn't have Corey Seager, you didn't have Marcus Semien, but they're like, we need pitching bad, and we need it now. And he looks like he could be a quick person through your system. It hasn't happened that way. So I think that's where the expectation and maybe the Ranger disappointment, I'm talking about fans and maybe even a little bit of the organization with Jack Leiter. But if he's on this path, this right path, if he can keep putting together quality outings, I do believe he's going to get at least 5 more starts this year. At least. You're just going to have injuries. You're going to have people get hurt. And I don't want to.
Cody Bradford, Kevin, like that kind of that same where you get him in there when you can.
Everybody's different. I was looking at Sonny Gray because I do know that's one of Jack Leiter's favorite pitchers. He went to Vanderbilt. That's a person that he kind of looks at and says, I can be him. And he goes back to Vanderbilt and worked out when Jack was there and everything like that. They have similar body structures. And I was looking in 2014, Sonny Gray, in his first full season, 33 starts, went 14-10 with a 3.08 ERA. Jack Leiter either just turned 24, is about to turn 24. Now, he's not going to do that. We already know he's not going to do that this year. 33 starts would be impossible. But I was just trying to find kind of the person that he really obviously looks up to his father, but like a person that he thinks he can be. But then you have weird years. This is the tough thing. Like at 26 years old, Sonny Gray goes 5-11 with a 5.69 ERA for the Oakland Athletics. That was a random bad year because that doesn't happen a whole bunch with him. It didn't look like he was able to really handle the New York Yankees situation well. And then once he got out of the New York Yankees situation, went back to being a really good pitcher and has ever since. But I do think Jack Leiter has the ability. We saw the ability in Detroit. What we haven't seen in the minor leagues or in the one major league start is a consistency to know that he can take that from batter to batter, from inning to inning, and then from game to game.
That's great because when I saw this morning or last night, it was coupled with a quote tweet from Jamie Newberg, and it said, "That's great. Now do it again." And I think that's the mindset, Kevin, that he needs to have is, hey, that was a great outing. What did I do that got me that great outing? How do I replicate it? And how do I make that I go out there every 5 days and then this is what I do. You know, the Greg Maddux hey, I go out there every 5 days and I shut people down. Maybe
Right.
under 100 pitches. Good luck, guys. It was a shutout today.
That's true.
So, like, this is where I get a little more excited about it because, Kevin, it felt like you were getting these kinds of numbers in a smaller 2 innings. This was in a 6-inning span where he did it over a 6. So that's exciting to me. But again, tempering and going, do it again. Let me see this consistently at the minor league level, like Mike said.
I'll throw this out to you. Let's just say he makes 2 more really quality starts. Right now he has a 2.66 ERA. He might have already said that, but I'm just looking at 33 strikeouts in 20 and a third innings, only 12 hits given up. Like, these are outstanding numbers in AAA. And let me remind you, the Pacific Coast League is a much tougher league to pitch in than the International League. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? There's 2 AAAs. There's one on the East Coast. There's more on kind of the West Coast. The West Coast one is much tougher to pitch in. That's the one that Round Rock is in. And so these are really good numbers, especially there. But could you see, and I'm just throwing this out, 2 to 3 weeks from now, Jack Leiter and Max Scherzer enter your rotation, and Andrew Heaney and John Gray go to your bullpen?
Yes.
Now, that's being completely and totally healthy. I'm going to be also, most likely in 2 to 3 weeks, somebody's going to be hurt.
That's fair.
That's just the way it goes. But if everybody's healthy and he does this for 2 to 3 more starts, I do think you could see Jack Leiter back up here in 2 weeks.
All right. So nice. Man, you knocked that out of the park, Mike.
That's why I'm here.
So proud of you, man. Now, Kevin.
I just Shohei'd it.
Your Cole win topic, we have run out of time for that, but
he's been very good.
We will talk about it.
I want to give you a hug on Cole Winn
in your portion of the show. All right, whenever
all portions of the show are
yours.
all of
I know.
ours.
You tell us that after every show.
No.
But I do want to get to this.
Does the Cole Winn thing even make sense?
I do want to.
How did he become so good? Just getting called up to the majors.
We'll have to ask those questions, Mike. We'll have to ask those questions in Kevin's part of the show.
Kevin likes it.
But Kevin, I did want to. This is a part of the my show. That I want to ask about your life.
Okay.
A man told you that he wanted to tattoo you on his body last night. Can you explain what happened?
What? Yes, I will. So there was a lot of Tolos out at the Pluckers in Allen. One of them came up to me, was showing me his tattoos and stuff, and said, "Hey, would you be cool if you signed my arm and I got it tattooed on my arm?" And I said, "Yeah, are you sure you want to do that?" And he said, "For sure." And so I signed a sheet of paper and I said, "This is what my signature looks like. Are you still sure?" And he goes, "Absolutely." And he had like a gap in his tattoos and he goes, "I just want to get like all of y'all's names autographed on there." And he was pumped for it. And so I signed.
How much does Mike charge for that? Because I know
that's
like,
a great question.
Yeah, does that?
I saw where Michael Young's going to be at the next Dallas card show.
So is Josh Hamilton. I don't know. Oh yeah, by the way, as long as we're talking about autographs, I mentioned it the other day. Tomorrow, worth collecting in Waxahachie. If you want to see Brett Hull, he'll be signing from 12 to 1:30.
You got to have Hull.
Also, Meat Church is having their 10th anniversary celebration out there, so it's going to be like
next door, almost next door to each other.
It's going to be happening out
in the same square,
Waxahachie tomorrow. But so I signed his arm, and him and his brother immediately got to work. And
Sharpie?
What
color Sharpie?
It was black. He texted me. He texted me and said, "I can't get my tattoo appointment set up tonight, so I'm going to have to wait until tomorrow." And I just responded, "Don't you dare." And I just responded, "But if you change your mind, that's totally fine." And he responded, "No effing way, bro. I'm getting this done today."
Well, that's awesome.
We'll see if we get an update.
Major mistake. If you're listening and you haven't done this.
I said you shouldn't.
Please don't.
From the 940, dude is stealing checks. He needed Kevin's auto. So I don't know how much that matters anymore.
Did he ask you what your what street you grew up on?
No, we were just talking about all kinds of stuff.
Your
and he
first
was like,
pet's name?
What's your mom's maiden name? Like, what are
Who's your favorite uncle?
4-number combination. Like, we just have regular people conversations.
That is good stuff right there. Again, thank you to all the Tolos who jive with us here. I never use that word, but I appreciate you being with us.
Yeah, y'all starting a line right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Y'all, what did I do?
So
you heard what you said.
It was the
Kevin, you are now allowed to do the rest of your show.
Yeah, I have a question off the air about that word.
We're the KNC masterpiece. I have no idea what you're going to ask.
I don't
right
know if
here
it's a bad word or not.
on
jive.
105.3 The Fan.
Like if you put
no,
the
you said
Thanksgiving
off
word
air
after it. Like is that
My
is that a
God.
bad term?
Coming up next.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Let's talk more about the Mavs and the Stars. Maybe if we have time for a Cole win, but most importantly, masterpiece of the week. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse.
No,
His name's not James, so
I'm not.
He doesn't
I'm
know
not
either.
doing that. Stop it! I knew you were going to say that from the 817.
James Earl Jones.
That's the second time today.
I set that up. My bad.
It's just a joke. He might know.
From the 817. Shout out to my wife Shannon and I. We found out yesterday we're going to have a baby girl. Congratulations to you guys. Absolutely love to hear it. And right now, it's time for some masterpiece of the week.
She said, list this.
How's it going, fellas?
Somebody suggested Ralph James Choppy.
Oh,
that's
that's
probably
was
good
asking
shout.
if you just accidentally cussed on the air.
Did I?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Crap, I don't know. He
Sorry.
probably did. But
Sorry
he's
about
like,
that,
doesn't
FCC.
matter.
It's because my jokes are so funny.
Kevin went, it doesn't matter. I didn't dump it, so it'll be all right.
Yeah.
Let's just power through.
Okay.
Hello, Reginald.
Sadden.
buddy.
This is Masterpiece of the Week, a segment in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this very program. Happy Friday, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks for sending all the shout outs, and we hope that we've gotten to a good amount of them.
There have been a lot today. I really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, I have audio. So, gentlemen, who would like to start?
You can vote for me to start. And by the way, this is a segment where I would like to think it's broadcasting excellence, but usually it's the dumbest things that we say or do that get rebroadcast. Sometimes with full context. That's the worst part, is when it's full context and it still sounds idiotic.
It's my favorite. This one doesn't have very much context, though. Kevin Hagelin.
I did see him in that. I think that's the guy for me.
Glad that you found one.
Who is that guy?
Some actor I've never heard of.
Yeah. Was this Sam? Was it Sam?
Sam Rockwell's mine.
Yeah.
Sam Perkins.
We're not just naming Sams right now.
My
Mike.
grandma would always
Uncle
say
Sam.
Sam Donaldson and combine Sam Perkins and James Donaldson because I think Sam Donaldson was a major news
He's a
anchor
news person.
at
Yeah.
that time. So we're like, Grandma, it's not Sam Donaldson. There's Sam Perkins and James Donaldson.
There you go.
Former Mavs.
Yes. Understood.
It was Paul Dano.
And Supersonics.
Paul Dano.
Oh yeah, Paul
And
Dano
Clippers.
is awesome.
That's the guy for you. Let's bounce around a little bit. Corey Majors. Are you okay? Is everything all right?
And I don't love myself for this decision.
Oh, what did you do?
Oh, I watched the movie Argyle on Apple TV. And
Hey, you do love you some Apple TV though.
they have good content.
They do.
They have good shows. They have good stuff. I appreciate it. It wasn't a great movie, and Reggie was one of those that it had a unique idea. The execution was poor, and maybe the idea was expanded too much.
Oh, too much. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the way I thought of it.
All right. We got a little Kevin, got a little Corey. What comes next, gentlemen?
Mike's piece of the week.
Let's do it.
Think about it. The Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It's a bowl.
The NBA championship. They
Yeah,
really
the NBA Finals.
They really college
the
football
Stanley
that
Cup.
one.
Once again, what do I want? Cup's even smaller than a bowl.
Yeah.
And then, what else can you win here? What does the FC
Supporter
Dallas
Cup.
win?
The
Yeah,
Supporters Cup.
the Jockstrap Award with holes in it. It can't even
Supporter
hold
Shield?
anything.
Here's where I might buy in with you.
We won the whole world. The Rangers.
World Series.
Yeah, the whole world series.
My favorite part is you can hear where Mike like mentally does a jump pass, and
He was Josh Green right there. He's up in the air and he's like, "Crap, I don't know."
Like he gets on a roll, and I'll start it right about where he's on a roll, and then you can hear the jump pass, and I'll stop it right there.
College
The Stanley Cup. Once again, what do I want? Cup's even smaller than a bowl.
Yeah.
And then
there it is. There's the jump pass.
Where am I going with this?
I think having no direction is the best.
You're underneath the basket, you're Dwight Powell, and you're like, what do I do with it next?
Yeah. Just try to throw my face into somebody's body. That's what he does.
Or you're JJ Barea, and you
That
make
is
a
how
great
we.
outlet
That's how
pass.
we have a segment, Kevin. That right there is how we have a segment. And further evidence of that, Mike right here.
And then the next time you're like, you touched him with your pinky?
Gotta be gentle.
That was when Kyrie Irving made that really nice left-handed, I don't know,
Oh,
about
yeah.
10-footer, 12-footer, and I can't remember who got. Oh, Terrence Mann got kind of underneath them, and you're like, you pinkied James Harden, and they called that one. This guy, you bump him in the hip, you hip check him to the ground, and you're like, yeah, no foul.
You just got pinky.
Yeah, you just got a pinky touch Harden.
Next, you're gonna get brained.
That's a cartoon.
That's right.
That is true. Good point.
You have 3 Mickey Mouses and stuff like that.
I think this is a family show.
Animaniacs? Is that what you just said?
Oh,
3
nice.
Mickey Mouses?
3 Mickey Mouses.
That's actually a fair enough description of what he's going for. That I can't even be mad at him.
I never went home and was like, Animaniacs. I never thought that. Ever. But now, thank you.
I figured they were Mickey Mouse's children or something. I honestly did.
Aren't they 2 different like components, like WB and
They were
Disney?
making fun of Mickey Mouse.
There you go.
I didn't even think
He
of
got
that.
there.
Wow.
He did get there.
Water go down the hole.
That's a good sketch. Masterpiece of the week continues on.
By the way, real quick.
What the hell? Why did you wait until he was setting the next clip up?
Just hit my head. Watching that as a teenager, we call Sue's mom Lady. That's her name for like grandma. You know how you come up with names? We call her Lady because of the Animaniacs. There's one where
Elmira?
Yeah, it just calls her mom. I think is it mom? Just calls her Lady the whole time.
Hi,
It's like,
lady.
I'm your
Lady.
mom. But we're like, so that's her name. So that's where it comes from.
love
I
it.
just thought of that in my head, all by myself.
And he wanted
Nobody
to
helped
deliver
me
it
out
to you.
except myself.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I decided I don't like listening to myself on commercials because I've literally heard everything I've said my whole life. And I don't want to hear it anymore. Like she's like, that's you on commercial, and I changed the channel. And I'm like, literally everything I said.
What does that mean?
I have not missed anything I said in my whole life, and I don't want to hear it anymore.
You know what's funny? I don't actually believe him.
I think he does want to hear it. He loves this segment.
No, I believe that Mike has missed some of the things that he said sometimes. I truly, really and truly do.
I thought of that today.
Oh, my God.
I've literally heard everything I've said.
All right, well, tell me if you heard this one right here.
Listen,
If we want to stop there, I can tease my nuggets with what we
do
just
it.
left off
Tease
with.
it.
That sounds weird.
Look
glad I
at
said
Corey.
that.
Corey's the MVP of that clip. He's like, this is not okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I was there for that moment.
Yeah, and it only gets worse when it comes to not being family show appropriate, as Kevin Hagelin said this.
I always wonder how those extra 2-3 inches kind of wear on. Well, you know what?
Reginald, you know what to do.
Shut up.
Just wanted to let you know.
Man, I really hope that I bailed out before.
Just wear it out.
He didn't finish the sentence. He's good. When you said where, was that the part where you're like, oh, I'm about to say something Bassett always says?
Well, it's because you see the faces light up, or people kind of turn and be like, "What's that now?" That's unfortunate.
We had other humans there in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
We were just stuck in a studio on that one.
Best day of their life. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you think Nate Bargatze uses my stuff? Do you think at any point he's going to just listen
Yes.
and go like, "This
Yes,
is
I
this
do.
is
I need to bring this guy
this
a
is
tour.
worth it." Yeah,
I do.
I should open for him.
Oh my God, I
dare you to
I
open
would
for him.
so be there.
I'll be there too. Every show.
Shout out to the 903 who has identified us as a bunch of juveniles, and you are 1,000% correct, as evidenced by this.
If you learned anything from Sammy Sosa, act like you don't see those balls on the ground, all right? You just act like they're not there, and you just play around them.
Listen,
Corey.
but that was the discussion of you saying tuck baseballs into the wall.
Yes.
Like Julio Rodriguez, so you could have a baseball there. And my suggestion was, remember you said Sammy Sosa, he broke his bat and power balls are going everywhere, and he runs out in the middle of the field and is like, hurry up, it's corked.
How did you forget where first base was, Sandy? You literally thought it was in between the pitcher and the first baseman.
And my rule has precedent. The tuck rule.
From the 214, Mike got me into baseball cards, and I pulled a Corey Seager World Series autograph card. Got it graded. It's a 6. I'm done with cards.
Oh, no.
That's a cool card. I'll give you $25.
I'll give you 30.
You got it.
Dang.
Cost $25 to get it graded.
That's true.
And finally, I just like the delivery on this one.
We did the best.
Yeah.
My Heine.
What?
You can't say AS.
Yes, you can.
As. You can say that, but you can't add the extra S. You can't add the extra S. I said it. I'm sorry.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's vote now. Oh, God.
Hold on, was when Mike said I've literally heard everything my entire life, was that part of this or was that
No, he actually said those words in front of me. Yeah,
all right, so I can't vote for that.
You've heard everything you've said your whole life.
That is true. Kevin, I'm going to vote for you at Pluckers yesterday when you were talking about the
wearing it,
the extension.
I always wonder how those extra 2-3 inches kind of wear on. Well,
son of a gun. I'm going to vote, since he always says fingers Magoo, I'm going to vote for Mike talking about the pinky finger in the NBA.
And then the next time you're like, you touched him with your pinky?
Really elevated that.
That was high.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you could get that high.
I think that's how you argue at times, right? It was just my pinky!
Well, that does.
Right, at the end?
That is when he did Pippen played all the games. That's what he sounded like.
Yeah.
So that is true. Yeah.
You know what I think is underrated from that time is when Reggie is like, oh, yeah, do you want to bend over to the floor to pick up that trash opinion you just had or whatever? Like, just out of nowhere.
I forgot about that.
It was awesome.
It was my Roomba running or something like that.
Something like that.
That was pretty good.
Hey, Mike, you got anything you want to vote for?
You got to vote?
You already voted?
Yeah.
I think they were all great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my
That's
God.
right.
I'm going to vote for the third one.
Well, I didn't categorize these by number. Come on now.
I think it was.
Just pick the third one, dude.
Just randomly pick one. They're like, oh, that wasn't it. Play another one.
All right. I guess he's voting for this.
I did see him in that. I think that's the guy for me.
There you go. That's your guy.
Hey, who did he sound like? Play that to start off. Wait, play it again.
I did see him in that. I think that's the guy for
Is
me.
that a Three Stooges character?
Slightly.
That's the bowl hair guy.
I am a bald hair guy.
Bowl. Oh, I'm voting for the cups. I'm voting for the Super Bowl and the cup and the world. That's what I'm voting for. It. The Super Bowl?
Yeah.
It's a bowl.
The NBA championship.
The NBA Finals.
They really college
the
football.
Stanley
that
Cup.
one.
Once again, what do I want? Cup's even smaller than a bowl.
Yeah.
And then, what else can you win here?
Reggie.
That's what I'm voting for.
Okay. You can just play that one part again when he goes, and then what can you win? Like he's in the air, he's got the ball, he's coming down, nobody's open.
I saw the first three guys. The cup's even smaller than a bowl.
Yeah.
And then, what else can you win? That's
how we
when
do
Josh
Masters
Green
for
hits the floor.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the
I
Fan.
jumped again. Josh Green, if you play tonight, please don't jump past more than twice.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, who else did the Cowboys draft? Plus Mavs Stars playoffs and Rangers Reds, plus a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway during the Expressway. It's a Monday morning on the Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the spot to go to, it's Platinum Chevrolet. And now that spot in Terrell is expanded to 80,000 square feet of awesome buying power. And I say this all the time, and I really mean it. The people there are great. So you get great people, you get great service. And now with expanded selections, you get to keep those same great prices.
Yeah, 1.9% APR for 72 months for Texas residents on new Silverado 1500. So, be a Texas resident and all.
I am.
Also, tons of brand new Tahoes available. And this one, too, because right now I'm looking for something for my son. A lot of pre-owned vehicles Justin Rudd has on the lot right now for under $25,000. So you can get something and say, hey, this is exactly in my price range. I love this. So you got clear upfront pricing online. The price you see, that's the price you're going to pay. And you can shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Orlando Magic picked up a win on Thursday night, and they will try to even their series with Cleveland on Saturday. Orlando crushed Cleveland by 38 points, but even with that huge margin, the total barely went over the number. The first two games of this series were way under the total, and that's the trend the BetQL model is on. Their five-star play for the NBA this weekend is grabbing the under between Cleveland and Orlando in Game 4 on Saturday. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
He's 7 years old today. We've been listening to the fan together since he was born. That is freaking awesome. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank
Happy
you
Friday.
for asking. Indeed, and happy sports weekend. You get the rest of the NFL draft tonight, which you can listen to the stream. And tomorrow you get Mavs tonight, Stars tomorrow, Mavs again on Sunday. Is there one particular thing you are most excited about?
Most watchable player in Major League Baseball is in town.
That's Elly De La Cruz.
By the way,
that is correct. You can hear that game on the fan, and then we said the stream will have the draft coverage tonight.
Approximately, I'm not exact on these numbers, but about 3,000 tickets for Saturday and 3,000 tickets left on Sunday exist. If you wanted to go see the Rangers
because
play,
of De La Cruz.
I just think, world champion.
They got a really good young team either way, right?
They do.
Every other year, maybe you get to see the Reds in town, I guess?
Yeah, so every other year you'd get to see a person like Elly De La Cruz play.
By the way, YouTube and Twitch will also be carrying our draft coverage. So all kinds of ways to digest all the sports here with the fan.
Man, it's a hard one right now. I mean, between the Mavs and the NFL draft, I have a dead heat. Like what they did last night to give themselves another 3. I'm just excited about what we're going to have happen tonight. But also the Mavs have a chance as a 4.5-point favorites to take control of this series. And by Monday, they could be up 3-1. So how can that not get you out of your seat?
Are we hearing anything on Gafford? Is he good to play?
He walked out there, but still don't know anything. I don't know if they're going to wait. It's going to be like a legit game time decision or not. I noticed the Stars didn't come up. That makes sense. They're down 0-2. When we come back here, are we going to be looking at the same start as the Western Conference Finals last year?
I think they will get a split in Vegas, come back 3-1. But ultimately, this series is probably done in 6 games, would be my guess for Vegas.
And everybody be careful out there. There's a tornado warning in Ellis County till 2:37. Something along.
He giving you a thumbs up.
Okay, excellent. Broadus.
I'm asking about Gafford.
Oh, okay. And I know we're going to talk about the picks, and y'all are going to talk about the picks. The pick
Wolchuk.
that the Cowboys
You've already interviewed Wolchuk. Yeah, what do you need?
Yeah, I've already said my piece on
What do you
it.
got?
Brian, you take it away, Brian.
I just want to know,
Eric,
what did you think
got?
of the value for the trade down? Because they hopped up around more than I would have thought.
Way overpaid by Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and matter of fact, we did some simulations on the draft show where we went back, and I didn't include Detroit because they didn't
fourth rounder.
They didn't have the 4th rounder. So I'm thinking, okay, would it be next year's capital? And would Detroit, would you consider an overpay? Yeah, and that's why Dallas had to kick back the 7 for next year, because it was a big overpay, just to kind of maybe make it even out a little bit. But yeah, for them to grab a tackle, and then also though to get a player, this draft for me, I'm excited to see who the player is at 73, because with Guyton, and then also with the player at 73. Maybe that's going to, for a lot of fans, soften the blow of maybe with Barton and what you're going to do at center.
Okay,
but I think it was executed very well. It was a clear overpay by the Lions, and enough to the point where you're like, man, we got to take this, right?
Absolutely,
especially when you don't have a 4th round pick.
I agree with you 100%. It sounds like it's going to be jam-packed. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We will have Tyler Guyton on at 4.
Okay.
And Eric Nadell at 5:20. It's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday.
He's on the Cowboys.
That is true.
Proud of you, Mike.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Parsons likes it or not.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Come back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I already told you the station, The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. We did the best.
Yeah.
My Heine.
Thanks to our Tolos. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on a proper NFL Draft Football Friday. Welcome into the show. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Had a blast last night. Pluckers in Arlington. Salute to everybody who came by. We're on a run. Had a lot of correct picks. Handing out a lot of specials. Hopefully we can do that again next year. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Does everybody love what they did last night as much as I do? I mean, I just thought that was perfect. You got your tackle, you got an extra 3, and now it sets up what should be a chance to have another great night here tonight.
Yeah, I was listening to you and Eric driving to the Star after I left you, and there was... I know you were talking about, hey, you'll draw me back in if you do this.
Yes.
And I feel like that they might have got you part of the way into the door.
Hey, I need 2 good offensive linemen and a dynamic runner. And that, I think, gives you a chance with the right coaching, with the right scheme to build you a really good, efficient running game. I don't want to run it all the time on first down. Offenses need to be balanced, especially when you get to January. I know we've suffered some losses on this roster, but it's not so much that a great draft couldn't put you back in the hunt, especially in this NFC. Tolo asked me last night, who do you like in the conference? And I was like, I guess a team from the NFC West is going to be really good. Probably the Niners, maybe the Rams or Seahawks, and then the Lions. Mm-hmm. But, the bar isn't still really high. So I think they took a step, and now I think, maybe they could go center, running back, and then an extra pick in round 3, to make them even better. They're 1 out of 3 steps along the path of getting me fired up about what this team could be by the time we get to Oxnard, Brian.
Yeah, that's there's going to be some combination today, and I really do appreciate the fact that they did get that 73rd pick. I mean, that was an overpay. The Lions obviously are like, listen, we see our player, we're going to get it, and maybe the way the board fell for him that helped them as well to be able to back up. But I think having those picks today, 56, 73, 87, you can do some serious damage with those picks today. I'm fascinated by the one at 73 because that to me is going to be whether the trade was really, really worth it.
Yeah.
That's the one that's going to you know what? They just got themselves a starter here with that 73rd pick.
I think with Wolchuk, it might be a little bit bittersweet because I know how much you liked Graham Barton, and he was there for the taking, wasn't he?
I think bittersweet is definitely a good way to put it because in the moment, and I talked about this with KNC, and Brian knows this, we're passionate about the draft.
Yes.
And you spend a lot of time watching these players, and you develop an opinion, and, you get passionate about it. And Barton was my guy. I didn't think he was going to be there. So when he's there, I think he feels a need. And to me, he was one of the best players on the board. It was very hard to pass on him and then to see him come off the board 2 picks later to Tampa Bay. I think he's going to have a great career there. But ultimately, to get the extra 3rd on an overpay for a team that has a lot of holes to fill, and then you still get Guyton, which I think that is a perfect place to have taken him, who is a super talented tackle. He's just a little bit raw. I think it's a lot of the same kind of conversations we had about Tyler Smith a couple of years ago. There's a lot of things you really like about his game. He's a freak athlete. For the size that he has, the athletic ability, it's a very, very rare combination, and they've hit in the first round when it comes to linemen. So I'm going to trust Will McClay and the scouts and their evaluation on that. But to get the extra 3rd really is what made this a good day at the office.
How do you feel about it, Chief?
Feel good about it, man. Feel good. I was kind of grinding out the Graham Barton thing a little bit. I couldn't believe that he was there. I was like, wow, you're going to get that opportunity. But it is important for them to stack up picks. And when you had options like we weren't sure, we thought maybe all of these linemen are going to get ran dry by the time you get to 24. You had 2 guys you were comfortable with. And Broaddus has Guyton ahead of Graham Barton on his stack. You got the better player and you picked up the pick here. So there's no complaints from me.
I'll tell you the interesting one was when you start to talk about players is the fact that Terrion Arnold.
Terrion Arnold, the corner
from Alabama was on the board. And I was sitting there thinking because that was my 7th best player on the board. And I was sitting there thinking, here you are picking at 24. And now if you were in a situation where you were just taking best available player, if you were the Cowboys and you hadn't had this mass exodus of bodies out of here.
Just so many needs.
You have so many needs. If you were just a team that was sitting there and that player fell to you, I mean, that to me would have been like a home run.
How good do you think Arnold's going to be?
I think Detroit, they've done a great job, I think, with the last couple of years adding these Alabama these secondary guys.
And Brian Branch last year.
Branch was
fantastic.
This kid right here, man, he can play outside. He can play in the slot. So in my mind, I was sitting there thinking, man, look at the options I have here, of picking at 24. The way the board fell, it was almost like you just had to kind of step back and go, wow, this is, the trade back seems okay here.
Especially with the overpay.
Yeah, and then once San Francisco, Kansas City from 32 to 24 would have got you a third and a fourth likely on that trade. I couldn't imagine a better trade opportunity. Detroit desperate with no 4 and thinking, man, okay, we've got to go get Arnold. We've got to go get this corner.
Yeah.
But now here you are. You're going to benefit from that. Because they're going to overpay with that spot. So it was exciting in a way of knowing, yes, they can make a trade, they could go back. I mean, the guys that were starting to come down the board to you, it actually worked out, I think, pretty damn good for them.
You also had the Washington tackle Faltanu, who was there as well, and he ended up going at 20 to Pittsburgh.
Right. I talked to Tampa Bay. And Tampa was saying they were taking an edge. They were thinking defensive end at their spot behind you is what they were. And Green Bay was behind, and then another one, so they were behind Green Bay. They were looking at edges. But when you passed on Barton, then they
just had their center retired.
They're like, whoa, okay.
We got to take this guy.
Yeah, that was one of those moments where they pivoted in their room.
Yeah.
When they saw that Barton was not taking it at 24.
It was one of those, I think, win-wins for both teams because for the Lions, I mean, you talk about the NFC, I think they've had the best offseason of any team in the NFC. When you look at free agency, and now I think they might have gotten the best value pick in the entire first round with Arnold.
Yeah.
Hey, heck of a pick. I wouldn't have been mad at all if the Cowboys had taken that corner. I think that's a significant position of need. I think they're probably looking at a multi-year turnaround, but, rebuilding the offensive line here and then taking a runner, I think later on tonight gives you a chance if we hit these picks super hard, to have a good running game. And I think that's a perfectly good way to go as well, especially with Detroit willing to give you so much to come up.
I feel like that you're in a situation right now, and this is in no particular order, but these are the positions I think you're looking at tonight. Linebacker, running back, interior offensive lineman. And I say interior offensive lineman in not just the center, but potentially guard. I'd keep an eye on Dominic Pooney from Kansas, a guard. Now, maybe too, though, that how about our guy Beebe from
Cooper Beebe from K-State,
because he can play center and guard.
I think he's played all 5 positions during his time at Kansas State. I mean, he's a guy that ideally he is an interior player. Pooney is interesting as well. I like both of those names. And Christian Haynes from Connecticut
is another one.
Is another guy that's an interior player.
Don't you guys read, though, that they went tackle last night because they need both, but they knew center stretched longer?
It did, and that's exactly why I was able to come around on, okay.
I don't know if they're in love with the centers as we're in love with the centers.
Like Zach Frazier from West Virginia, Powers Johnson from Oregon.
Powers Johnson, we've talked about that. He didn't check all the boxes with them. That's fine. I'll wear that one. That's my 17th best player on my board. That's the thing that you kind of, when you're doing this as a media scout, you don't get to talk to the players. You don't get to do the medicals. You just watch the tape. I would love to see that Powers Johnson somehow gets back into this thing. I just don't think they'll take him. I don't know if they like Frazier from West Virginia as much as we do.
Mm-hmm.
So who would be your center?
I think that they're talking about Brock Hoffman. That's who I think they're talking about.
Well, and
here.
Look, if you end up taking a guard, like let's say it's Pooney or it's Beebe or it's an Adams from Illinois, now you can have a competition with like TJ Bass. Maybe you try him at center. Hoffman, maybe one of these guards I just get the
vibe that that Bass at center was not an option. I just but to me they love Hoffman. They think Hoffman is It's funny. I was talking with Brad Sham, and he goes, "Man, when did they think he was Mick Tingelhoff?" Well, Mick Tingelhoff was a old Hall of Fame center for the Minnesota Vikings. We've had this discussion, but they think that Hoffman could play center for them, and he's played a couple times. Now I don't know. Does that keep them from taking one of these guys that we're talking about? I think they're also thinking about the guard in a way of maybe Zach Martin's last year's coming up. That kind of thing.
Absolutely. Have a contingency plan.
So you have to have a plan there for that.
Yeah, if the right one's there, why not? Lane Johnson on Guyton says he's a freakazoid. His size, his length. I feel like he moves better than anyone in the draft. His foot speed and movement, it's really smooth for a big guy, but he's got to improve play strength with his weight room stuff. Absolute mountain of a man, but you can tell like he hasn't been in the weight room. That might just be a lot of natural strength, which is exciting.
He can fill out his frame.
He is a large man. The hands. That's where you're going to have to the thing with Guyton. That the hands are going to have to. We talked about that with Tyler Smith because Tyler Smith led the country in holding that one time. Hand placement was poor. It's something you can correct. There's no question you can correct that. Now,
and they've proved that.
Yeah, his ability though, the athletic ability that this guy has, and I people saying, well, who is it? Flozell Adams. If you're a Cowboy fan from back in the day, you will remember Flozell Adams, a mountain of a tackle that played here. The athletic ability, the power, stuff like that. I think this guy's similar in that trait, on those traits.
Mavs and Clippers game 3 tonight. Dallas 4.5-point home favorite. Rangers and Reds at the ballpark. Evaldi against Ashcraft. We will have Eric Nadel join us at 5:20. Game 3 for the Stars is tomorrow in Las Vegas. And we really need a dub there to breathe some life back into the series.
Yeah, that series is over.
I can't see them beating Vegas 4 times. I'm sorry.
They played about as well as they possibly could have in game 2, and they still weren't able to get the win. So, and I know Matt Duchene said, we could easily be up 2-0. All these games against Vegas, if you go back, they're razor-thin margins. It's not like they're getting dominated, but it's just Vegas finds a way. You've got to play darn near perfect.
I'm kind of rattled, Brian. It doesn't seem like they're going to finish building this offensive line. They're going to do something else. They're going to stop short.
No. Keep the offensive. Keep the interior offensive lineman in mind here. It's different combinations: linebacker, running back, interior offensive lineman, wide receiver, maybe even an edge. I think that the pick at 73 opens up a lot of avenues for you.
It does. Because I think at 56, if Jonathan Brooks is there, he's the pick. Is he there? That's the question. If he's not, then the position could be, we'll see.
Linebacker.
Could that go linebacker? Could that be an Edgerrin Cooper?
Yeah.
If Brooks is there, I think they would go running back at 56. I think 73, that's where you look at what linebackers are available versus the interior linemen. And then at 87, you circle back and take what you didn't get there.
Right.
The most potent Dak has been was when he was his least experienced, which was 2016. And that's because you had a running game that demanded respect.
Yeah.
And since then, they've gone out in a whimper. How many times do you need to see your offense go impotent in the biggest moments until you're convinced, wow, we should probably not do anything until we're sure we have a dominant offensive line with a good runner? We got our quarterback. Okay. Let's go dominant offensive line to protect him, running game, and then go from there. We shouldn't be looking elsewhere. And by the way, you did that in 2016 with a poor defense. There were not a lot of good players on that defense.
Yeah, they lived off turnovers.
You won more regular season games, and you were more of a threat in the playoffs.
It was so poor they actually called that era of Dallas Cowboys defense the Krusty's corner defense.
It was. I mean, you had the great offensive line. It was Ron Leary and Doug Free. Those guys left, never replaced them, and since then, you've been an impersonator of that team.
You had the no-name defense. You had the steel curtain.
Purple people eaters.
Then you had the Krusty's corner Cowboy defense.
Krusty's corner Cowboys were amazing. They almost beat the Packers if they would have got it right. Okay, NFL Draft True or Fart coming up next in the G-Bag of the Day right here in the Nation.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Now, here he is, Zach Wolchuk, with some draft, true or fart.
Yeah, let's reflect back on night one of the NFL draft with some true or fart. If it's your first time playing along with us, well, this game was born thanks to this live slip-up from the great Robert Flores on ESPN.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Oopsies, that's straight flatulence. All right, Brian, let's start with
like CA,
you.
freaking period.
Yeah, freaking period.
Yeah, you guys didn't hear that.
Shout out to our guy Tyler Guyton last night, by the way, dropping a big time. Big time. I'm freaking ecstatic, I think.
Yeah,
except,
he was so jacked to be a Cowboy. You love to see it.
You could hear the joy in his voice. We'll get to talk with him coming up at 4 o'clock. But Brian brought it, speaking to Tyler Guyton, true or fart, he will continue the Cowboys streak of drafting all-pro offensive linemen in the first round.
All-pro. Pro Bowl, all-pro.
All of them have been all-pros. When you look at Tyron, Frederick, Tyler.
I'm going to say fart.
You're going to go fart?
Yeah.
Not an all-pro.
Not an all-pro.
But good player.
Very good
Just
player.
not an all-pro.
Not an all-pro.
Okay, going fart on that. Gavin.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's go. That's a freaking lootly. I like that.
I have no reason to doubt these guys, unlike Brian, who scouted them and has his own opinion.
The hell, Brian? I thought you loved this guy.
Can you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Tyler Guyton will continue the Cowboys streak of drafting future all-pro first-round linemen.
Yeah. This is surefire true situation. 100%.
Yeah, I'm going to lean true on that as well because
the athleticism. He's got like 11-inch hands.
They got a plan for this guy.
His arms are too long not to be an
awesome.
all-pro.
All right, Eric, back to you. J.J. McCarthy, who was drafted by the Minnesota Vikings, will be NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. True or fart?
Oh, man, I'm going to have to go fart on that. I mean, we were just living in a world where it was just offensive player after offensive player after offensive player. One of these wide receivers is going to break the league wide open. So, yeah, I will say it'll be probably one of these wide receivers that ends up being it, but definitely not J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, it's a lot of football flatulence there, Wolchuk. There's just too many other good players to choose. So I'm taking the field.
Yeah, I mean, Bo Nix. I mean, come on. There's a lot of good options.
Question again, please, because I was texting.
J.J. McCarthy, who was drafted by the Vikings
Yes.
in the first round, will be the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Fart.
It's a fart?
Yes.
I'm lean true.
You're gonna put in the call. You're going true.
Yeah, I think he's in the best position to succeed. Now it could be Caleb Williams, obviously, but I think J.J. McCarthy, when you have Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and I think an absolute offensive mastermind in Kevin O'Connell, I think he's in a great spot there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, McCarthy, and you would think like Bo Nix getting with Sean Payton.
Ricky Pearsall will be this guy.
Oh, Ricky Pearsall from the 49ers? Yeah. Okay, how about that?
That's your prediction for rookie Opoy?
Yeah, and I think that in a way because of what I think they're going to get rid of Brandon Ayuk, and they're going to need that guy. And I think this is the Puka Nacuna kind of player.
Puka Nacuna.
Dude, Puka Nacuna, what a rookie season.
Yeah. I think this kid has got those kinds of traits. In this offensive scheme, they will find ways to get him open, and he will devastate people.
He is a hell of a player.
Yep.
All right, Gavin.
Yes, sir. Is Nacuna your comp for him as well?
Nacuna for Ricky Pearsall.
For Pearsall.
I don't know that that's a comp that I would make.
But just like production.
Yeah, he could be very, very productive.
Impact.
Yeah, he can have that kind of impact. The Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. And boy, do they need to keep circling right now. They are in some trouble.
Are they just trade down right now?
Yeah, that's what they're doing. And speaking of that, the Bills made a big mistake letting the Chiefs move up with them and get Xavier Worthy, the wide receiver out of Texas.
Still good receivers on the board. Lots of them. You know, I had a lot of fun last night, trying to pick players when the fans, had left or whatever that signed up to be the GM at Pluckers.
Oh, so you just stepped in for them?
And 4 different times I thought, boy, this team needs a wide receiver. And I picked who's the guy still on the board for the Longhorns, Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all 4 times it was another wide receiver. I was like, damn, there's a lot of good wide receivers to pick
There
from.
are, yeah. Yeah, we know it's Nakua. 817. All right, Brian.
Puka Nacua.
Nakua.
Yeah. That's what we said, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's what we said.
Damn right, it's what we said.
Yeah.
What do you think?
With Worthy being what?
Like the Bills made a mistake by allowing the Chiefs to trade with them to draft Xavier Worthy.
Yes, absolutely.
Big mistake.
Yes, big mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going true on that?
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fart. And I just think that the Bills have, like, I don't think Xavier Worthy is, I mean, maybe you guys perhaps feel differently, but I think this is more of a speed player that is not necessarily like a bona fide wide receiver. And we've seen guys go to the Chiefs right now and take a little while to get going. Like, wide receivers don't necessarily it's not plug and play every time. Looking at Sky Moore going, what are you doing? Even Rashee Rice is like, okay, the latter half of the year, you started to get going. So I don't know. I don't know that it's that necessarily that big of a deal, but it is interesting when you see like 2 teams that compete with each other big time in the way that these 2 teams do, doing deals with each other. You're like helping out the other team. That does feel a little bit weird.
That's why I'm going to lean true here, because I think the Bills now have just made the Chiefs that much better, because I think that's a tremendous fit with Patrick Mahomes. That is speed that they have not had since Tyreek Hill. I know that they did add Hollywood Brown this offseason, but Xavier Worthy, there's nowhere better for him to have landed than Kansas City. Finally, last one here, NFL True or Fart.
I will say this about the kid, though, for being small, he is not afraid to work the middle of the field.
No, he's not.
And he's got some toughness. I know he's a $165, but that is an explosive player.
Very
right there,
explosive.
getting the ball in his hands. With that quarterback that could throw from all the different platforms he's done, sure.
Seemed like a lot of the players last night were capable of playing outside or inside at wide receiver.
Yeah,
what's happened is
interchangeable.
Yeah, what's happened is these college programs have figured that out. That like, okay, let's take our best players and find ways to, other than just play them on the outside, let's throw them in the slot for a little bit, and then maybe get some work there.
All righty. Thank you, gentlemen. More draft content right around the corner. Krusty's Corner 245. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Slip, slide, trying to provide for me. Hey, for me. I'm in the way. All right, anyway. All right, let's see here. Every weekday on the Fan here at 2:30, we do the G-Bag of the day. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Dawson, could you put some sauce on there for me?
Yes, sir. The G-Bag of the day, the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Yeah. Vote on which one we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the day.
And our winner right here is a tip, a nod, if you will, to old school dads from Bill Burr.
I'm coming at you guys like an old school dad that's doing some and he ruins it because the whole time he's doing this all he does is tell you he doesn't have time for this
Yeah.
Come on, get in a goddamn car. Christ, I don't got time for this Come on, you don't need your seatbelt. Just sit down and shut the up. You god mother set this whole thing up. Does she tell me? It's him backing down the driveway. Of course she doesn't.
I love that.
I'm living in her world, her rules. The I ever got married for? Quit your crime. I don't got time for this. That sums up the dads when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I love his dismounts.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it too. Hey, it's a Friday, baby.
Did that reverse sound only happen with a stick shift?
Yeah. It did. Yeah.
It's hilarious.
First 3 vehicles were stick shifts. They're rare these days.
They are, dude. They
Can't
are,
drive
dude.
one.
Yeah.
Never driven one.
Can't drive one.
I learned how to drive on a stick. A girl taught me.
Of course you did.
She did.
Yep, of course you did.
I was hucking and bucking a little too much, and she was like, let me show you how to do this.
Uh-huh.
And we drove to all of her boyfriend's houses in the DFW. She found a ride that day, boy. All right, you guys interviewed Tyler Guyton last night?
We did.
All right, he's pretty excited about being a Cowboy and all that? Very excited.
Right now, let's welcome in the newest Dallas Cowboy, the 29th overall pick, Tyler Guyton, now former Oklahoma Sooner. Tyler, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, man. How you feeling after getting that call from Jerry?
I'm ecstatic, bro. I couldn't be more happy. This is my hometown team. This is the best team for me my whole entire life. I couldn't have wrote it any better way, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Who got nervous in there when he said that? Hold on.
We all did.
Let's isolate. Hold on. I want to hear it, though.
I'm ecstatic, bro. I couldn't be more happy. This is my hometown team.
Who was ow?
That was me. That was me.
I knew it.
That was me.
I told Carter and Reggie, I said, I bet you this brought us. I got a folding kit. You don't want one.
I was hoping that maybe Peyton had heard me do that, and he's like, "Oh, hit the button, hit the button."
It's the same sound Walchuk made when they passed on Barton.
Let's go to the KMC masterpiece, where Mr. Corey Majors says he works out with no underwear on.
Oh yeah,
which I do too. I don't wear underwear at all. It's too much constraint down there. We're like compression shorts, biker shorts, stuff like that. Take my girls' old shorts and turn them into underwear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, do stuff like that.
There you go.
I look amazing when I take them off. I used to.
Rocking a little
Last year, my daddy was making fun of me a little bit. And I was like, are you calling me fat? He was making fun of me, bro. It's Corey Majors. Now, he's talking about not working out with underwear, but what else is he talking about here?
So, Mike, here's where I'm going to stand up.
Yeah.
Oh. You guys, y'all can turn your heads if you want, but don't worry. I don't think this is a very visible one. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to walk around a little bit. Can you see the hole?
Jeez.
All right.
Can you see where
I can't see.
Okay, you couldn't see it, right?
No, and the great thing is you're wearing a little bit of a longer shirt.
Yeah.
So it covers part of your the lower back and the upper crack.
Like I can feel the hole right now.
Lord, how big is that hole?
How big is the hole?
Reggie's so good in that. Okay, all right.
And that's enough. Hey.
You ever get to work or anywhere though, and you realize that you have like a little hole in your shorts somewhere that you didn't realize was there? Maybe somewhere in that.
Yeah. I have. Yeah.
Oh no!
Covered
up the whole time. No, I had the hole there.
Yeah. You get so comfortable because us men, we sit with our legs all wide open and silly looking.
Yeah.
Jeez. I got some more from our very own station right here at 105.3 The Fan. Wow. Sean Sharif, he had a weird live spot. Sounds like he's reading a live spot for a bathhouse.
The Miho platter, $24 a person. Your choice of 2 meats and 2 sides. How about the Poppy? What Bobby calls me sometimes. $28 per person. Your choice of 3 meats and 2 sides. Don't get grossed out, Bob. I'm just joking. Or the Hefe. Maybe he calls me that. Briskets, spare ribs, pulled pork, sausage, all beef, or they have other options as well.
That's the most homoerotic live spot we've ever had in the history of this station.
Jeez.
It started with the Miho platter.
Miho
Just getting started.
The Miho platter.
The Miho platter.
That's what I came for, honey.
I'll take 2 of them to go.
Doggy bag, please.
You know what? Let me get this one out the way since we're doing it anyway. Pat McAfee's draft spectacular.
Yes.
They were coming for Tony Khan.
Oh, yes, the wrestler dude.
Jags owner, right?
Yeah, he's got the wrestling company.
AEW, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt Bell.
Well, I was just going to say, I understand keeping up with the gimmick. Someone should tell Tony Khan, hey, if you have a neck brace on, don't move around like nothing's wrong. You stick with the gimmick and look straight ahead like your neck's broken, okay? What are we doing here?
Thank you.
Okay, well,
about time.
That was on ESPN. That was just right there on ESPN with the logo and everything. ESPN.
Those guys are so loose, man.
Good Lord.
Don't move around like nothing's wrong.
What the hell is going on?
Right there on ESPN, bro.
What a wild time to be alive.
If I could talk like I wanted to talk, we'd be up. I'm telling you, bro.
Right. Well, I
could curse like a sailor, and it sounds good, too.
For some people, saying what you want to say doesn't work out in the end, but it is for Pat McAfee. Is it old school dads with Bill Burr, a two-time champ?
Today.
Is it Tyler Guyton? Is it KMC Masterpiece? Is Majors working out with no underwear? Sean's live spot, the Miho platter, or McAfee on the Tony Khan situation there?
I guess we knew in blue.
I'm going to vote for Tyler, who's going to join us, by the way, coming up at 4 live on the show.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Getting in his good graces early, starting off with some brownie points.
That's right.
I'm going to go with the Miho platter.
I'm going to send him the FCC rules and regulations before he jumps on the air.
Yeah, it's not a podcast.
Yeah.
Been listening to too much Chris Arnold these days.
This is not the athlete, whatever you want to call it. All right. It's my turn to vote?
Yep.
Let me go with Bill Burr still.
Tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I'll go with Corey in the hole.
Tied at 1, Brian.
I put a star next to Sean's name.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Sean Sharif from the RJ and Choppy Show. Okay, Krusty's Corners brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you who the best available players are on my board. We'll do that next.
I'll tell you the best place to go watch this thing tonight. Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports launch.
dealer in the world, Craig, with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. NFL News today with Wolchuk's coming up at 3 o'clock. Wolchuk's Cowboys angles at 3:20. And then before too long, both these guys are going to be heading up to the Star tonight for rounds 2 and 3. You'll be able to watch that at 105thethefan.com or listen on the Odyssey app. We'll have Rangers baseball on the air. The Odyssey app's going to have your draft coverage. Here's the king himself, Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement, brother.
Yeah, thank you guys for everything. Appreciate that. Also, I want to say, hey, Wolchuk, great job last night steering us around that thing.
Seriously, dude, that was epic stuff.
And
Thank you, guys. I
First
appreciate
time out of the block.
So proud of you.
I was talking to guys over at DallasCowboys.com. Couldn't have been happier with all that. You never know how that thing's going to turn out.
I was admittedly a little nervous when we started. I was like, there was a lot of excitement, but definitely some nerves kicked in because Sean's done a great job pointing that for the last several years.
Yeah, but yeah, you should be very happy with it, and the way you steered it was wonderful. So look forward to
10 out of 10, baby.
The next couple, we got a nighttime.
Tonight'll be fun.
Yeah, nighttime with the Cowboys picking up that 73. I think that's going to open up this board for them. I know I've said this a little bit earlier. The areas that I think they can go, and this is in no particular order. Just keeping in mind these are the positions I think. I think the linebackers in play tonight. I think the running backs in play tonight. Interior offensive linemen in play tonight. And that doesn't have to be necessarily a center. That could be a guard. And then also a wide receiver could be in play tonight as well, with an edge being the fifth one. So in some form or fashion, you got 3 picks, and I think that you'll probably see one of these selections out of each one of these positions as we go forward tonight.
Well, bravo last night getting that extra pick, man. I'm just ecstatic.
That was key. Like I say, with the players that were on the board, I had Guyton over Barton myself. I know in the room I was alone on that one, but that's okay. But I would have been happy with Graham Barton. And I know talking to the people at Tampa Bay behind Dallas, they were like, wow, their board or their mood in their room switched when Dallas made the trade. So, you help Tampa, great. But you also, like you say, you pick up that 73, and that's going to be key.
And you got a good player.
Yeah,
a lot of depth this year.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm just going to kind of go through. And Zach, if you'd like to chime in too on this, I'd love your input of like your best available players.
Yeah, give me yours, and if I have anybody else, I'll throw them out there.
Okay, I've rode with this one the whole time. I'm not going to change it. We know what my thoughts are about Jackson Powers Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say it what it is. It's about checking boxes. It's not only all about medical stuff. It's everything that you do when you bring a player in and you go through the process of evaluating the player. You get to learn about the player, and so that's where this is right now. They were, I thought maybe that they would look at him at 24. It did not happen. He's got some medical concerns that I talked to a team that cleared him. I did not talk to the Cowboys about whether he would be a red tag guy on that board if that was the case. But Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, I have him on my board. He's the 17th. I had him as the 17th best player on that board. But I do not know if your Dallas Cowboys will take him, and he's been passed by several other teams along the way here. But he's a name that you do need to know that I have there. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker. Okay, here I mentioned linebackers, running backs, interior offensive linemen, wide receivers. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from North Carolina State. I've compared this guy with some traits with what I saw with Luke Kuechly when he was coming out of Boston College. The problem again with this guy is the medical stuff. There's some knee problems, there's some shoulder problems. He has been clean though the last 2 years playing football for North Carolina State. But he's got these types of traits that you love in a linebacker. He's instinctive. His ability to run sideline to sidelines. He's good in coverage. He's a good run defender. He is capable of doing everything you want him to do. I don't know if Dallas would consider him at 56. I would like for them to consider him at 73 if they could, or at 87 if that's the case. I do not know if his medical is going to keep him from being a Dallas Cowboy, but I want to put his name out there as one of my best available players. He might be called here. I believe his name will be called sometime today. Hopefully it's by the Dallas Cowboys.
That would be amazing. I'm with you. He's right there as one of my best available, best linebacker for me in the draft. And I just wonder when, the medicals, when you start to say, okay, now the value's too good. Is it the third round? Is it maybe the fourth round where the Cowboys don't have a pick right now?
Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State. We talked about him yesterday. If you were listening to our broadcast, Zach was steering us along about wide receivers, and we were talking about guys that potentially could be first-round receivers. Keon Coleman from Florida State, very talented wide receiver. He's got tremendous size, ability to go get the ball. Love everything about his game. He was a punt returner at being at 6'4", for Florida State. I think he's got some dynamic traits to his game as well. He would be a guy that I would like to consider. I mentioned that, again, wide receiver possibility for the Cowboys. Keon Coleman likely will go before the Cowboys pick today, I believe, at 56. Am I wrong about that, though, Zach? But or you feel like that he could be there at 56 for them?
I don't think that he's going to make it there. But if he did, that's someone you've got to consider because that's tremendous value. I've got him as my 25th best player.
Cooper DeJean from Iowa, the corner. This guy got a lot of buzz because there's people that feel like that he could also play safety. I'd play this kid at corner. I think he's got the ball skills. I think he's got the ability to, when we talk about how guys carry routes and how smart guys are. When you're talking about Mike Zimmer type players, this guy fits the mold of about the ball skills and then also how his ability to play with some smarts. I think he moves really, really, really well for a guy. I think he could play on the press coverage side of it. It's a hard time running away from him. He's a physical player. He'll tackle. I see why people are thinking about him maybe as a safety.
I could see it too. Normally I'm thinking no, I'm not playing a white corner. This would be an exception.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. All right. Jonathan Brooks now comes into the picture here for me. He's the 29th best player on my board. Okay. I'm going to be real honest here. I'm hearing two different things about this player. I'm hearing a lot of love when you talk to Nick Harris, who we work with on the draft show, who lives every day at Valley Ranch at the Star there in Frisco. He is telling me absolutely they love Jonathan Brooks. Jerry Jones last night. I don't know. Jerry might be trying to kind of divert you some other way, and maybe another guy come his way. I think that there's some times where Jerry says some things that are kind of like, wow, did he really do that? But he's also creating a diversion here. Jonathan Brooks, like I said, Bobby Belt and Nick Harris swear to me that the Dallas Cowboys absolutely love Jonathan Brooks. I had another guy.
They're high, right?
Yeah, I had another guy. I had another guy who I absolutely trust on sources say, Brian, don't connect the dots here. Don't connect the dots at 56 for Jonathan Brooks.
Man, be a hell of a smokescreen.
I don't know where to go here. This guy is a hell of a football player. He really, really is. And if he didn't have the knee injury, he could have gone late one. But he's going to go here in the second round, though, with somebody. I don't know if it's going to be for the Dallas Cowboys because, like I say, Bobby and Nick, trust them. Trust them with all their sources. My source I trust as well. I'm getting mixed messages on this particular player. Zach, any thoughts on that?
I do think they have an affinity for Jonathan Brooks. I think he's the consensus top running back. I know I've said I've got Benson as my top guy. I'd also think Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving from Oregon, Ray Davis from Kentucky.
They like names. Ray Davis a lot.
And I do as well. I think you could wait, and in that third round, maybe that last pick that you've got in the third, you can maybe get one of those backs if you don't get Brooks.
Okay, the final guy I want to get to here would be Edrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M. I have him as my 31st best player on my board right now. Here's a guy that's 6'3", 230 pounds. He's kind of a guy that could play when you start to talk about those inside linebackers, but have the ability to rush the passer. Feel like he's a much better pass rusher and linebacker than he is, say, a cover guy. I don't know. I mean, I think you could teach him to be a cover guy, but I think his skills as a pass rusher makes a lot of sense for a team. He could be a very physical player. I think he tackles very well. When he has a feel for how to beat blockers in the pocket and then get in on the quarterback. I don't know if he gets to you at your spot at 56, but if he does, I think that would be a very, very very inviting for this football team to hand that card in for Edgerrin Cooper, a linebacker, Texas A&M.
I agree.
You like the player a lot?
I'm totally down for Edgerrin Cooper. I've got him as the second best linebacker in the draft. You talk about ability to blitz, rush the passer as well, but the speed. It's a lot of fun to envision Cooper and Overshown as your two linebackers in the future.
Yeah, I do. I have a Peyton Wilson from North Carolina State ahead of him, but if the medicals do not shake out well for Peyton Wilson and Cooper's there, that would be a very, very inviting player for me.
Yeah, I saw Jane Slater tweeting out earlier today, Edgerrin Cooper and Jonathan Brooks are the guys that she'll be watching with Dallas tonight.
Yeah,
right on. So those are the two.
Just
big
like
names.
I say, the thing with the running back there, it's just so many mixed messages.
Yeah, that's why I'm fired up to see what ends up happening here.
Yeah, I am too.
Like, how are they selling us on something? Is this an ultimate smoke screen? Like, this is going to be fun to see how they approach it. Because remember yesterday, Jane Slater's report was they have a fear that the Eagles are trying to trade ahead of them in the second round to get Brooks.
And the reports are, again, Eagles trying to be very aggressive to move up to the top of the second round.
Wow. It'll be an awesome evening of draft coverage. It resumes at 6 o'clock. You can listen to it on the Odyssey app. For years, Brian Broaddus has dominated the coverage, and for many of those, he's been with you right here on 105.3 The Fan. And,
He's a stud.
For Tolos everywhere, we thank you for it, Brian.
Yeah, thank you guys too.
The level of attention to detail on this it's special, and it's something that no other market gets. Nobody else in America gets this kind of draft coverage. NFL news of the day coming up next. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's relive some of the best sounds from night one of the draft and some quarterback drama. That's next.
Shoot, yeah, I do want to chat.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have more Cowboys-specific talk coming up at 3:20. Tyler Guyton's going to join us in 1 hour. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Yeah, the big news outside of the draft, but the NFL apparently to allow Guardian caps on helmets during the regular season. So the NFL has adjusted its rules to allow players the option to wear the Guardian caps in regular season games to enhance their protection against head injuries. Padded headgear has been mandated for players at certain positions during training camps. We've seen when we've been out there in Oxnard, but NFL Executive Vice President Jeff Miller said that they've contributed to nearly 50% reduction in concussions for the position groups that wore them during those time periods. So you might see on game day, some of these players are wearing those Guardian caps. Kind of looks like they're wearing fat heads out there.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, anything for player safety, I guess.
Yes. And we might have to get used to those. I wonder if it's going to be a competitive advantage in any way. I think not having to worry about getting a concussion is one advantage. I could be more comfortable out there, but also you're taking up more space.
Yeah, you definitely are. Oh,
that's a significant more surface area.
It's going to be a weird look because it's always jarring when you see it at training camps. Now to see it in regular season games, I just think for fans and consumers, they're going to be like, what the hell is this?
They're going to have to make one that more closely resembles the actual helmet.
Yeah.
So it's not like an overlay of a different color.
I think there was a guy named Kelso that for the Buffalo Bills. I think if you Google, I think it's Jason Kelso for the Bills. He wore
he had
like
that cap on all the time.
He had that huge Buffalo Bill over on the top of his, but it was logoed up and all that.
All right.
I think
that could be badass.
I think it's Kelso.
Remember there was a 49ers player too. Was it Bubba Paris or somebody like that?
Barton? Was it?
Didn't Don Beebe have that joint too? He had the cap on his too,
I think it was when Don was with us in Green Bay, he didn't wear one. But man, I thought it was Jason Kelso with the Buffalo Bills was the first one that I ever saw. Like
Mark
Kelso.
Good old Mark.
Mark Kelso.
You just combined Jason Kelsey and Mark Kelso is what you did. I totally understand why you connected those dots.
I knew it was Kelso. It was kind of a gamble.
This is weird, dude, though. Yeah. Like he does it's a helmet on top of a helmet here.
Yes. It looked Lucius. It was like our guy on the Jetsons, the kazoo. What is? He had
the Flintstones.
The helmet. Yeah.
Oh, this was Steve Wallace, 49ers.
Steve Wallace. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, Don Beebe used to rock it too, man. Everybody used to rock that thing.
Okay, so if they, all right,
that's crazy.
There's some sort of a precedent for it. Why don't they just bring back that deal?
Yeah,
that looks pretty
that's
cushioning.
Perfect. It still looks like the helmet and everything. So let's see how that ends up being incorporated this year. Now, I saw our buddy Warren Sharp put this out. Roger Goodell, who was on the McAfee show, said he ideally wants the following things to happen with the NFL schedule.
This is great news.
It is 2 preseason games, 18 regular season games, calendar extended by 1 week. So Super Bowl Sunday will land on a 3-day weekend. The Monday after the Super Bowl would be President's Day. So naturally, you get the built-in Monday holiday, which everybody wants the Monday after the Super Bowl to be a holiday anyway.
Yes.
And so now it would be.
Yeah, some people were willing to take it as far as making it Super Bowl Saturday just so they can have the obvious Sunday off day after the Super Bowl festivities, but it works out much better this way. It's Super Bowl Sunday. It needs to remain that way, but when you have the built-in this is a no-brainer. And aren't they throwing in an additional bye week? I believe I read that as well.
It would
be 18 games, and then you have 2 bye weeks there for each team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm on board with this. It would be great.
Would you guys ever be on board with one of these helmet caps in a game? As a player, I mean, listen, if I was a guy who was super susceptible, if I had a bunch of concussions or whatever, and I knew this could help me, yes, I would probably do that. But otherwise, no, I would not be in favor.
Yeah, you
want
to look good, feel good, play good.
You definitely don't want to. I mean, it just adds to if you get dominated on a play, or you don't look good doing something, you look unathletic, and you have that weird hat on. It's just going to make things look even dumber for you.
Yeah, it's not a great look.
Like the neck roll and you really trash.
Yeah.
Or the sleeve and you get no buckets.
It's like, come on.
You cannot get run over with that neck roll.
Well, no, bro.
You gotta stop.
I was just thinking now in scouting, you always like players that clap after the play. You don't want those guys.
Okay.
If you're a clapper you're for a clapper, you don't want that guy.
Jalen Smith.
But now I have to incorporate, if you have the big helmet thing
not for me.
You're like, he gets dominated, he's got the helmet thing on. He's not a very good player. It's a new scouting.
Picked the wrong sport.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some of the good audio from last night. Drake May goes 3rd overall to New England, so he's going to be a Patriot. We'll see if that ends up working out for New England. But, you know, I don't have a brother, unfortunately. I've got a lot of friends that I view as brothers. I know, Eric, you've got 3 brothers. Gavin and Brian, you've got brothers. Lucius, I know you've got a sister.
I've got a billion.
Okay.
I've got a billion brothers in God's way.
That's my guy. Drake May's brother was asked to record a special message for him on draft day. And, well, I mean, you got to love your brother for this.
Pretty boy. Overrated.
Serious? Are you serious? I was getting emotional for a sec, but now I'm laughing now. Who let him say that?
Pretty boy.
Those are all his brothers just the spitting one-liners at him?
Just like, dude, you're a B-boy.
Pretty boys. Overrated.
That's how you know they have a great relationship.
Yeah, no one can humble you quite like your brother. We also had, the mom of Brian Thomas Jr., who ended up going to the Jags, and that's an LSU Tiger, Brian. We didn't get to hear this because we're doing the draft coverage, but I was able to hear it this morning, played back, and I think some of the other shows. But it's hilarious. She's dunking on Lauren Rutledge's question here, and here is the exchange with Laura Rutledge and Brian Thomas Jr.'s mom.
Sandra, how far has this family come?
We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
When you think about the journey that you've been on together, what does tonight mean to you?
It means the world. It's amazing. I'm so grateful to God, so happy for him. We are so proud of him.
I just love that answer. We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Yeah.
That's it. Mic drop.
She was trying. Ruts is trying to do the dramatic. Yeah.
Like how far has we came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we've made it.
Yeah, rather literal interpretation of that.
Yeah,
I would say, yeah.
It's a great answer.
Went to the airport, got on the plane in Baton Rouge.
Here we are. We're at the draft.
Here we are,
roughly 1,500 miles.
Yeah.
Did they cut down on because doing the pluckers thing? You're all over the place. You can't really see and hear.
I can't answer this. Like the emotional.
Yeah, where they have these prepackaged stories.
I think
about
a lot of it's going to be tonight and tomorrow.
Where they go into like the single
Tom Rinaldi deals,
the saddest moment in every player's life, and they shed light on it as he gets drafted into the league. That's been their bit for the last half decade.
It is, and it's just to try and make you cry. The worst was, I think, the COVID draft, which was a fantastic draft, but it was like every story is like a tearjerker here. We're trying to just pull at the heartstrings. Like, this is amazing. Like, this is great moments for these players and their families. Like, let's be positive here.
Not my favorite kind of jerker, Wolchuk.
Oh, come on. What is?
It's Friday.
That's my guy. Keep it loose. Keep it steady.
Hey, dude. No qualms from me.
All right, let's go to Chris Ballard.
By the way, I call that poverty porn. They like to do a little poverty porn.
Dude, that's a great way to go.
He was so broke. Now look at him.
Talking about that rags to riches story.
How far has your family come from poverty?
Yeah. Thankfully, your son was really fast and strong.
Good God. Well, we came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Still trying to figure out where he got that the speed and everything.
We're down proud of where we came from. All right, we got Chris Ballard, GM of the Colts, and I don't know what was going on with his hair. This dude needs to get a haircut, but it was wild and crazy. He goes on Pat McAfee's show with Bill Belichick, and Belichick did a hell of a job last night from some of the clips that I've seen. It was a fun watch if you were checking that out. But he had a message for Bill if he does decide to return to coaching.
We appreciate you. There's been a trade. Another defensive tackle has been taken, and you have the rest of the weekend to continue to build our program in Indy. We appreciate you, pal.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for having me on.
Anything to say to Bill?
Coach Belichick, when you come back in the league, go in the NFC.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Ballard.
Stay the hell out of my conference, Coach. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I like that from Chris Ballard.
That is some interesting hair.
It is wild, right?
The hair and face combo.
Yeah, he's an interesting looking dude.
There's some. I'm like little Gary Busey in there.
NFC might be his only choice. Rumor is the Cowboys are the only team that would hire Belichick.
I do wonder about the Giants. I feel like that's always been the dream job for him, is the Giants.
Cowboys makes sense, a lot of sense.
It does make some sense. We'll see how this year goes. Finally, last pick of the first round ended up being Xavier Legette, who might have the best voice in the entire draft. I know Lucius,
our country boy,
played some cuts of him. South Carolina wide receiver ends up going to the Carolina Panthers. They move up to go get him, which I did see Bill Belichick called. Like as soon as the Panthers moved up, he said, I think they're moving up for Xavier Legette. This is their guy. But head coach Dave Canales actually said, yeah, I promise you, bro, we're going to come and draft you.
Recently, I saw the video of Leggett saying that he's met with you guys 4 or 5 times, and you guys have told him if he's there at 33, you're taking him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was, I mean, it was a great conversation. You know, I definitely said that to him and about 50 other guys, you know, like, man, so we take you at 33. It's actually a lead-in question. So when we draft you at 33, what happens now? And then there's a bunch of questions that happen after that, you know, so yeah, part of the process.
Part of the process. I love that, being able to fulfill that young man's dream. Pretty cool there from Dave Canales. The big drama last night, though, was Michael Penix Jr. getting selected at 8 overall by the Falcons. Now, in the moment, we were all pretty stunned. I mean, we kicked that around before it happened. We did. We're like, hey, do you consider taking a quarterback?
We sure did.
You know, my whole thing was, I think Michael Penix Jr. is the quarterback that's going to go in the top 10. Like, I'm not buying the J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix stuff. To me, Penix is the guy that you take that flyer on. But Falcons just paid big money for Kirk Cousins. So they end up taking him 8th overall. Apparently, they had no conversations with owner Arthur Blank about that decision, and they had no conversations with Kirk Cousins. His agent put out there that they were pretty shocked by it. Now, I mean, I'm sure Kirk's going to handle this, be very, very classy, but Terry Fontenot, the GM of Atlanta, said if you believe in a quarterback, you got to take him. And if he sits for 4 or 5 years, that's a great problem to have because we're doing so well at the position. So it's as simple as, yes, if you see a guy you believe in that position, you have to take him. I don't know that you really want him to sit 4 or 5 years, though.
No. I thought it had to be a deal where they were trying to get a trade done but just couldn't get it finished before the pick came up. So they said, well, let's take him because that's better value for us. I don't think both of them are going to be on the roster for long, but I do think they see in Penix what I see. Yeah. An absolute alpha stud beast that you don't want to pass on. And if you have Kirk Cousins, who cares? It's an average quarterback.
Yeah.
This guy might be your Hall of Famer.
Well, and he's 36 years old. He's coming off an Achilles. And ultimately, like, Kirk Cousins is a dude who expresses himself as a man of God. Like, you know he's going to handle this well. And he's going to welcome in Michael Penix Jr. I'm sure he's frustrated and ticked off right now because that's the competitor. But big picture, it's going to be fine for them.
Jay Gruden was like, yeah, you know, Kirk can be a little bit sensitive at times. I saw that's the analysis that he had last night.
Just
he knows Kirk
like
very well.
Smoking a joint.
I don't think Kirk liked that last night, but I mean, listen, I agree with everything you guys said about Kirk Cousins, but the Falcons said that he's not an average quarterback based on the contract they just gave him. Clearly, you're trying to win right now with Kirk Cousins. So you need to help him do that.
It is a little bit bizarre.
This is not helping your team. You've decided you're in win now mode. You've decided Kirk Cousins is your quarterback. You gave him the bag. And now you're not going to give him a top 10 talent to go help win in what is a terrible division and not that great of a conference.
Yeah. That you could easily win. It is interesting.
And I feel bad for Penix too. The dude's going to be 30 if he sits 5 years.
That's true.
If he sits 5 years, he's 31 years old.
Well, according to James Palmer, Seattle, New Orleans, and Las Vegas all attempted to move into the top 10 to get Michael Penix Jr. Then the Falcons apparently ended up just pulling the trigger on him. So he had some suitors. Last two things, it's pretty funny. The most mid-quarterback room in all of the NFL now, which is the Denver Broncos, with Bo Nix being selected there. And this could be a guy like I'll eat crow on. Maybe Bo Nix goes for Sean Payton, ends up being a badass. I think this is like a Christian Ponder, EJ Manuel pick where this is just a waste of a first rounder. This dude's going to stink. But Zach Wilson's New Jersey number, this is just hours before they take Bo Nix, who apparently they knew they were taking. Like, all the stuff we heard was
number
true.
10,
They knew he was going to be available there.
Yeah.
They didn't have to worry about it.
They're
Is the
like,
team gonna take him?
we've done the homework. We love him. Like, all that stuff was true. Zach Wilson's jersey number, what do you think it is? 10. What did Bo Nix wear in college?
10.
So now Bo Nix is going to have to wear 12 because Zach Wilson's got his jersey. Caleb Williams already being a good teammate. We had the leak, like he's going to wear 13 with the Bears.
Yeah.
He's not. He pivoted because Keenan Allen's got 13. So him and Keenan Allen are buddies now. They've been hanging out. So he said, you know what? I'll go back to my high school number, wear 18. That's already sold out online. So Caleb Williams will be wearing
Mike
number 18
Tomczak
as a rookie.
what Mike Tomczak was with the Bears.
There's your NFL news of the day.
Appreciate you, Wolchuk.
Football guy brought us.
Yeah, I think Kirk Cousins might find out what other old talented people find out, and that is
what?
You can be here today and gone tomorrow. Whether
Why
that's
would you say that?
a year and a half or otherwise.
Really?
Okay. We got Wolchuk's Cowboys angles coming up. Dane Brugler, day 2 mock draft. Kuiper, winners and losers. And how about Micah's reaction? The bully's going to stand and deliver those details. And then before too long, he and Broadus are going to be up there at the Star giving you your round 2 and round 3 coverage. Listen on the Odyssey app tonight, okay? You're going to hit that button when you jump in your truck. Rangers baseball on the Fan. It's a great option for you as they take on the Reds. Eric Nadell coming up in 2 hours. But on our app and streaming at 105throughthefan.com will be our draft coverage. Tyler Guyton's coming up at 4 o'clock, and we're back with Cowboys here in the Nation. I want to chat. And we're back, right? Is this a Christmas commercial already? It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Draft man.
Listen, I removed one of these already. There's another one that popped up. I didn't see this one. This is Troy's Christmas music.
That is so awesome.
And it just randomly pops up on our timeline today.
Fun.
Now would be, I suppose, a good time to salute the great Alicia Levitz.
Oh! Love you, Allie.
An incredible run here at Odyssey and Intercom and CBS, and a lot of people here have cared about her, but, it's, lean times in the industry. There have been cuts, and, many of our friends and former colleagues are, on the beach, as they say today, and enjoying the view and some much-deserved time off here, but maybe not much wanted time off. Okay, so best of luck to everybody out there. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and Wolchuk has an incredible amount of Cowboys content to get to here. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Salute to Pluckers as well. Our path to the draft coverage continues. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Tyler Guyton, your newest Dallas Cowboy, expected to join us at the top of the hour. Look forward to catching up with him. As we were able to talk with him a little bit last night, Brian, but we were right up against the hard out at the top of the hour. And we had a very, very excited Tyler Guyton. So I'm expecting him to bring the energy and the passion. We'll get to catch up with him in a little bit. 6'7", 322 from Oklahoma. Saw The Athletic have a breakdown where they give the pick a grade and some scouting intel. Here's what one coach said about Tyler Guyton to Bruce Feldman of The Athletic. He still needs to get stronger, and he tends to play too high. But he can do some things out there that are pretty special, given how big he is. He's so smooth, and he isn't on the ground much. I think that echoes pretty much a lot of the sentiments that we've shared as well.
Yeah, the hands.
No doubt.
Yeah.
The grade from Scott Docterman, he's still raw and developing. Guyton earned 15 career starts at TCU and Oklahoma after declaring for the draft. He started 13 games at right tackle, 1 at left for the Sooners, while opening 1 game at tight end for TCU. He has the requisite body for an NFL tackle with 34.25-inch arms. It might take some time, but his upside is immense. They give the pick an overall B. And our buddy, Dane Brugler of The Beast, his breakdown overall, he does have some work in progress in several areas, and a steep learning curve should be expected for his rookie season. But he's got the athletic tools and fundamental skills to develop into a high-level offensive tackle. Micah Parsons was on, I believe, with Bleacher Report, Adam Lefko. He was with C.J. Stroud. They were doing a live stream of the NFL draft. Here was Micah Parsons talking about and reacting to the Tyler Guyton pick by the Dallas Cowboys.
I'm not mad at the pick. I think Guyton was like my fourth guy, as I said earlier in the show.
On his own big
I think
board.
this is a productive pick. Obviously, losing on Tyron Smith. We need more depth out there on that left tackle. So I think it's very interesting. We still got a lot of room. I think he has some great guys to look after. You got Tyler Smith who could teach Zach Martin. We still got some veteran leadership. Terrence Steele bouncing back. So I like the pick. It's not a bad pick. We picked up depth. We needed O-line help, and we went and got him in the first round. And I'm never going to question Will McClay and what he's done. I mean, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Tyler Smith. I mean, he really hasn't missed in this department. So I agree with the pick, and I like it.
He did spin it into a positive there, talking about Will McClay. I agree with the pick. I like it. It's funny, though.
He wasn't around for Travis Frederick either, too.
He wasn't.
Yeah, too young for that one.
In the video, though, and Eric, I know you saw it. I mean, his initially, like, he's not saying anything, and his face looks really disappointed. And CJ Stroud's just laughing and like, look at his face. And then Lefko goes to him, and he says, that, which sounded fine. But he was also very upset about whom the Eagles ended up picking because Scout's eye, Micah Parsons, he liked Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. Yeah. Eagles on the clock at 22. Who the bleep do they end up taking?
And with the pick, the 22nd pick, the Eagles, yes! Selecting Micah Parsons' favorite player for the second straight year, cornerback out of Toledo, Quinyon Mitchell!
I mean, I'm honestly utterly disgusted on how lucky the Eagles are. It's just like Chris, I do not know how he fell that far with this run of offensive tackles and quarterbacks. That's the only thing that makes sense. I thought he was a top 15, top 12 talent, and he just fell right into their laps.
And he was your favorite player?
He was definitely one of my more favorite players in this draft. Like I said, he rose in every bar. He hit he checked every box. And like I said, we don't know what Darius and the mentors. He has one of the best quarterbacks to play the game, Darius Slade, to mentor him. They still got Elias Ricks, who stepped over big time last year.
Yes, he did.
They got James Bradbury, a guy who may not have the big year he wanted, like the year he had before, his All-Pro year, but he's still a good quality player. And you just add him and he could play inside or out. I think this is a great pick. I mean, I think this is a terrific pick, man. I don't know how Howie and them get so lucky. That's how I'm going to put it.
He's frustrated. It was a good pick for the Eagles. Now, they have not done a good job of developing corners.
Not at all.
Like Micah brings up a good point with Slade. Now, Darius Slade's his buddy because they went to Penn State
Ricks
together.
was a guy that got picked on quite a bit last year if you look at the metrics.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of the corners that they've drafted, they haven't developed. They've had to go out and make the trade for Slay. They signed Bradbury as a free agent, so hopefully Quinyon Mitchell's career is not torpedoed by the lack of development there in Filthy.
Yeah, I mean, and the jury's still out on Micah Parsons, the scout. I mean, he was jumping for joy when they drafted Mozzie last year.
Yeah, he was. And he did not seem overly excited about Tyler Guyton. But hopefully, they're teammates now. I
wonder how many first-round grades Parsons had for this draft.
It was probably more than what the Cowboys had.
You wonder why there's rumors that he's not the most liked guy. He's brutally honest.
He's very honest. He says what's on his mind.
It's great for the media.
Yeah,
like blunt honesty is great with a microphone.
That's weed.
Yeah,
but it can get you in trouble in the locker room.
Absolutely can. And I mean, if he wasn't one of the best defensive players in the NFL, I think the Cowboys would heavily pressure him to slow it down. But I think you kind of let him do what he wants to do.
Yeah, you can get away with it when you're in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year every year. There's no question about that. We got the new Dane Brugler Day 2 mock draft, fresh off the press, Brian. Who's he got the Cowboys taking 56? What do you think?
Got the runner.
The runner? Which runner? Which runner, Chief, huh?
The hurt runner.
The hurt runner?
The Texas Longhorn.
The Texas Longhorn?
The not Bijan Robinson Texas Longhorn running back.
Jonathan Brooks, the running back from Texas. Ding, ding, ding. 56. He does slide to the Dallas Cowboys. They get him there. They get their runner. So now they're locked and they're loaded. Round 3. Pick 73, which they've got from the Detroit Lions, thanks to that trade moving back from 24 to 29.
This is the pick that Brada says hinges on the entire draft of whether or not this was a good draft for the Cowboys.
Or a good trade.
A good trade.
Yeah,
baby, I think this pick would be a good one. I think we'd be excited, Brian. Traven Wallace, the linebacker from Kentucky. With the additional third-rounder, Cowboys picked up by trading back. They should be able to add linebacker depth, and here they get Traven Wallace, very athletic linebacker out of Kentucky, can cover, can stop the run, instinctive, high athlete. I'd be very excited about that one.
This guy is, there's some plaster factor to this guy's game.
Plaster factor?
Whoa.
When he hits
New term alert.
When he hits you, you feel it. This guy
is. Is that for a cast?
That's right. I mean, plaster.
Plaster master? Is that what you just did?
Plaster factor is what we got here, man.
Plaster factor.
This guy could really finish. No, it's not going to be in there. I coined the phrase myself.
Dude, that is next level.
Rarely do you see the ball carrier get past this guy. I mean, I love the way he finishes. I love the angles. I love the way he plays in space. The length, the wrap up the ball carrier, all that stuff, the physical, the way he finishes, the angles, the space. everything about this guy doesn't get fooled as a player. I mean, he's a young guy too. He's only 21 years old, and he's got a knack for making big plays just at the right time. 6'1", 237 pounds. This guy can. I mean, it doesn't take long to find him on film. I mean, you're watching the film and you're like going,
he was impressive.
Oh, that's at number 32. Oh, okay, that's him. Okay, I see it. Yeah, I like what Dane did here. I don't know if the Cowboys will necessarily. He was a 30-visit guy.
He was. They've shown interest.
Yeah, but man, this guy will blow you up.
And then at 87, with their second pick in the third round, they take the guard/center Dominic Pooney from Kansas.
Yeah, I think Dane is clearly on to something here. I don't know the order that all this is going to happen, but I think with Dominic Pooney, you're talking about a guy that was a left tackle at Kansas, but I feel like he's going to have to move inside to play guard. I don't think he has the foot quickness to play tackle. I think the guard schemes will help him a little bit better with that inside, kind of those short area stuff that he can do with. But he's got good initial power at the point of attack. The hand strength is good. He can kind of hold rushers in place when he gets those hands inside.
Yeah, I did not like him at tackle, but you project him inside. Yeah. I think the power definitely would be an asset there.
Bendy, I don't think he's going to play on the edge because bendy guys give him problems.
Absolutely. Yeah. Last bit of Cowboy news, the Zeke interest is real, and the draft pick would not impact that. I think a lot of people have run with Michael Gelkin's article and are just assuming like this Zeke deal's done. And heck, it might be. Nothing has been officially posted by the team, but Jerry did say yesterday, is he going to play next year? In my mind, it's very real. In my view, he's going to play. I don't want to go too far here, but they did also acknowledge that drafting a running back would not impact the decision on Zeke one way or another.
Would you like that, Brian?
Yeah. I was waiting for
the last one's always great.
So good. Yeah, I think that, with Ezekiel Elliott, though, you get him for your price, and you get a guy that could blitz pick up. You get a guy that can get short yardage runs. You already, like I say, he fits a lot of checks a lot of those boxes. His teammates like him, coaches like him, ownership likes him. Can I say something real quick, too? I just noticed this. Yeah. Is it Pete Thamel? Is that the guy at ESPN?
Oh, the college football coach, insider.
God.
I found this really interesting. 9 transfers in the first round got drafted.
Oh,
so
wow.
guys. So we're in that era now, where we're in that era of portal football.
Yeah.
9 guys left their original school, went to another school, and got drafted in the first round. Mm-hmm. If that doesn't encourage more guys to leave schools and go other places, I don't know what will.
Search for a better opportunity.
Yeah. I thought the number was the number was interesting, and it'd probably.
I think it'll go higher.
12 next year, probably.
Our guy, right? TCU, then OU. Yeah. We'll talk with Tyler Guyton coming up at 4 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. What are we doing next, Chief?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning.
Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are 2 hours and 14 minutes away now from the draft resuming. Broadus and Volchuk will be heading up to the Star here before too long. You'll listen tonight to the draft on the Odyssey app or at 105thefan.com. The Rangers game is going to be over the air, and the pregame's coming up at 6:30 as they host the Reds. Eric Nadell will join us at 5:20. But anyway, it's time now for the Chief. Here he is, Eric.
Yes, sir. We all get a big dub together here in about 14 minutes. Your newest Dallas Cowboy, Tyler Guyton, hopping on with us. Looking forward to that conversation. But right now, let's go ahead. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's rock and roll.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Really just can't express how much of a dub last night was at Pluckers.
Massive.
Pluckers is always a
How
home
drunk
run.
you get?
Total party. It was
tore up.
We were
like
we were up there, boys.
Parade drunk or ballpark drunk?
Not quite that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably a surprise Tito's ballpark drunk, and that was a huge topic of conversation last night amongst the Tolos. By the way, just hammered brought us. Tito's brought us. Championship parade brought us. Everybody absolutely loved it. They were wondering if perhaps you snuck a little bottle of tequila or something in the draft studio last night. I was like, man, he just takes this way too seriously. I'm like, listen, he will championship parade party, he will day baseball party, but when you get him in the comfy confines of a war room, my guy is freaking dialed, and he's sober with nothing but football on his brain.
It's one of the few times the flask stays in the scouting bag, Brian.
There you go.
Proud of you for that.
Yeah, that's even though I had 12 cans of Miller Lite sitting in front of me for 5 hours.
I was wondering why those hands were shaking when I went back and watched some of that footage.
I thought
you were
about
ready to reach.
When they traded back, I thought about just pulling a Roger Goodell. By the way, did you hear Goodell announcing the picks late? Was there some slurrying going on there?
He might have been.
Maybe he was dipping in the bag.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Was he sounded a little slurry.
Well, he was on some meds because he had just had a back surgery, apparently.
Okay.
He was questionable actually on the injury report coming in.
There. So nobody jumped up on him, none of the big Tongan guys grabbed him.
I was wondering about how Fashanu was going to handle that.
Yeah, exactly.
I did notice him scratching his nose a lot.
Oh, what you think so? He's dipping into some of that.
He was hanging out with Eminem backstage.
Oh, that's right.
Eminem
wanted that sound. Eminem at a Michigan football game.
Eminem wanted no part of him. Did you notice that? Rodgers kind of and Eminem's just shut up and read the lines.
Distancing himself because everybody's boo-birding old Goodell because that's a tradition unlike any other at the draft.
Yep. It was a dub for Detroit to get 250,000 people out there, wasn't it? I mean, it looked like a championship parade. It also looked kind of pathetic that they were celebrating a draft like it was a Super Bowl championship because they haven't done it. You know,
seeing old, crusty, real men with faces painted, Lions gear, the fake wig. You know, you have the wigs on that are Honolulu blue and everything. These are grown men. I was like, it'll never not be funny. It'll never not be funny watching grown men paint their faces with chains. And
we're getting really close to that here too. By the way, like guys, the last time they won a championship. We were young men. We were young men back then.
Agreed.
Now we're old men.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were 25-year-old guys back then. Now we're...
At least you got jewelry.
Yeah. Well, big shout out to Pluckers in Grapevine. And Andy was a super beast last night. The GM over there. The wait staff was amazing. And all the Tolos.
Over and under on the wings. Number of wings you had. They set it at 30, I think.
I only punished 20 last night, man.
I knew you could hit the over if you tried.
If I wanted to.
The question was, would you try?
Everything was moving quickly last night, though, man. As soon as you put a pick in, all of a sudden you announce it. Next thing you know, next guy's on the clock. You're trying to figure out who they're drafting. You know, I mean, it wasn't just out there having fun drinking with your friends, man. There was a lot of work. There's responsibility. Okay.
So you feel like you couldn't really handle the job well?
There were a couple moments.
I mean, come on.
I wanted to pass the buck a couple of
your
times.
job. I don't know about what's going on
When
over
you
there.
get those trades going on and you're not sure who's making the next pick, it can get pretty hairy out there, Brian.
Now you're searching, you're on the mic, and you're like, well, hey, where's this person?
As you're also looking for your order of fried mac and cheese while somebody's on the
Oh, that Holy Mac hit last night.
Raiders are on the clock. Hang on. Where's that mac and cheese?
That's right.
That $8 Holy
that
Mac.
Eagles draft with Mrs. Lurie.
Hey, she wanted to talk carving station with me that day.
Carving station.
Well, big shout out to all my boys. It was great. Met Alan last night, 214. Alan didn't take an L this week. Big Dub got to hang out at Pluckers last night for the draft party. Have a great time. It was great to meet you, Alan. Big time G-Bag National and Tolo. Just a truly, truly special night. Always appreciate Pluckers and the Tolos getting after it and having themselves a fantastic time. 254 says their biggest dub is the Minnesota Vikings first round picks last night. I guess we got a Vikings fan hanging around the broadcast.
Good for you. Yeah, good pick.
Had a pretty big L. My buddy Jose approached me after practice the other night and said, hey,
Adios.
This is going to be Jasline's last season.
There we go.
Oh, no.
There we go. Adios.
Moving to Houston.
Oh, gut-wrenching.
NIL money, a little better down
Just
there.
a beast of a right back.
NIL money.
Tall, strong, and fast. You know?
Oh, the trifecta.
Yeah.
Checks every box.
Can't coach that.
Did you think about building out that garage and maybe getting her a room there?
Yeah.
That's what Pops was trying to do.
Yeah,
He was trying to see where Dawson was going to go with it.
I looked at
we
it.
might be leaving, man.
I
said, well, I did say.
We just can't afford the gas to get here anymore.
What do you need?
And her
Jose?
shoes got holes in them.
I mean,
That's when you reach in your pocket and hand him your credit card.
I did let him know.
Just means more.
It's on me.
I hate to leave.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. It's no cash today.
He knows how I roll.
Speaking of cash, 817 Big Dub made my largest commission check to date.
Congrats.
$500,000.
What?
Doesn't feel
Hey,
real.
let's go.
Do the math on that for me, Walchuck, and get back to me. I'd like to know how much this guy made, but that
I
sounds
can't
pretty
do that.
fat. Big
What do
L
you do for a living?
Broadus.
$100,000?
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt you guys. I know you guys
Big L?
always. You guys love the Southwest Airlines.
Oh, my favorite.
CEO Bob Jordan of Southwest hinted
No.
open seating could become a thing of the past.
Okay, well, that's like, are they going to get rid of the free bags?
They didn't touch on the free bags.
I mean, what the hell's going on with you, Southwest?
But that's the thing about Southwest. That's what sets them apart, right? It's the open seating. That's why you guys love it. You guys rave about it every time. Every time we go on a trip. Oh, I love me some Southwest.
Highly, I feel like it's highly organized. I think everybody gets in line where they need to be. If you're one of the first ones that get involved, you get a better seat. That's the way it should be. You know?
Well, I mean, it discriminates against the slacker, which I really don't appreciate. I feel like Chief can understand me on this one. I know I have a flight tomorrow. I'm not sure what time it is. Oh, we just hit 24 hours 2 hours ago. Now I'm in group 7.
You don't have to worry about it with
Or
us
C.
because we're in here checking in for you.
I know you guys are legends.
The thing you do need to worry about is download the damn app so you don't have to go to the kiosk and print out a boarding pass.
I always feel like any like Vegas, Los Angeles, any of those airports, I always feel like we walk in together and then Dawson just goes off on his own somewhere. I just feel like he just kind of goes off to get the paper ticket, right? Is that what we're doing? No?
Yeah, I have to go get my ticket. You guys are already in security. You leave me.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, guys, you can't hold up for me to get my boarding pass?
It's the traditionalist in you, man. It's like I like to have that hard copy in my hand.
Just want to see it.
Got to get my newspaper.
I remember Eric trying to download it while we were in the airport one time. He's like, "Oh, how do you do this thing?" Oh, yeah.
Can we be prepared, guys?
Wait a minute. I can get my pass this way.
214 just took a dud and an L. Gonna get a dub though when my wife finds out I got Cody Johnson and John Party tickets to the sold out show at Globe Life Field.
Is this a country performer, I assume?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cody Johnson. What was your first hint?
214. I was not slurring my words on the microphone last night. You back off.
I think you were.
You think, yeah.
I think you were. You and Raj.
I think the biggest L of the night, though, went to Malik Neighbors, who clearly does not want to be a New York Giant.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he doesn't want to be a Giant or if he just doesn't want to have to catch balls from Daniel Jones. I think that was gut-wrenching for him. In the lead-up to the draft, every time he was asked about the Giants, it did not seem happy. Today in the video, pulling up to the facilities, it seems just very stoic, like, gosh dang it. I have to catch balls from Daniel Jones this year.
For at least 1 year. And then I'll be dealing with a rookie. Things are not off to a good start for me, Mom.
Not at all. Big dub for Ellen DeGeneres lovers. She's been kind of ousted out of Hollywood for kind of being a jerk. But apparently
weird.
She's back on the stand-up comedy stages. So if you're a big Ellen fan, looks like she's getting back on the mic. Maybe she will reveal some things about all the things that have been said about her over the last year. She seems a bit toxic, but she's back on the comedy tour there. So that is a big dub for Ellen DeGeneres fans.
Yeah, that is. It was. I always thought that something else was going to happen beyond her being a jerk to people.
Yeah,
you know? Like that's not fireable or that's not cancelable. That might be fireable if your ratings are bad. You know, but she was doing a nice job. I thought
too. I didn't know, but
bad ratings get you fired.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, if they go long enough.
No, sorry.
Yeah. You start pushing 18 months or so, all of a sudden, done time.
All right, another hour in the books here in the G-Bag Nation. We got hour 3 coming up. Tyler Guyton, the newest Cowboy out of OU and TC. We'll ask him about that journey and his enthusiasm on being drafted by the Cowboys last night. It was epic, and we'll get more on that coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
Speaking of epic, let's get you on over to
rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are back, and we're now 2 hours away from our draft coverage resuming. You can listen to that tonight on 1053thefan.com and on the Odyssey app. Joining us now is the Cowboys' number 1 pick from last night, the offensive tackle, TCU to OU, and now with the Dallas Cowboys. Tyler Guyton is going to join us in just a moment. But Brian, you and Zach and the guys did such a wonderful job last night. It was perfectly timed that the Rangers had the night off. Tonight, of course, they're back in action against the Reds. So over the air, you will have Rangers. We're double serving you tonight. You jump on over to the apps, and you can stream all of the draft coverage. What do you think the Cowboys' plan is tonight going into their now 3 picks in 2 rounds?
I think there's going to be some combination of a linebacker, running back, and maybe an interior offensive lineman, whether that's a guard or a center. I don't know if the Cowboys like these centers as much as maybe Zach and I do. Maybe they're looking at a possibly of a guard that could play. I know BB from Kansas State is a guy that can play all 5 positions. So guard center combination, maybe a center. And I think you also have to think about a wide receiver at some point. I think that we're going to see a run early on corners, and I think there's going to be a run on some of these wide receivers as well. But I think that would be a kind of a fallback position for the Cowboys. But there's going to be some combination of your linebacker, running back, interior offensive lineman, and then potentially a wide receiver.
They need a running back here today, don't they?
Yeah.
They can't push this into the 5th round.
I think because you don't have a 4th round pick. So I think it's got to be in today.
All right, and joining us now is the Cowboys pick from last night, offensive tackle Tyler Guyton here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
We're doing awesome. I just loved your reaction last night at your party. I think it's legendary, the smile on your face and the excitement in your body. What else can you tell us about how perfect this is for you?
It's a lifelong dream. We grew up Dallas Cowboys fans, so this is everything to me. It's such a full circle moment.
What was your town of Texas like? A lot of Cowboys fans down there?
A lot of Cowboys fans.
And is that outside of San Antonio? How would you describe
it's in
that?
Austin. It's in Austin.
Okay, Austin. So your dad a huge Cowboys fan, huh?
Yes, sir.
So when the Cowboys traded down, what were you guys thinking? Missed opportunity, or what was the discussion in the room like there?
I mean, there was a couple of other teams that were in conversation that they were wanting to take me, but they didn't. And that trade back was truly an extremely smart chess move, and they still came and got me. My heart definitely dropped down to my stomach there. I'm not going to lie to you.
Tyler, what was it like walking into the Star today? I think there's a lot of times we go in there and do shows and things. We're always impressed with how that looks. I know you had a nice facility there in Oklahoma, but how about the first time walking into the Star?
Yeah, it was truly breathtaking. I've never been here. I've never been in the Star, and it was everything I could have dreamed of. And also, I want to say what's up to all the Tulos in Dallas out there. I can't wait to get on the field and show y'all what I got.
Let's go. I love it, man. We got to talk with you briefly last night. You had the mic drop moment where I asked you how you were feeling. You said you were effing ecstatic, which we did have to dump, by the way. It wasn't a podcast. But, hey, I loved the energy. I did want to ask you kind of about your NFL journey, because you didn't start playing football until your senior year in high school, and then you've kind of moved positions around. So how have you kind of found your way, one, the love of football, but then now playing eventually left tackle for the Cowboys?
I want to start off by saying I've been playing football my whole life. I've been playing football since I was able to walk, and it was something that I loved to do. I was a football and a basketball player growing up, and once I got to high school, I kind of put down football and thought I was a basketball player. Then senior year came around, and I decided to transfer somewhere else to focus on basketball at a different school, and then ended up getting recruited to play football again. Going to college and moving around positions. I only switched from in high school I played defensive line. I went to college, I played offensive tackle, and the tight end stuff you saw, it was just me getting into a heavy package. I went and caught one by the goalpost in practice one day, and they just kind of drew me up to play. But besides that, I've been a tackle or a D tackle this whole entire time.
So you played tight end one game at TCU, right? Do you feel like you got some routes still? I mean, talk to us about that potential. If you reported eligible, could you get a touchdown?
Love a big man TD up in here.
I only had one play and I only had one route, and it was just run straight and catch the ball. I feel like I could do a couple of different things, though, if I'm needed to do that.
Well, hey, you look like a hell of a red zone threat, man. But, yeah, just remember to check in eligible. I don't know if you remember that Lions game this year.
For sure.
We got to get that going.
Yeah, we got to get it right.
What do you think about people saying you need to get stronger at the NFL level? You looked pretty dang strong already to me on the TV last night.
I definitely don't think I'm a painted picture. I do need to get stronger, and I'm going to get stronger. I feel like everybody needs to get stronger. It's a gradual process of leveling up, and that's just another thing to put in the toolbox and help you be a better football player, regardless if you're strong as an ox or not.
What type of interactions did you have with the Cowboys leading up to the draft and just throughout the process? How would you describe those interactions?
It was so chill and relaxing, and it felt so homey. And I just had a feeling that it was going to end up being Dallas just because of the lineage and how God works out for people to do good things, man. And I had a feeling, I knew that it was going to come true.
A favorite Cowboys player of all time? Do you have a favorite?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Okay. Do you get tired of people talking about how it's been 3 decades since the Cowboys have won it all?
Hey, man, I'm here for it, dog. I'm a Cowboy. I know they like to talk. They like to talk about us, but
That's my guy.
We're coming to win it this year. I don't care. We don't care what it takes. I can thoroughly say that that's what I'm bringing to this team, and no matter what anybody says, they got to see us first.
I appreciate you, man. Yeah, you caught yourself there on the S-bomb. I mean,
coachable already.
Very coachable. Very coachable.
Tyler Guyton, your newest Dallas Cowboy, here with us on the Fan and the G-Bag Nation. The offensive line, though, I mean, you've got a great lineage at OU with Lane Johnson, Trent Williams, Creed Humphrey. I don't know if you have a relationship with those guys, but also coming to the Cowboys, which has had a recent history of tremendous offensive linemen. How excited are you to get to play with Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, and company?
Man, it's going to elevate me as a player and as a person, being around those guys and picking their brain about certain things, how to go about life, because doing it at the highest level isn't easy. And they're doing it, you know, so I give all credit to them. I can't wait to learn from them.
Have you heard from Dak yet?
I have.
What did he say?
He just texted me and said he's excited for me. He can't wait to get dirty and get to work with me.
When you're watching the Packers game in January, the playoffs, very disappointing for all fans. I'm sure it was heartbreaking for you and your family. What were you thinking they needed to have more success in the playoffs?
Tyler Guyton.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
That's a damn good answer. Do you have what's your nickname, by the way? Like, do you have one that is stuck?
I do. Originally, it was T-Bone for some reason. But we kind of shortened it down to just Bone. But T-Bone is probably the nickname.
Okay, did you like what Mike McCarthy, your new head coach, said by naming you and Tyler TNT? Is that a nickname you think can stick?
That's going to stick. We talked about that earlier. I feel like we have that fiery, ferocious mentality to us, and we're gonna make it stick.
I like that. Okay, you got a little nastiness to your game. Are you a trash talker out there?
I mean, if I got to be, I will.
Is there anything better than, is there any better feeling in the world than pancaking a mofo right into the dirt?
Absolutely not.
Did your offensive line coach at Oklahoma keep a tally, like a pancake tally? I feel like that offensive line coaches love doing this thing. I feel like you were probably at the top of that leaderboard there for the Sooners.
I don't think Coach B had a tally board, but he definitely expects it every single play from his players. That's what he expects. That's why he's put so many great offensive linemen into the NFL, just because that's what he expects. That's what he's demanding every single play.
Looked like the draft party was incredible last night. I'm sure it was. Did we let what was security doing, allowing a Niners jersey to make an appearance in your draft party? I noticed that last night.
Man, that was my uncle. He just wanted to wear whatever he wanted to wear. I told him not to wear it. We all did. He was just so adamant. Oh, he's going to go to the 49ers. No, we're not going to the 49ers. We're going to the Cowboys. I'm actually mad that he wore that, though.
Okay. All right. I like that. I know some Cowboys fans weren't the happiest to see it, but, we understand to each their basketball player, are you a Mavs, Spurs, Rockets fan or other?
Man, I'm a LeBron fan, dog. LeBron is my MJ. I think LeBron's the best basketball player ever. I know that's controversial, but I truly believe that. And I know it sounds like I'm a bandwagon, but I grew up in this generation of watching LeBron really be a legendary basketball player. And I am a Mavs fan. You know, growing up in Austin, it's been pretty close. My dad is just as he is a Cowboys fan. He's also a Mavs fan. I think he has a super old Dirk Nowitzki jersey that I used to wear when I was a little kid. It looked like a dress on me, but yeah, man, I love the Mavericks.
Yeah, it's understandable, you know, as long as, you know, 2011 went the way that it did. I don't think many Mavs fans mind that at all. But what kind of a player were you as a hooper?
See, I modeled my game after LeBron because that's who I think is the GOAT, man. So I think I got a little bit of rim running, a little bit of shooting, and some playmaking and some defense.
So you're out there 6'8" point guarding in hoop. You must have been a major problem, but you still chose football, huh?
Yeah. I'm a better football player. That's what I love to do. That's what my heart is telling me to do is football.
Is there an offensive lineman you've kind of tried to model your game after?
Yeah. I'm a really big fan of Penei Sewell.
What is it about Penei's game that you like so much?
His technique is so perfect. He wins every rep with technique, athleticism, and nastiness. Like I can really appreciate that about him as a player, and I really think coming into the league as such a young player and doing what he's doing is legendary, and it hasn't been done before.
I think for a hard-hitting question here, you are a Texas kid. That means you've been born and raised on Whataburger. What is the Tyler Guyton Whataburger order?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm going with a number 13, honestly. Barbecue sauce, add a strip, and upgrade it to a large so I can get the fries. And if I'm feeling it, I might also get a burger.
Let's go.
Use ketchup and bacon only, though.
Oh,
okay. So the go-to is going to be the chicken strip situation, and you will add an extra chicken strip on there. What would be the Tyler Guyton, the T-bone eating Hall of Fame situation? Like, what would be the biggest notch on your belt for most you've put down somewhere?
I think at a cookout one time I ate like 14 hot dogs.
14, let's go.
That is epic.
What are you putting on the hot dog? Mustard only, or you just
ketchup only? And I don't even think I was 10 years old yet. I ate all those hot dogs.
That's incredible.
You can probably go 30, 40 now.
Yeah, dog, maybe.
Did you say on that burger cheese, ketchup, and bacon only?
Yes, sir.
Man, that's the way I do it at the house. I got one with your name on it, Tyler. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, that's the way a burger should be.
Man.
I don't need to dress it up. It's about how good the burger is, right? Let's have that patty.
The burger.
Right on, man. Well, thank you so much. Welcome to town, and we'll be looking forward to catching up with you in Oxnard, California. Best of luck to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
There he goes, Tyler Guyton, your newest Cowboy here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. And we'll get 3 more Cowboys tonight, Brian.
I can confirm he's going to wear number 60 for you this year.
There we go.
How about Tyler Guyton? If you want to go out and grab him, if you're one of those Oklahoma fans, Cowboy fan, whatever you are, Tyler Guyton's going to wear number 60 for your Dallas Cowboys.
Okay, right on. When we'll get one more segment out of you boys before you head up to the Star and resume our draft coverage coming up at 6 o'clock. Again, listen to that on the Odyssey app or at 1053thefan.com. We'll have Rangers Reds for you tonight. Thankfully, we got that beautiful new stadium with the roof. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be playing tonight. Okay, what are we doing in the top 10, Wolchuk?
Well, yesterday and really all weekend, certainly one of the best sports days on the calendar for me with the NFL draft. What are the top 10 best days on the sports calendar? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art. The Nation's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Now, here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What are some of your favorite days on the sports calendar? Of course, the NFL draft. Eric, you and I both have always loved the draft. We bonded over the draft together as we met at UNT and started doing the Nosebleed Seats podcast. Draft night's always been very, very special to us.
Near and dear.
So it made me think, okay, what are the top 10 best days on the sports calendar? If I was like, what are some of yours that come to mind, General? What do you have?
My best sports days on the calendar?
Sports days on the calendar.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Absolutely.
These times of year where there's NBA playoffs on every single night, or hockey playoffs, I think both are electric. But individual days of the year, opening day in baseball, Masters Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of others. What else do you got for me?
Well, we'll get to the list here. We'll have some good options, but I think you're right. This is such a great time of year for like the 3 TV setup, where you've got, one of your teams playing hopefully in the playoffs. Then you've got whatever other game, NHL, NBA, and then the Rangers are also going on tonight and tomorrow. Of course, you'll be able to pop up our 105.3 The Fan draft stream, watch us do the NFL draft. We'll have every single pick for you. I'll be heading out after this one. There's so many great sports days. Lucius, do you have some favorite sports days?
Yes, it happens once every 4 years. The Olympics opening ceremony. I love watching the opening ceremony.
Man, that is a great one. I'm with you. I love the Olympics, Kevin. I think you brought up you're not a big Olympics guy. But I think that you can get pretty immersed in some of the storylines, especially if America is dominant in certain sports, like the run that we had in swimming with Michael Phelps. Even Usain Bolt. I know it wasn't American, but with Jamaica, captivating, right?
Yeah.
The U.S. gymnastics team has been absolutely crushing in most of the summer games as well. So
I like to say how many countries have been colonized too. Out of nowhere, you see a little Britain flag next to it. You're like, oh, okay. Y'all went way over there too, huh?
Yeah. Anywhere we can find the spice, we're going to go in there. We have the Champions League final. Got in here from the 314. Opening day in baseball, Super Bowl Sunday, March Madness, the Masters, NFL Draft, Labor Day weekend, which I think would be like the first weekend of college football.
Yeah, that kind of kicks everything off there a little bit.
Texas OU weekend from the 512, the Home Run Derby.
Oh, yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, and we're going to get that here this year.
Yes, we are.
That's going to be fun. Oh, July 4th, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. That's their favorite sports
That's
day.
epic, dude. I feel like our guy Tyler Guyton could probably get in the mix on this.
Absolutely.
At 10 years old, punishing 14 dogs at one cookout.
Honestly, if we get him in Oxnard, we might need to just try and get our hands on as many hot dogs as we can and just see how many he can kill for us.
I'll pack some hot dogs.
Yeah, we'll bring some wieners. Number 10 on the top 10 list, we've got the NFL on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day is a great day.
Thanksgiving,
just in general, but when you mix in the football, it does, in a sense, I think a lot of us plan our day around the games. I've always planned it growing up around the Cowboy game.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to get to go with my grandparents growing up, or we would make sure, we'd have lunch with the family. We're back home in time to watch the game.
Yeah, we don't eat till the Cowboys play. Usually it's around that situation.
Always.
And if it's early, then, oh, man, things are messed up.
Yeah, right. It doesn't feel right.
It's messed
Everything's
up
just
around
tweaked
noon.
on that. Number 9 is New Year's Day college football, which is now usually a playoff semifinal.
Yeah, that is a real special day now, I think, with the semis being played.
That's going to be, and now we've got even more playoff teams.
Yeah.
So.
And I would even obviously the draft in and of itself, but this weekend, when you factor in all the postseason hockey and basketball, and when your team's in it, like what we're in right now, this is a spectacular weekend right now.
Yeah, tonight you've got the draft, you've got the Rangers, and you've got the Mavs playoff game. Right. Then tomorrow night you'll have the draft all day, and then you get to enjoy the Stars tomorrow night and watch them hopefully get a win.
All while knowing waking up Sunday morning, it's a Mavs postseason game day once again.
Damn right.
It's a beautiful stretch.
And the Rangers are playing all throughout the weekend. It's gorgeous. Number 8 is indeed the NFL draft, which I think that could be a little bit low, but and not everybody's a draft nerd like myself. 7 is Major League Baseball opening day, which does feel like a holiday. I mean, being able to be out there this year, it was really, really special. I mean, of course, when you're the World Series champions, you're going to unveil the banner and all of that, but opening day has always felt like, even when the Rangers were struggling for that 4 or 5 year period, opening day was still a day where it was like, we're excited. It's a new season.
The only thing that's not perfect with it is it's a different day. It's a different time for everybody involved, for most people involved. But I think at 7, it's still criminally underranked. It's underrated. It might be the single best day of sport.
903 wanted to add, Dawson, my favorite day is the day everybody freaks out about the low ratings for 18 months.
Jeez, come on, y'all.
Yeah, people are in their bag today. Number 6 is the Masters Sunday, final round. And it's pretty cool when you get to watch like Scotty Scheffler, Dallas's own, go out there, kick ass, take names.
A golf tournament is something that the more hours you watch on TV, the better it gets, the better the buildup is, especially if it's close. I mean, you talk about like those 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. I mean, the tension is insane when you get a good one. I would say, like, out of my favorite sports moments of my entire life, a lot of them are watching the final days of majors with Tiger Woods or Jordan Spieth involved, and now Scotty Scheffler. Wish we did a little bit more personality out of Scotty so we could buy into the story a little bit more. But man, he is protective in his private life, isn't he?
He is, and he's been, on an absolute tear. There was always something special, like when Tiger was involved. I don't know that we have anybody that can get the pull, or that ever will get quite the pull that Tiger would on a Masters Sunday in that Tiger red. Number 5, the NFL's kind of kicking this one around, but NBA on Christmas Day?
Yes, big. Cool. It's not that big of a deal here, I think, because for many years, like, the NBA season doesn't start for a lot of people until after the All-Star break. But especially in big NBA towns, that's a huge deal. It's kind of like football on Thanksgiving, kind of.
And the Mavs have been appointment television on Christmas Day with Luka ever since he got drafted. They've had some really good matchups.
They give you amazing matchups.
They do. Number 4 is NFL Championship Sunday.
Yes.
It used to be like, didn't we hear that Divisional Sunday was kind of the best one? And then you get more games. And then now, I guess, Championship Sunday. I mean, look, you're getting the final 4 teams, so the Super Bowl's on the line. So I understand putting the Championship Sunday on there, but the divisional round can be pretty epic.
Yeah, I mean, the entirety of the NFL playoffs is always fun, but the conference title weekend is huge. Those final 4 teams are usually pretty dang impressive. They know each other a little bit. The games are oftentimes extremely competitive and obviously high stakes, but 2 games with giant high stakes involved. Sometimes those games are a little bit better than what the Super Bowl ends up being.
I'd like to maybe suggest the first wild card Saturday as well.
Okay.
Because you're in the mode of doing Sundays, but now it's a bonus day. It's the first meaningful football. That wild card Saturday always feels a lot of fun.
We got the 972 the Daytona 500 being texted. I know Brian would love that. Talladega from the 817. WrestleMania from the 903.
Come on.
A Rangers bobblehead giveaway.
Still real to me, damn it.
It is still real to me. Man, they got me back with The Rock coming back.
All cussing and fussing and everything.
I enjoy it. Get up.
Get up.
It was fun. Okay, Cinco de Mayo. Don't we usually get a badass boxing fight?
Yes.
Typically over that weekend. By the way, I was out, but Ryan Garcia.
He did that.
Us, bro.
You won.
Yeah.
I was so close to texting in during LA Live when you were the final hype for that, and I'm like, dude, I think I'm just going to put everything on Haney. Garcia seems like he's out of his mind. Thank God I didn't follow through with that.
Good for you, bro. Good for you. Listen, man, Haney was doing his thing throughout that fight. It's just when that left hook got to working, there's nothing he can do about it from that point on.
He's going to have to make some corrections because he leaves himself open.
Yeah, way too much.
Yeah.
He has no response for it like Tank does.
And do you think we get the Tank Ryan Garcia rematch?
Yeah, we got to get that one. We got to get that.
Good win for Ryan Garcia. First NFL Sunday each season, number 3.
And Derrick James.
Yeah. Number 3, and of course, like, that's the red zone day. It's like finally we got the red zone back. So we're going to sit back and enjoy just consuming football for the next 7 straight hours of commercial-free football. Number 2, day 1 of March Madness, which is always fun. Like that Thursday, people are getting their vasectomies, putting peas on their balls, and whatever you get into. But it's a great, we can just take off.
Can't recommend it enough, dude. Actually ran into a Tolo last night. He was there with his family. He's like 30 years old, and he's got a bunch of kids like I do. They were all there. Like he brought out wife and kiddos last night, and he was like, I also got the vasectomy, worth every penny, worth every second, and he's grateful for it. I think he did the March Madness thing as well. That's definitely the best time to pull it off.
It is. It's just a great time. There's just constant college basketball. Even if you don't love college basketball, it's just fun sports weekend. Number one, though, top day on the sports calendar. Surprise, surprise. It is Super Bowl Sunday.
Elite.
Even if you don't like the NFL or football in general, everybody's getting together. You're having a Super Bowl Sunday party, and it's just a day of family, friends, football, much like Thanksgiving, but this one just has a different feel to it.
Yeah. Wings and pepperoni pizza.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
It is special. Man, Derek will train the hell out of some drinking boxers, won't he?
Maybe that's the key.
Come on, fam.
I mean, I just put that together like, wow. Maybe that's his specialty.
We need to get Derek James back on the show, man. It meant a lot to him to be on.
Trainer of the year before, and I'm not trying to throw shade at him in any way, but that is something that a lot of his fighters have had in common now that I think about it. Okay, how do the Rangers not have one of the best of these in baseball, or the best? We have some front office rankings. Broadus is already on his way. Wolchuk's about to be out the door before the music even stops, Bassick style. He's going to be flying up that toll road to get to the Star as our draft coverage resumes coming up at 6 o'clock. The Cowboys now with 3 picks in the next 2 rounds. Some expert maneuvering last night to get their guy Guyton, who, by the way, just joined us at 4 o'clock if you want to go back and listen, and pick up an extra 3. They got Detroit to overpay, so that's awesome. I'm sure Chiefs going to have more football and draft stuff coming up at 5 o'clock, an edition of The Finest. But we'll talk a little bit of Rangers with you next and tell you how I think they're dissing our guy CY coming up next right here to the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll get you caught up with the Mavericks in the NBA playoffs with Danny Green at 1:20. Plus, you got to catch up on Stars, Cowboys in the draft, and Laker of the Weekend. Tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Hey, Dawson back here with you. Wanted to chat D&M Leasing. Here you are. You're going into your weekend, and the weather's not perfect. You know, it's going to be raining. So if you need to get your hands on a new vehicle, you need to get behind the wheel of a brand new car, truck, SUV, whatever it is, any make, any model, call D&M Leasing and tell them what you want. They're going to make that a reality for you. Okay, so you just get home, get out of this nasty weather. Probably going to be raining tomorrow as well. Maybe watch a movie. Do whatever you want. Watch the games. But D&M Leasing is going to deliver that brand new vehicle to your home or office and drive away with the old one after giving you the highest trade-in value possible for the old one. I love it. It's the only way to acquire new vehicles in DFW. The ease of operation, it's just second to none. The professionalism, and plus you save big, up to 50% less compared to buying. And right now, nothing down and nothing due. The Easy Lease from D&M Leasing, the most consumer-friendly lease on the market. Nothing down, nothing due. That's for 60 days. And you can get plugged into this Easy Lease life real easy. Just give them a call, 972 or 817-35-LEASE, dmautoleasing.com.
The Suns look to break the ice. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Suns host Game 3 versus the Timberwolves tonight, down 0-2 in their first-round series. Phoenix is a 4-point favorite, but the BetQL model is looking to the total. BetQL has Suns T-Wolves under 206.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer.
Shell Energy.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Okay, Broadus and Wolchuk are both now in transit to the Star. Draft coverage an hour and 14 minutes away on the Odyssey app on 1053thefan.com with the entire draft crew. They just killed it last night. Not only the broadcast killed it, but I felt like so did the Cowboys. Gave themselves a really good chance to get this run game cooking next year. Okay, but we got plenty of draft stuff coming up, including at 5 o'clock. Chief has an edition of the finest. Let's jump into some Ranger stuff here. We'll get you some baseball stuff. I think we have Cody Bradford news and some ballpark yummy delights we can tap into, right, Chief?
Got a couple of things to discuss here. So we keep getting the TBD on the Cody Bradford return for the Rangers. He went out with the with the back issue, and it was 15-day IL. What's going to happen? A little bit of ambiguity surrounding it. Well, we see from our Rangers insiders, Cody Bradford, a stress fracture in his rib, and he is expected to miss another month or so.
Dang it.
So stress fracture is why he hadn't been making much progress, as of course we all desired here. So that a little bit more firm on what the actual issue is with Bradford being a stress fracture in one of his ribs, which I can't imagine is a comfortable feeling. Have you ever had like a rib out of place or something? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you. I mean,
I've heard of somebody sneezing and cracking a rib. Actually, Like you can get a lot of pressure in there, and the wrong.
That's crazy pressure because I know like people are slipping discs in their back on something, which makes a little bit more sense. But if you're cracking a rib with that, my gosh, dude, that's a power sneezer if I've ever heard one. And I hope for Cody's sake that's not the case, because that's going to get some laughs with the teammates in the clubhouse if this was a sneezing stress fracturing of his rib.
Can't wait to get more details.
Yeah. I'm sure Nadell and Jared, who we'll be catching up with over the course of the program here, will have some more insight on how that actually happened. But at least we have a little bit more firm news on Bradford there, another month or so.
Yes, and then you said Evan Grant wrote something about the ballpark food you can order to your house?
Apparently, I saw this. Yes, Evan Grant, MLB has now begun a new service in which you can order ballpark favorites to be delivered to your home.
Okay.
So like this, like All-Star Week, I already know for all the people during All-Star Week here locally, when the greatest mozzarella sticks known to man come back to Globe Life Field, boom, I'm dialing those up on the on the Uber Eats.
I think that would be appropriate. Around the Bases is brought to you by Uber Eats, so it is a perfect tie-in. And there are some items out there, Obviously, if you want Hurtado when you're in the Arlington area, you could just order from Hurtado. But maybe there's some other items there at the ballpark that you're looking forward to. Now, I want, is this only on game days during games, or can we tap into this? Are they going to pop up like those kitchens that they have that'll send you off the Uber Eats food?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would love to know. I need to get more details on this. I just saw the one tweet from Evan Grant regarding this about an hour ago, and he didn't really go into too much detail. So I'm going to be tracking this, and hopefully we can get you an update here soon, because that would be awesome. If the Rangers are off somewhere, they're on the road, but you can still have your game day Hurtado, ballpark nachos sent right to your door, and you get the home game vibes while on your recliner. That's incredible.
It is, man. My first job in radio, there was this company called What's for Dinner. And it was this tiny little radio station, and you would have to call them up, right? They were trying to recreate the pizza, the call-in delivery pizza dynamic, and they would go to any restaurant that you wanted. You just had to wait like an hour and a half, because that was back in the day. It's a great time to be hungry, is what I'm saying.
It is.
So amazing that you have access to that. Although I do got to tell you, it's starting to get too expensive. And when some of these
just
like a fast food order, $50, for a family of four.
$80 for some Taco Bell.
Yes.
You drop $80 for Taco Bell, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah,
you're hungry 4 hours later, and you just spent $80.
Oh, dude.
I mean, I was thinking when I grew up, Happy Meal $2, Value Meal $3. And now I think we're over $10 for most of these value meals, and you're multiplying that by 4 plus tax, boom, and now you put a delivery fee on that. Yes, you can approach $100 with a family of four for fast food.
Totally.
It's insane.
Anytime I'm thinking about getting food, I know it's going to be at least $20 just for me. Like I don't care if it's McDonald's, I don't care what type of fast food, it's going to end up being $20 just for me to get everything I want to get here.
Now, I have this other baseball story for you. The 214 asks a good question. How did the Cowboys kill it when they drafted a guy who got benched against Texas, didn't start the rest of the year? Because they know how to evaluate offensive linemen, because they got a guy who I believe is going to have a chance to come in and be pretty dang good for him, and they picked up an extra pick, So I think we've seen, like with Tyler Smith, did he have a great college career? No, he led the NCAA in holds. But they have the traits that it's going to take, and I believe the Cowboys have proven they know how to identify those traits.
Yeah, my big question about it is just like how long is the development going to be with, if you think a little bit raw as a player, going from the right side to the left side, like that transition. I do think when it's all said and done, when he gets to the height of his powers there, he will be awesome. I just wonder how long will that actually take for him?
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, what are the top front offices in Major League Baseball? 40 executives voted on this. They put the Rangers at number 8. Now, I'll take CY against any of these guys, even though the mistake with DeGrom was bad. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to homer it up, even though I love CY. He's my guy, this, that, and the other thing. I've held him accountable for DeGrom. I thought that was a ridiculous use of Ray Davis's money at the time, and it continues to cost us. Maybe it'll end up paying off, but it already proved me right when they traded for DeGrom, and initially I was excited. I was like, wait a minute here. This is not going to go well. Anyway, how is CY 8th? This is according to 40 executives voting. You can read about it in The Athletic. In his first full season in charge, CY won the World Series. See, for me, it's like one of, you're 1 for 1 here. 8 does seem a little bit low, but what do they have to say? He had joined the Rangers in December of 20 as JD's primary deputy. Daniels was fired midway through 22, with many of the pieces of the future title winner in place, including prospects drafted by Kip Fagg and raised by farm director Josh Bonifay. One executive praised Young for his aggressive pursuit of free agents. He pitched a vision of revival to Corey Seager and Marcus Semien heading into 2022. The combined $500 million forked over by owner Ray Davis helped clarify that vision. At last year's deadline, Young displayed similar aggressiveness, dealing away prospects to land Montgomery and Scherzer, who aided the title pursuit. I mean, they didn't even bring up DeGrom. I think maybe they're just wondering how much he's responsible for, an organization that kind of might have been headed in the right direction. I think the additions of Seager and Semien were huge, but, I think the finishing touch is going from a contender to a champion. And, here's the thing with GMs, I think they don't get enough credit for, the great ones. They know who the coaches are. And I think bringing in Bochy, having that relationship, you don't get anywhere. You don't even sniff the World Series without that.
Man, great point. Great point. And a couple of the things, getting Mad Dog in here and knowing what he's been able to do, lifting up that rotation and the bullpen as well. He's getting the most out of these guys. And so that's something that's special. And the plate discipline, like that final year for the Woodward year, it was like one of the worst plate discipline lineups you've ever seen. Like, these guys just can't get a grasp. And then a lot of these guys come back, and now it's a new offensive coaching staff, and it's the plate discipline is through the roof now. Like, these coaches are getting through to these players in a huge way, and that's a great point by you. That gets overlooked. It's usually all about just the players and those acquisitions, but you put together a championship coaching staff is what you did, CY.
I mean, Jerry did a lot of great things when he first took over the Cowboys, but having the relationship with Jimmy and bringing him in at the right time. He was an amazing coach, knew all the college players, and an incredible psychologist. That was one of the greatest hires Jerry Jones has ever made. And when he was doing that as a GM, and obviously Jimmy was having a lot to do in the personnel, as always around here, that was the golden era. Okay, it is time now for an edition of The Finest. Chief, what do you have in mind for us tonight?
Day 2 draft rumors, including a big-name wide receiver potentially on the move, and what the Jones boys had to say about the Zeke meeting last night. That's next year in the nation.
How about what I have to say?
Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Okay, we're into the 5 now, and obviously it's Friday, so what you drinking, what you think, it's coming up at 5:20. Eric Nadell is going to join us for what he's drinking and thinking about your Texas Rangers and Cincinnati Reds. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. And then we're, into Sandler and the Rangers pregame at 6:30 as they host the Reds tonight. The draft coverage will be on at 6 at 105thethefan.com and Odyssey. And Broadus and Wolchuk are already on their way up to the Star and set to give us an exciting 3 picks over 2 rounds and about 5 hours of draft content tonight. Here's your football host, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Text in the name you most want to see the Cowboys select tonight in either of the second or the third rounds. What's the name you most want to see? Would love to know what the Tolos have to say about that. And last night was obviously a ton of fun at Pluckers, and no matter where you were, the draft is always great. And one of the things that we were trying to see if it was going to go down is the big wide receiver trade. We know the Niners with Brandon Ayuk, and apparently Deebo Samuel as well. And this might be the big picture play here for the Bills, the team that just kept trading down and then ultimately out of the first round. They swapped picks there at the end with Carolina, who was picking at the top of the board today, but they end up swapping with the Bills. The Panthers take over the final pick of the first round. The Bills will have the first pick today. And they might have done that just so that they could bide more time in an effort to try and make a trade for wide receiver Deebo Samuel of the San Francisco 49ers. Because we know that the Bills, they've traded Stephon Diggs. They need some weapons, but they also needed some draft capital, so they trade down a little bit. And maybe a couple of the rumors, Jordan Schultz is saying that the Niners have listened to calls on Deebo Samuel, and it's the Patriots and the Bills that are considered highly, involved in maybe wanting to trade for him. And so just Deebo Samuel might be a name, perhaps Brandon Ayuk as well. One of those two guys could be on the move.
I'm fascinated by if the Niners could keep this offense rolling with all the transition, if they do move off of Samuel and Ayuk or just one of them. I feel like a big part of their offense is the run after catch that both of those guys give along with Kittle and McCaffrey. It's just a special group of skill players. And I don't know, is that the end of their run? Could Brock Purdy and Shanahan cook stuff up to still be amongst the league leaders offensively if you lose Deebo Samuel? We saw last year how bad they were when you had the left tackle and Deebo out at the same time. They couldn't win a game for like a month.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt Miller tweeted out a text that he got from a scout around the league. This is not a Buffalo Bills scout, but a current scout in the NFL texted him and said, trading back to 33 for Buffalo, super smart. Now they have all day tomorrow, obviously being today, to try and trade for either one of the 49ers receivers or perhaps even T. Higgins, the wide receiver in Cincinnati, who has been requesting a trade all offseason because he wants to get the bag there. They put the franchise tag on him. So maybe it's T. Higgins, maybe it's one of the Niners wide receivers, but you could see one of those names getting moved tonight during the draft, which would be cool. You saw A.J. Brown get a contract extendo from the Eagles last night. So that was definitely a noteworthy situation that took place with some current players in the league. And we saw A.J. Brown get traded on draft night a couple of years ago. Looks like the Giants offered, according to Albert Breer, the Giants offered number 6 and their first-round pick next year to the Patriots to try and get up to number 3. So New England obviously declined. They wanted Drake May, and we'll see how that pays off for them. But the Giants were trying to get up, and that would obviously have been for one of these quarterbacks. I guess I would think that would be Drake May because the Giants obviously had the choice if they wanted to draft Penix or if they wanted to draft McCarthy. They could have done that at 6. So if they were trying to get up to 3, it was probably for Drake May, but the Patriots are like, thank you, but no thank you.
So they get another wide receiver, right?
Yeah, Malik Neighbors, wide receiver at LSU. Some have him as the best wide receiver in the class. Certainly some incredible traits with the athleticism and the yards after the catch and stuff. Like he's a dynamic super stud. But unfortunately, for the Giants, you don't have anybody to throw him the football right now.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is not necessarily that guy. So, and you can see it on his face. Like, he is not really amped up to be catching balls from Daniel Jones.
They made it work, a couple of times so far. I don't know how it got so bad last year. But yeah, you go from, a great career at LSU. I think he ends with the most catches and most yards. And you're thinking, okay, let's go take the league by storm. And then you see the guy throwing you passes is going to be Daniel Jones. Best case scenario, he throws for like 3,200 yards next year. The best thing he does is run the football. And even then he trips over his own feet like he's Zach Wilson out there. So that's but you're going to New York. I can deal with that. If I'm good, I'll be good, and eventually we'll have a good quarterback. But the opportunity to go play in these giant markets is too good to turn my nose up at. And trust me, Chief, I'm willing to turn my nose up on some opportunities. I think these players should take more of their destiny into their hands and just refuse to play in bad situations. I'm not going to Cleveland. I'm not going to Carolina or Washington. Just forget about it.
Well, a guy who's going to be playing for Jim Harbaugh, a guy that Jim Harbaugh knows well, playing against him quite a bit throughout his time at Michigan. It's the Notre Dame offensive tackle, Joe Alt. This dude's a giant human being out of Notre Dame. Look at the photo here. This is the family cam from NFL Network last night. They went live into his draft party when he gets selected 5 overall with the Chargers. Look how big this dude is. They're saying this is the most Notre Dame looking dude ever. And he just looks like, he kind of looks like a giant 8-year-old. Like, he's got a baby face, but he's a 6'8", just mammoth monster. You can see how much bigger he is than everybody that's in that room with him. And
the factory now.
Absolutely it is. But he looks like Notre Dame. That is pure Notre Dame. He looks, and from an NFL standpoint, that looks like a Green Bay Packer.
Yeah.
But he's going to be a Charger. And that's Jim Harbaugh doing what he does. I know a lot of Chargers fans wanted to get that shiny weapon as a wide receiver, which would have been enticing because there were studs there. But you know that Jim Harbaugh just wants to be physical. He wants to run the football. And again, he went up against Joe Alt a handful of times there at his time in Michigan. He knows this guy's a savage beast.
He knows the way.
Yes.
I mean, he won at Stanford and San Francisco. He won at Michigan. I mean, what more do you need to see, Cowboys fans? This is the thing to do. Make your offensive line great first, and then you can play with a lot of different quarterbacks and a lot of different running backs and have a lot of success, build from there. But you got to be balanced offensively, and I know the passing game is important. The right quarterback can get you a lot of that, but on top of that, they've built the rules to help you pass the ball. You're going to have success in the air if you have good wide receivers and just an average quarterback. You can put up numbers that nobody could dream of in the 90s these days thanks to these rules. By the way, Damian Lillard just turned his ankle really bad. That might be the end of Milwaukee's playoff run.
They're already playing?
Yeah.
Already underway?
Yep.
And the Pacers are up pretty good right now on them.
Mm-hmm. Wow, what an early playoff start, dude.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That's like a 4:30 tip-off?
Weird.
That is a weird one.
Or 6 o'clock East time zone.
Okay, so 877-881-1053. What's the name you want to see most for the Cowboys tonight? Getting a lot of Edrin Cooper here. Texas A&M linebacker. Got a ton of fans here in the Metroplex. He's a big dude. Definitely a name to watch. I know Jane Slater threw that. It's Jonathan Brooks and Edrin Cooper. So you have
He's a linebacker?
Yes. Cooper is the linebacker out of A&M. Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas. Both are on the short list of names that Jane Slater is keeping an eye on tonight. So if you're looking for Edrin Cooper or you're looking for Jonathan Brooks, you might be Cowboys might be in the catbird seat for one of those guys.
I think you look at the great linebacker like Fred Warner and you say, if we can get something like this is definitely worth a premium asset to get your hands on. So, consistent tackler can impact the passing game. Is that coverage? Is that sacks? But if you can do both of those things, I'm willing to put a high premium and a high priority on that. That's hard to predict, getting that elite of a player. But I think what those linebackers do for you is put the finishing touches on your defense. If you have the pass rush and the run-stopping ability of defensive tackle plus some good corners, you're going to be around top 10. Find some guys that can take away that middle of the field like the 49ers do, and now you can really punish teams. I don't know if this team is that player away, But, if I'm in the second round, I'm thinking, dude, we need a center. We need a running back. We have prospects at linebacker. That's not where I would be going. But if you look at me and tell me this guy's going to impact the passing game in a special way, I'm down.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a game changer at that spot, we've seen how important that's been. You mentioned the Niners, the Ravens as well, with Roquan Smith. It took their defense to the next level. So I don't think Cowboys fans will be upset, especially getting a guy from a university that there are plenty of fans of around here with the Aggies. So that name being texted in quite a bit. You have Jonathan Brooks being texted in quite a bit right now from the Tolos, 281, and a handful of others wanting Trey Benson, another running back, Florida State. I know that's Wolchuk's favorite running back in the draft here. He's not coming off an ACL, so that's certainly encouraging. Maybe that's the name that gets pulled tonight there. Zach Frazier and Jackson Powers Johnson being texted in here as well by the Tolos, Dawson. So you got the center, you got the running back, and you got the linebacker. One of those will be a crowd pleaser for our Tolos.
Yes, and I watching the tape, I would just love it if it's Jackson Powers Johnson. This guy might have a screw loose. Watching his interviews, looking at his injury history, I don't know all the baggage that comes along with that guy, but to me, that's best case scenario.
Well, here is last night in the post-draft presser, driving home from Pluckers, listening to Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay discuss the draft. And then they also got asked, here is Stephen Jones and Jerry combo platter style on their meeting with Ezekiel Elliott and his agent.
I mean, he's a guy that we obviously think a lot of. And it was good to run into him and Rocky. And, we just had a little beer and moved on.
We don't have any issue. He's laid it on the line for the Dallas Cowboys, and the Dallas Cowboys have laid it on the line for Zeke. This is one that you can smile when you see each other.
So all is still well right there. We have a new drop now. The just had a little beer and moved on from Stephen Jones, I thought was pretty dang good right there. But obviously the door open for Ezekiel Elliott. We'll see how that impacts. They might be smoke screening us on this Jonathan Brooks thing with the way that Jerry, and that was a national takeaway, was Jerry in the post-draft presser last night when asked about Jonathan Brooks and just lighting up and saying they are not one, not two, but three highs, high on Jonathan Brooks. We know that their doctors are the ones that performed the ACL surgery on him. It's been connected plenty. Dane Brugler has him, Jonathan Brooks, Texas running back, going to the Cowboys in the second round tonight. So a lot of things are pointing in that direction. But Broadus is like, man, this might just be a giant monster smokescreen, and I really hope it is. That'll give me that'll get my confidence up. Like, okay, these guys, sometimes they make it seem like maybe they don't know exactly what they're doing, but they might just be playing everybody like a fiddle right now on Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, and I think we've become kind of accustomed to the point now where sometimes Jerry is talking about fun stuff. He's selling up there. He's giving his version, of what he would like to see, and we can go back 10 years to where he was going on and about Johnny Manziel. And nobody in the organization had any intent of allowing that to be the pick at, 14 or 16, wherever they took Zach Martin, so. But that's exciting to me because if he is that guy that can turn missed blocking assignments into missed tackles, if he's that guy that can take a 2-yard loss and get you a 4-yard gain, and then, what Tony Pollard lost this last year was that breakaway gear, and we saw him get stopped before he even broke away a couple of times. If you got that ability to make house calls, that is what I feel like I sound like a broken record right now. But that's what this team needs. That's what Dak needs, is a running game that the opposition has to worry about. Then you're going to get into playoff games and not be stuck with 4 points at halftime or whatever they end up with. 6. Sorry.
What was the biggest eyebrow raiser for you last night? Like, I do wonder if Sean Payton and the Broncos are efforting to build the worst quarterback room in the history of the sport between Zach Wilson and Bo Nix. Like, that's crazy to me. Obviously the Falcons doing the thing with Penix right there, shocking just about everybody. That one was extremely weird, but I do think I have to reconsider.
That Penix thing is, because teams don't do that to their quarterback unless they hate him. They just signed Kirk Cousins.
They just signed him.
Yeah, somebody there wasn't totally down with the decision. I don't know. Maybe they need to clarify their chain of command in Atlanta, because clearly, somebody's a big fan of Kirk Cousins, but with Penix on the board, and you knew you were going to be picking 8th, and Penix was not likely to go in the top 10 when you signed Kirk Cousins. That one is absolutely fascinating. The other thing that was great and brought us, and you guys warned me about this before we got there, but last night when you're sitting there and there's 12, 13 picks without a defensive player.
Yeah.
That was
14,
really
I think.
Surreal to see up there.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was a big time offensive jam-packed first round, which was cool. I mean, and it's always good when you don't need a quarterback and the quarterbacks keep getting pushed up and just dropping more and more talent down the board. It looks like Chicago's number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams, broke the Fanatics record for draft night merchandise sales for any draft pick in any sport. And that beats the previous record, which was set last week by Caitlin Clark. So we know that Indiana Fever, the Fever fans knew that Caitlin Clark was going to be their pick. So they were ready, probably had that jersey sitting there in their cart online waiting to just click buy now. And then same thing with the Bears fans who've known basically all off season, Caleb Williams is going to be our guy. So they've been setting aside that quiche to get ready for their guy, Caleb Williams. So he sets the record last night. And I don't know if this is a record, but it's close. Congratulations to Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill, who has confirmed he does, in fact, have double-digit 10 children.
Blessed.
And has had at least 4 in the past year.
Ooh.
Just running up the numbers right there. I would highly encourage him, that vasectomy.
So pretty soon, half the population is going to be Tyreek Hill's kids, Elon Musk's kids, Nick Cannon's kids.
And Phillip Rivers.
Sean Kemp's. A lot of Sean Kemp's out here. So Phillip Rivers, yeah.
Or Jerry Jones.
Yeah,
Antonio Cromartie.
Yeah, that part too.
Yeah, man, that's tough. I could see why maybe they would have had a little bit of marital stress middle of last season as these things are coming to light. Hey, the Cowboys passed on Linderbaum a couple of years ago. We all wanted Tyler Linderbaum, the center. They end up with Tyler Smith. That's fine. They're going to pass on Graham Barton last night. They trade down. Tampa takes him. They're probably going to pass on Jackson Powers Johnson and the guy Frazier from Virginia or West Virginia or something like that. And they had Biotish, and now they have Brock Hoffman. Help this make sense, Chief. We know how important the center position is. We know how great they were with Travis Frederick. But since then, they're like, oh, we'll just take these jobbers. We don't really like these guys that everybody is saying are good. We're going to go with this guy. I don't know. I think you're leaving a big part of the job undone on offensive line if you're playing with a bum at center.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, dude. The best offensive line in the league usually have the backbone of a stud center. And we know, the Detroit Lions were a completely different offense. They had a great offense last year. When their starting center was out, they were one of the worst in the sport. That makes a huge, giant difference here. And that's why I'm hopeful that it'll be the center is the first name that we get for the Cowboys tonight. Solidify that O-line. Then you go get the home run threat at the running back spot there in the 3rd round. And I think you're cooking with gas.
Okay, we got to run, nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll get it started with Eric Nadel. Then your what you drinking, what you thinking phone calls right here. It's quitting time on a Friday, and we're back in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Frankels, though, because you're about to be on your way home, and if you do run into some weather and you're the unfortunate victim of an accident, it's time to call the Frankels right there roadside. 214 or 817-333-3333. Their website is frankelfirm.com, and you're going to love the Frankels just like I do, because they make sure you don't settle for less, and they make sure the guilty party doesn't blame you for their negligence, especially if it's a big 18-wheeler out there, a commercial vehicle hits you, the next thing you know, just tons and tons of weight throwing you into the wall, turning you upside down, and your entire life can be turned upside down. Might be dealing with pain and suffering for the rest of your life, and you deserve to be compensated for that. The Frankels make sure it happens. You give them a call, 214 or 817-333-3333 for the Frankels. Hurt not your fault. They're the folks to call. That's who we call at the Fan, and you're going to thank yourself that you did, because a massive financial expense comes along with these accidents and these injuries. It's a 214-817, then all the threes, or go online to frankelfirm.com. Salute.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan.
joining us here in just a moment. The segment's brought to you by carsforkids.org. Donate your vehicle today. Cars for Kids. It's also brought to you by the On Time Experts, and Eric Nadel is brought to you by the Texas Lottery. The Texas Lottery proudly supports Texas education and veterans. Look for teacher ticket specials at Rangers.com. Brought to you by the Texas Lottery. And a good evening, Eric. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys?
We're wonderful. You know, you got so much going on in the world of sports, and a big series here for the Rangers. How's the matchup against this Reds lineup for Eovaldi? What are we in for in this interleague action?
Well, what we're in for is a lot of running. This is a Cincinnati team that leads the major leagues in stolen bases. They run at every opportunity they get. They draw a lot of walks. They don't hit into double plays, as you would expect with a team that runs